Alright, a new game. On to the next thing. This is the awkward part where I don't really know what to say. Oh, yeah. Oh god, this part. The hand. Ugh. It ain't cheese. This girl. I still feel the worst for her. Like, out of all the victims, I mean, I guess not all the victims, but all the early victims. She didn't need to die. Come on now. None of them needed to die, but still, like, I feel so bad for her. I think I did the positive one last time, so. I guess I'll find out. I sure did. Damn you, Cool Cat Press. Oops. Oh god, what have I done? What have I done? Huh? This is the part where I try to remember which ones I did last time, and apparently I did the green one for that one too. Oh yeah, this is the costume one. I think this one's new. I moved quickly. She staggered forward, but I grabbed her to keep her from falling. Is the one where he gets knocked out in the negative one. KO. Her hair flew up and tickled my nose. It smelled good, and her body was very soft. Extremely soft, in fact. Oh boy. Where did you grab her, sir? God damn it. It felt kind of squeezable. What was I touching? Was any part of a person's body this soft? No, at least nothing on a man's body was. Oh my god. Every time. What was the softness?
Miyashiro, お前とんでもない勇者だな。こんな大勢の前で堂々と女帝のおっぱいをもみもみするなんて。
Oh my god. We'll salute you at your grave, sir. Boobs?
いや、これは事故だ。事故なんだ。
If that ever actually happened, she would kill me for sure. Funny. In both the positive and negative delusions of that particular circumstance, he definitely dies. Just thinking about it made my blood run cold. Oh my god. Boobs? I happened to glance down at Kawahara's belt. The fasteners seemed to be broken. Oh my god, you're gonna pants this fool. That gave me an idea. I yanked down on his pants as hard as I could. Just like I thought, they came straight off. His underwear was plainly visible. Oh, these are incredible.
宮代、お前何するんだ。
君があんまりうるさいから。
ふざけるな。
Get pants, loser.
川原くん、いいから早く履きなさい。みっともないでしょ。
みっともないって、そんな。
ほら、みんな見てる。
Damn, dude. All the students around us were staring at him and laughing. His face quickly turned red.
ひどい。ひどすぎる。
He pulled up his pants and ran away with tears in his eyes. He looked absolutely miserable. Just imagining that made me feel a little better. I'd never do something so childish in real life, though. Yanking down someone's pants if they ticked you off was the kind of thing a third grader would do. I was above that. I knew that the best way to deal with someone like Kawahara was to just ignore them. Maturity. Realistically, the chances of anything like that happening again were near zero. The wind wasn't especially strong today. So if I ever wanted to see my pure white goddess again, oh my god, I needed the help of something other than the wind. Oh my god, we're really doing this. Alright. For example, let's say that for some reason, the pencil holder on that desk fell to the ground. Let's imagine it. Kurusu would complain a little, but she'd bend over and start picking up the pens on the floor. I'd help, of course. I'd bend over like she did. Since we were both at eye level to each other, there was no way I'd get to see anything. If I did have a chance, it would be when she stood up. When that happened, I could watch her stand up, acting as natural as possible. What the hell is that? Since I was bent over, I would naturally be lower than her. Maybe then I would see my goddess once more. This is deranged.
Oh.
And then Ito moved to turn on the printer, and his hand knocked my camera off the desk. I watched in shock as the camera fell to the floor, as if in slow motion. Again? Instead of 2 strokes of good luck, I had been given 2 strokes of bad. The first time the camera had survived, but I might not be so lucky this time. So my body moved without thinking. I flung myself forward and stretched out my hand toward the falling camera. That thing's expensive. I'm not letting it fall twice. The camera fell right into my outstretched hand. Yes, nice catch. I couldn't believe it. But I was going too fast to stop. I slid headfirst along the floor. Oh god, where's this going?
おお前無茶するな。
ちょっと大丈夫？
Kurusu ran over to me. And then a miracle occurred. Oh no. Oh no. I was lying on my back and I looked up toward the ceiling. At the same time, Kurusu bent over to help me. And since she was in a hurry, she didn't take the time to hold down her skirt. So I saw her. It wasn't as clear as before, but I got a quick glimpse of my pure white goddess. And from a much closer distance than before, and at a lower angle.
タク
Oh
ル、
my
ど
lord.
こ見てるのよ、もう。バカなんだから。
Unbelievable. Nah, no way. Kurusu wasn't the type to be cute when she was embarrassed. She'd probably get another scary look on her face, then start choking me and demanding to know what I was looking at. No way. That was never going to happen. It was wrong to hope for another encounter with my white goddess. Stop saying that! It would only end in tragedy and pain. I got slapped for peeping at the student council president's panties. It would damage my reputation at school. Yeah. I gritted my teeth and tried to stop my gaze from wandering down to her skirt. Alright. Oh my lord. I can't remember which one of these I've done already. I think I did the positive one on this one too. I think, yes. Okay. Oh, right. Oh, so these are so funny. Ugh, delicious hand. I think I remember this one too. I'm gonna be honest, I really am impressed by how well this whole thing was like foreshadowed. Cause like, I remember noticing, I don't remember if I said anything at the time, but I remember noticing like the very specific parallels between Takumi and Takaru with this case specifically, because it's like, it's the third case of these weird murders, both of which had them be a direct witness, and both of which had another girl, another bystander, who they suspected to be the murderer at the time. Like, it's a very specific set of circumstances that I did notice at the time, but like, I never really put it together as anything more than, oh, that's interesting. Like, it's one of those foreshadowing things where you notice the foreshadowing, but you don't acknowledge it as foreshadowing. It's good. Anyway, that's enough of me rambling. Like, major things like that. I lied, there's more of me rambling. Major things like that, like the big things where it's like the whole case has a parallel. And just the little things, like the fact that she calls him Taku. Again, I noticed that, but it never, like, clicked as anything more than, oh, that's a neat little coincidence. It was not a coincidence. Huh? I just heard a knock at the door, right? I couldn't believe it, but I'd forgotten to lock the door. I froze as it swung open from the outside. Someone was here. But they're not here to kill you this time. Maybe, I don't know. Who? I knew 2 people who would come in without waiting for an answer, but was it okay for me to just stand here?
Da...れ...
I gulped and spoke in a hoarse voice. Poking through the gap in the door was...
タク？
someone I knew well. Evidently not.
よかった。起きてた。
Relieved, I staggered over and sat down on the bed. That hadn't done my heart any favors. For some reason, Serica was standing at the entrance, fidgeting. She didn't try to come any further in.
どうした？こんな時間に女の子一人でここに来るのはあんまり良くないと思う。
I didn't think any of the homeless in this park were bad people, but someone who was hard up for money might attack her. Especially after what I'd seen. I felt I was going to start imagining things I didn't want to visualize.
タクは大丈夫？
何が？
昨日あんなことがあったから。
Honestly, not really. Was Serica going through the same thing?
家に一人でいると昨日のこと思い出しちゃうんだ。それで怖くなって眠れなくて。
尾上。
ねえ、私一人でいるのやだな。今日だけでいいから泊まらせてくんない？
Knew exactly how she felt. Just having someone you knew next to you was enough to make you feel a lot better. Take me, for example. Having Serica here was letting me relax a little.
いいよ。
I'd have to sleep on the floor, I supposed.
ありがとう。
Serica must have felt better when she heard my response, because she looked like she was about to cry. She sat down right next to me on the bed. Why was she sitting next to me? There were other places to sit, but when I looked closer, I saw that her shoulders were shaking a little.
昨日のことが頭の中に焼き付いてて。
尾上。
It was natural, I supposed. Serica was a girl, and she was younger than me. Seeing something like that must have been a huge shock to her. It was my fault for getting her caught up in all this. As I started thinking about that, she put her head up against my shoulder.
タク、一緒にいて。お願い。
I love the wholesome
尾上はもっ
ones.
とずぶといだろ。
I love the wholesome ones. They're so sweet. Of course, in reality, Serica would never let me see her being that vulnerable, and she'd never actually come to visit. Was she okay, even if I wasn't? Maybe she was just fine. She was probably just dense. Yeah. I was really delicate, so in a sense, I was jealous of her. I sighed a little and locked the door. I'm still convinced that the waitress is, she's involved somehow. I refuse to believe she's just a side character. There's no way. She's the secret mastermind or something. The true ultimate overarching mastermind. Cafe waitress. Oh god. The bot. Oh no, I don't. Hold on. I can't check what was said. Oh, I shouldn't be skipping for this part. Uh-oh. I don't. The body. Well, this is the relevant case, right? Group dive. Okay, I need to stop and turn off skip mode. Group dive. It's this one.
で、
I'm gonna get in
その
trouble.
概要が
Oh, I fucked up.
一件目はこん
I
なもん
fucked
だ
up.
な。
Oh no!
じゃあ2件目に行こう。
That's not don't look at
通
me.
称音漏れ炭は深センで起こったから、
Uh-oh. This is bad news bears.
で、その遺体の画像が
This is not good. I done blew it.
で、その概要が
That being said, I am kind of curious, like, what the
ちなみに同じ日付の6年前の事件は
what happens when you mess up.
妊娠男だから
We don't talk about the pregnant man.
よし、じゃあ最後にラブホの事件だ。場所は道玄坂のラブホ街だから。
ん？
No,
おい、本当にそうだったか？
I'm sorry, I blew it.
もう一回考え直してみたら？
そうだな。よし、場所から行くか。1件目の事件、通称こっちみんなは鎮南で起こったから。
Note to self: turn off skip mode for the map sections.
その遺体の画像が
Okay, but now I can. Huh? Uh-huh. We don't talk about the pregnant man. Gross. Okay. Fairies dance. What is that?
で、
Is that the name of the karaoke
Karaoke.
place? Alright. So. Uh-huh.
つー
I'm being very careful here, just to make sure I. Uh-huh. Okay. What do you need me to do? In the picture.
これは？
ラブホの現場で撮った画像だ。
Mm-hmm. And then the relevant photo was this. Right? That's what they're asking? Yeah. No. God, I'm dumb. Alright. Be this, right? Yeah. Okay, stop, stop! Uh-huh. Okay. We're good. We're good. We made it. Oh, that's so creepy. The girl suddenly smiled and bowed.
妹？
嘘だ。クルスに妹がいるなんて話、聞いたことが。
渋谷地震の時に生き別れになっていたの。私自身、妹はもう死んじゃったんだって諦めていたんだけど、 まさかこうして再会できるなんて、本当に奇跡ってあるのね。
There were tears in Kurusu's eyes. And this girl really was her little sister? I was still having trouble believing it as the girl walked right up next to me.
あなたが宮代拓さんですか？
うん、そうだけど。
How did she know my name?
じゃあ私にとってはお兄ちゃんですね。
なんだと？
そうなの？だ
Oh
っ
my
て
lord.
拓さんはお姉ちゃんにとって弟同然なんでしょ？
The sparkles. What the hell? That doesn't make any sense at all. I looked to Kurusu for help.
拓仲良くしてあげて。よろしくお願いします、お
She-
兄ちゃん。
She did not help. And all of a sudden, I had a little sister. Things around here were about to get a lot more complicated. What is this? Credits. Or not. Not a chance in hell. There was no way this girl was Kurusu's little sister. Not that I had any idea what she was doing here. Oh my lord. Oh god, it's so the moving of it. The curtain. Yeesh. Hate it. I hate it a lot. Here's this thing. Yep, that's never not upsetting. Rikshi sticker. Let me just make sure I'm not. Yeah. Stickers. Again with this. The baby crying is a particularly upsetting touch.
なんでもない。
Oh, more maps. Okay. No. Hold on. Videos uploaded. Huh? Oh god. I already missed what they need to be. Taken from outside. What? Videos uploaded to wiki. Was footage of the inside So it's this, right?
で、その概要がこの動画のせいなんだよな。
Okay, so that's a weird. Oops, I'm doing it this way. Uh-huh.
ったく。
じゃあシールに関してこれまでにまとめた事件を付け出したけど、こっちみんなの現場が見える位置にあった力士シールの引きの画像は
The don't look at me case. That's this one.
それは？
力士シールが貼られていたところの引きの画像だ。
That's this one. Hate it.
Uh, ここは。
I think we're good.
そで、その画像が
The only other picture. All right, we're good. I did it. Oh, wait, there's more. Shit.
か。
Nope, we're good. Thank you, Kazuki. I remember this one too. The Rorschach test. It's so funny. this squid sticking out of her mouth. It's so funny. I still felt sick.
サムネイルは飛ばしてくれ。
オッケー。私もやだもん。
She skipped past the image of the sumo sticker and started to scroll through just the comments. There were a lot of different types of comments. Some were claiming that Watabe had ripped us off. Some of them were saying all kinds of horrible things about us. Very few of them were discussing the actual video. These weren't the comments I was interested in.
あ、メール来た。
メール？
That was the sound the PC made when it got an incoming email. The email address what? The email address it used was for the newspaper club. Ito and I had a joint account we used to upload videos onto Nikonia, and the email address was written on our profile page. Normal users never bothered to check out a profile page, so we almost never got any email. Sarika opened the email program on the computer. There was a single new email.
メールより動画だろう。
このタイミングだし、タレコミ情報かもしれない。
タレコミって何の？
そりゃだから、動画に関連した何かの。
Ito seemed unsatisfied, but it would only take a minute to check out the email. I asked Sarika to open it.
これって。
なんだよ。
You won the grand prize.
読むね。こんにちは。渋谷ニューズの管理人、ケイです。
ケイ？
Kay had gotten in touch with us. Yes! Now I'm excited.
あなたの作成した動画、とても興味深くて、昨日の私の番組で取り上げさせてもらいました。よければ連絡先を交換しませんか？素晴らしい発見をしたあなたとぜひお近づきになりたいの。今度直接会ってお話をさせてください。
Get to know me better. Maybe in person. I gulped. Kay had recognized our work. There could be no greater honor.
本物なのか。
ケイさんを語って連絡してくる意味がない。
And the address matched the one used by Shibuya
まだ続きあ
News.
るよ。私の自撮り画像を添付します。あなたの写真を返信してくれると嬉しいです。
I've attacked a picture.
自撮り画像？
You leave that picture alone. Kay had never put a picture of her face up on Shibuya News. Her broadcast was always voice only. Of course, I'd heard her voice, but I'd never seen her face. In my mind, I pictured her as a highly intelligent girl. And she'd sent a picture of her face?
ウイルスが仕込まれてるんじゃ。
Why was Ito so suspicious of everything? Kay wanted to get in touch with us. Would it kill you to be a little more excited?
ケイさんはそんなことしないだろ。
I would believe in Kay. I wanted to believe. Ooh.
お前、渋谷ニュースの信者だもんな。好きにしろ。
信者じゃないけど、ファンなのは確かだ。
Yikes.
尾上、添付ファイルを開いてみてくれ。
オッケー。
This was my chance to see Kay. I couldn't wait. I felt like I was meeting my future bride. Sarika moved the mouse and opened the attached file. And what appeared was... God, stop.
エロいな。
No, no, no.
ケイさんはそんな軽薄な人間じゃないし。
おい、宮代。何ブツブツ言ってるんだ？ちゃんと見てるのか？
え？
Ito and Sarika were looking at each of the comments on the video. Sarika flipped past any points where the sumo stickers appeared and just scrolled through the comments. Oops, now wasn't the time to be getting weird ideas.
渡部パクってんじゃねえよ。こっちの方が本当に早いの。マスゴミ被害者はこちらです。
そこら辺の議論はどうでもいいな。シールで検索かけてくれ。
オッケー。
I love it. Okay.
うー
Never gets old.
ろくな情報がないな。
One guy was calling it the Fatso sticker. Another was saying sumo sticker is my waifu. Damn it. Oh, internet. Oh, wait, no, no. Oh, no, okay, we're good. I was like, oh, it's time. He's right that Kay is not that kind of girl. She's just not a kind girl. She's the biggest bitch that ever bitched. I'm not sure if I've made it apparent how much I dislike Kunosato, but, you know, here we are again. Shit. I forgot about the bathroom situation. Oh, it's so awkward. Sarika sighed a little and slowly stood up.
あのさ、ちょっと相談があるんだけど。
相談？
What was this about? This is about to get deeply upsetting. Sarika seemed really uneasy.
さっき遺跡ぶった話あったでしょ？
ああ、うん。
私言ったよね。私たち二人だからトイレできないじゃんって。
言った、それが？
うん、やっぱりなんでもない。
ん？
Sarika's head drooped. For some reason, she looked like she was about to cry. She was clutching the hem of her skirt tightly and shaking a little. Oh my god. So you're telling me that the negative delusion here is that Takaru has to use the bathroom, and the positive delusion is that Sarika needs to use the bathroom? What the hell is this? That's really funny.
なんでもないって。
Oh
だって、
my
なんか
god.
泣きそうな顔してるじゃないか。
Finally, she started to bite her lip, as if she was trying to endure something. She really was acting weird. Sarika normally didn't behave this way.
どうしたんだ？言ってくれないとわからない。
Sarika just shook her head from left to right. She wasn't even looking at me anymore. What was going on? I didn't understand it at all. You're pretty dense, my guy. I'd never seen her like this before. Till just a moment ago, we were having a normal conversation. I grabbed her shoulder and peered into her eyes.
言ってくれ。長い付き合いだろ。僕を信用できないのか？
She shook her head even faster. And at last she started to cry. I looked closer and saw that her cheeks were flushed red.
何がダメなんだ？
Oh my lord.
お願い、タク。あっち向いてて。
え？
And then Sarika's body shook violently, just once. Until a moment ago, she'd seemed to be suffering, but now she looked almost relieved and relaxed.
何なんだよ。
I suddenly looked down. She was still holding her skirt hemmed tightly. There was a puddle at her feet. Oh my god! Are you kidding me? Miyashiro, my dude, what is wrong with you? Oh my god! What is wrong with your mind, my guy? Oh.
Huh?
Not only that, her long knee socks were soaking wet. Was this...
まさかお前
見ないで。
Serica begged me in a quiet voice.
こっち見ないで。
I could smell a faint whiff of ammonia. Oh my lord. It was obvious now what had happened.
なんでお前言わないんだよ。なんでこうなるまで我慢してたんだよ。
二人いたらトイレできないじゃん。タカがいるのに目の前でできるわけないじゃん。
Oh my lord. If that happened, I wouldn't know how to react. You and me both. But Serica and I were in a situation where that could happen at any minute. Maybe it was time to go home after all. As that stupid idea crossed my mind. The plot continued. Now I'm just gonna get sad every time I see Yui. God damn it. I get mad every time I see that guy. So many emotions. I remember this one too. This one might be the best one of all time, honestly. The Spark Wars. Spark Wars. Oh my god, stop. Stop it! Stop it! No, no, definitely not. No way. Also, this inverted view.
ほら、和樹。
Also
とにか
pretty
くそ
weird.
こどいて。
Oh my god, did they Freaky Friday? they pulled a Freaky Fridays. Huh? Wait a second. Was that my voice? I don't know why.
変だな。なんか喉の調子が。
What was going on here?
あ、あ、あ。
I knew it. Those were definitely my words. Which meant that my voice had turned into a girl's? No, that's not right. Then why? Why was I staring at my own face?
Huh?
This is really funny. This is great. Maybe.
僕と和樹の中身が入れ替わった嘘だ。そんなバカなことがあるわけが。
But I fearfully touched my chest. Is that the first thing you touch? Come on now. The sensation I felt was an unfamiliar one. Wait a second. This feeling was...
なんだろう、想像していたよりもずっと硬いぞ。硬すぎる。アニメなんかでボヨンボヨンと揺れている表現があるから、まるでマシュマロみたいに柔らかいのかと思っていたけれど。いや、待て、違う。そうじゃない。そうか、これはブラジャーをしているからか。
I hadn't considered that.
つまりブラを取ればもっと柔らかい本体が出現するということになるな。
The soft treasures beneath. I'm dying. Oh my god. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm alright. The soft treasures beneath.
でもブラのホックを外すなんて女子と付き合った経験のない男子にとっては難関中の難関だ。
Oh my god, I'm
自分
dying.
の背中にあるホックなんてどうやって外してるんだ。
Then I realized there was no need to go through all the trouble of undoing the hook.
そうか、ブラそのものを上にずらせばそれでいいじゃないか。
I gulped a little as I yanked the bra up from over my uniform. You're in the middle in the middle of the hallway, my guy. What are you doing? I could feel their contents being released from the pressure. Oh my
おお、
god.
これはすごい。
Also, Kazuki is right there. Granted, in Takuru's body, but still. I jumped a little and they shook. It was exactly like an anime. So that wasn't an exaggeration.
というか和樹ってもしかして、いや、もしかしなくてもむちゃくちゃ胸が大きいぞ。
She was definitely the owner of a giant rack. Dude, what is happening? As a guy, the idea of having globs of fat hanging off your chest was a very strange one. Maybe that was the reason why my shoulders felt a little stiff. So it was also true that girls with large breasts had stiff shoulders? Anyway, my breasts, that is to say Kazuki's, were currently not covered by a bra. I wanted to see, I had to see, this is taking a dark turn, alright. Were these two twin mounds as soft as I imagined them to be? I couldn't fight the overwhelming sensation of curiosity. I brought my hands up to my chest like it was the most natural thing in the world, and softly cupped my own breasts. This is deranged. Oh my god, stop! Stop! This is unhinged.
すごい。こんな。
He's drooling! And then I, or more precisely, probably Kazuki, who was in my body, ran up to me. She had tears in her eyes and was glaring at me.
え？
Yeah.
バカ。変態。
Felt a powerful impact on my face and my vision went black. Oh my god, that was unreal. The hidden treasures beneath is That's the greatest phrase. Okay, I'm okay. I'm okay. I can move on, I swear. Wait, was that a comic, an anime, or a novel, or something? I never thought I was into gender bending stuff. That got me a little excited, dude. Maybe it was a bad idea to stay like this. For so many reasons. Oh, that was great. That was so funny. So funny. Still surprised that lady didn't die. Like, I remember the first time I watched that, I was like, oh, she's dead. She's so dead. She didn't die. It's great. Okay, I'm gonna make a save here, because apparently this is a relevant one. So I'm gonna put a save, just so I remember that it's important. I'll put it on number 1. The save of number 1 is relevant. But for now.
いえ、
宮代先輩っていい声してますよね。
そうですか。
No one had ever told me that before.
実は私昔から声フェチなんですよ。
Damn it. I have been told I have a good voice. I don't believe them when they say that, but I have been told it. So I've never been told that by someone who has a voice fetish, but you know, different strokes for different folks, I guess. So, that was really none of my business.
宮代先輩の声って十分腐女子の干渉に耐えられるクオリティだと思うんです。
Quality?
そうかな。
マニアックな私が言うんですから、そうですって。というわけで先輩、今からここで私のためだけに朗読してください。
朗読ですか。
文芸部の活動の一環でもあるんですけど、宮代先輩にぜひとも。
It was hard for me to say no after all these compliments.
その何を読めばいいんですか。
ですね。それは。
I can guess. I can guess at the very least I can guess the genre. Blushing, she took out a notebook.
じゃじゃーん、これを。
It looked like a normal student's notebook. There was nothing on the cover. I flipped it open. I was only on the first page, and already I was looking at a whole different world. Two pretty boys, drawn in the style of a girl's manga, were holding each other, mostly naked. It was drawn in pencil, and the illustrations weren't that great. There was even a dialogue bubble. Oh my god. Pierce me with your Excalibur. What the hell? I don't understand. Did Arimura draw this?
これ、私が文芸部で本を作る時用のネタ帳なんですけどね。やっぱ実際に男子に声に出してもらった方がイメージ湧くでしょ？
いや、そんなの僕には。
お願いします。
無理です。
どうしてもダメですか？私こんなこと他に頼める男子がいなくて。
Come on, Miyashiro. Play along.
女子の友達は多いんですけどね。男子ってちょっと苦手だったりしちゃったり。でも先輩が嫌なら無理強いはできないですよね。
有村さん。
If she was really relying on me, I couldn't turn her down. Hell yeah.
わかりました。少しだけなら。
本当ですか？ありがとうございます。
She smiled happily. Now that I had actually talked to her, I realized she was a strange person, but not a bad one.
で、どこを読めば？
最初からおなしゃす。
最初から？
She wanted me to read this aloud?
感情たっぷりにおなしゃす。エロい感じでおなしゃす。
Could I do that? I took a deep breath to calm myself down. Arimura was looking at me with stars in her eyes. It was embarrassing. I couldn't tell her to look away. I guess I'd just have to do it. Oh my god. Stop. Stop. This smells sick. Stop the bananas. Stop. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. This is gonna kill me. Oh my god, the sumo stickers with the bananas. Alright. Oh my god, she's vibrating. Look at her. Arimura's face went bright red. She started to pant, snort, and bang her head. This was tougher than I thought. She turned into Temmie from Undertale. What the fuck is going on? Mentally, I didn't know if I could do it. I wanted to get away as soon as possible.
もういいよね。
あー、ちょっと待って。次のページもお願いできませんか？
The next page? I flipped the page. There was a similar picture and dialogue bubble.
ささ。
お前のアイスキャンディー、俺の中でとろけさせてくれよ。
This is the greatest thing ever. Yes, what? Dude, I'm actually running out of breath. I'm like lightheaded now. Oh my god. I'm okay. I'm not okay.
次お願いします。
I give up.
いや、やめろよ。この鬼畜巨根野郎。
There goes all nuance, what little it had. Arimura had a look of ecstasy on her face. Her eyes looked like she was on drugs.
先輩、最高です。最高にエロいっす。
Dude, the way she like just vibrates is really funny.
私、もう。
And then her whole body started to spasm. A bit of drool was dripping out the side of her mouth, but she didn't try to wipe it up. Oh my god.
こんな興奮したの初めてっす。先輩、これから定期的に朗読会やってもらえませんか？次は攻めの方のバージョンも聞いてみたいんです。それと今度は文芸部の同じ趣味を持つ人たちも連れてきます。大丈夫、みんな女子っすから、きっとみんな先輩の声にメロメロになりますからね。いいでしょ？いいですよね。
And that was that was how my career as a voice actor in gay porn for girls began. What an incredible origin story. Incredible. If that happened, I'd kill myself. But if that was her only secret, that would be fine. Well, maybe not fine. But it felt like the real Arimura was hiding something more dangerous. That was probably why she brought me here. In other words, plot. Dude, that was incredible. That was so funny. That was how my career as a voice actor in gay porn began. That, oh my god. This game, man. Alright. More. Oh my lord. Oh my god. Ugh, I hate it. It's so icky. I'm still recovering from the that incredible scene. Oh.
直接は
It's time to carefully.
まず今回の
Okay.
渡部氏殺害事件がニュージェネの狂気の再来と呼ばれる一連の事件の延長線上にあるという話。
Huh?
いい。
いやいや待て。
Gonna make sure I'm not making any errors. Okay. Oh, okay, this one I remember.
そう
Super duper psychic powers.
力士
Hmm.
大
And that's it. I did it. Okay. Imagine throwing your buddy into a locker with a corpse. Like, Jesus Christ. Ew. Got Captain Violence. Stop strangling people! Lunatic. Ugh. Ugh. Even just that split second of that sound is awful.
宮代。
え？
その件が気になるのか。
Kunisada brought it up, and I was trying my hardest to ignore it.
いや別に
I tried my best to laugh and avoid looking at it. Kunosato must have sensed what I was doing because she dropped the subject. Instead,
やはりお前こそが真のアウグルなんだな。
true augur. She whispered, "What was going on? Why had she brought us here?" The windows started to rattle. It must have been the wind. The only thing I could see outside the window were the streetlights shining in the darkness. For some reason, I felt very anxious. And then it came without warning. There was a huge crash as the window shattered. A black ball landed in the center of the room.
なんだ。
捕らえましたよ、久野里美代。
It was a tiny girl with glasses. I knew her face. She was the black ball? What? She was the girl we'd seen at AH Tokyo General Hospital.
つけられていたか。
見つけたからには皆さんの命はありません。平等にエゼクさんをします。宮代さん、あなたもです。
はあ。
For some reason, I didn't sound very worried. I was having trouble keeping up with the situation.
徳。
Sarika was clinging to me, a little afraid. It was rare to see her look that way. Normally, she was optimistic and easygoing. As the man here, I needed to protect her.
私は風使い。人呼んで。
Windmaster! Whirlwind! Oh my god.
サイズ。
That translated to...
かまいたち。
I saw that her nails were shining emerald green. Did she paint them with luminescent paint?
セブンスのプラーガが出張ってくるとはな。だが分かっているのか。ここはセロパライズだぞ。力を使えばどうなるか。
知ったことではありません。我が使命はただ一つ。計画の障害を取り除くことだけですから。
させるか。
Kunosato reached for her blade, but before she could,
可視化せよ、我が風。
a burst of wind blew through the room. The wind shone emerald green.
切り裂け。
島。
The emerald wind surrounded Kunosato's body. Her clothes were torn apart. Not just her clothes, her beautiful skin and long black hair were ripped apart by invisible blades. Red blood flew through the air.
なんだよ。なんだよこれ。
Kunosato fell to the ground, covered in blood. Her hand had just managed to grab the blade, but she couldn't fight like that. Kunosato was going to die. Oh no. But all I could do was stand there and watch. If I interfered, I would meet the same fate. I would be executioned. Whatever the fuck that means.
オーガナイザー側のアウグルも質が落ちたものですね。久野里美代、あなた程度で私を止められるとでも？
Kunosato gritted her teeth and staggered to her feet using the sword as support. That's crazy. You can't do anything like that. She'll just kill you.
いや、知らん。
The last of her strength, Kunosato offered me her sword.
剣を取れ。私には使いこなせなかったが、お前なら、お前だからこそ。 真の力を引き出せる。成層圏グラジオラスはお前のために、カオスチャイルドのためにある剣なんだから。
The holy Ideo Blade Gladiolus.
僕のためにある。
My name was the Chaos Child. Kunosato pushed it into my hands, her arms strong, but not strong enough that she was forcing me to take it.
宮代拓戦え。
Fight? Me?
戦え。でないとみんな死ぬ。
It just keeps going. And then Kunosato collapsed into my arms. I grabbed her, and suddenly my hands were slick with red blood. She'd always been so intimidating that I thought she was much taller than me. But her body was so frail and so light. She was just a girl, too. But she'd fought so hard until she ended up like this. I had to do it. I didn't know what was going on. But if I didn't stop her, not only Kunosato's life, or my life, but Serika and Ito's lives would be in danger as well. I would have to protect everyone. I set Kunosato on the ground, and motioned to Serika and Ito to step back. I gripped the sword I'd been given tightly. Then I turned to face the girl in the glasses, Whirlwind.
話は終わりましたか、カオスチャイルド。
I glared at her silently.
あなたがその剣を取るというのなら、ウィーゼルサイズの名にかけて容赦しません。真の覚醒へと至る前に、今ここでエゼクサンをします。
I didn't know what to expect, but if I didn't fight, I would die. I had to fight. I steeled myself and took a step forward towards Whirlwind. Whirlwind. Oh my lord. Huh? You were in your last year of high school. What the hell are you thinking? Sure, any Japanese boy who grew up on manga could fantasize about something like that, but it was all tropes and cliches. If it had gotten launched in a magazine, it would have been cancelled after 10 weeks. I blamed the sword that was just sitting there in the corner. Any boy who saw that sword would remember his dark history. Anyway, this was no time to be thinking about that sword.
ケイさん、俺マジファンなんす。声聞いてるだけで超癒されるっつうか。
そんなことはどうでもいい。
As I sat there fantasizing, Kunosato was tearing apart Ito's hopes and dreams. He was having a bad time. Oh my god. Dark history. My right arm, it burns! Also, that's my left arm. It doesn't. That's embarrassing. My left right arm. Smoosh, smoosh. Oh, wasn't that the part where the text went off the screen so I literally couldn't read it? That was fun. The smoosh. I believe this is where the sumo stickers crashed my game. That was also pretty funny. Hope it doesn't happen again. Nope, we're good. We made it. While I hesitated, Arimura ran past the woman toward the street. The woman slowly stood up. I ran after Arimura before the woman could get up. I ran down many different alleyways and turned on several corners. I didn't even know where I was anymore. I just kept running, sure that if I turned back, that woman would be behind me. I ran. And ran. And ran. So far away. Sorry. And then... You made it. New chapter. Alright. Where's Arimura? Where did Arimura go? How could she run away and leave me behind? Damn it. And what the hell is wrong with that woman? Why did me have to go through this? Why did me... Whatever. Was it because I'd been investigating the case? Then maybe...
あなた殺されますよ。宮代拓先輩。
Maybe I should have listened to Arimura's warning. Maybe I should have dropped the case right then and there. But back then, I never thought the killer would come after me. And I wasn't trying to catch them. I just thought it was interesting. We were only following the case because it was fun. Was that just how the real world worked? I hadn't done anything wrong. I'd just been doing this for fun. Is that enough to justify killing me? If she killed me, I would die. That is correct. If I died, I'd cease to exist. Also true. I'd disappear. I'd be gone. I wouldn't be able to see anything, hear anything, say anything, eat anything. Everyone would make a fuss at first. Maybe someone would cry. They wouldn't really mean it, and they wouldn't do it for long. Before long, they'd all forget about me. Kurusu, Ito, Kazuki, and Sarika. I'd be all alone in an empty, dark world. No one would remember me. No. No, 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 no! Anything but that. I heard a noise in front of me. Footsteps. Did she get ahead of me somehow? Could I do it again if I had to? The way I dodged those flames, if that was what Arimura said was my power, but how? I knew I had to bring out that sword thing again, but I didn't know how to do it. It wasn't working. I'd been able to do it before because I wasn't thinking about it, but when I tried to do it now, the panic won out, and not only could I not use my powers, I couldn't even see the sword anymore. The footsteps kept getting closer. It was no good. I'd have to run. It was all I could do now. My mind knew I had to run, but my body wouldn't obey. My legs went numb, and my heartbeat was deafening. The sweat pouring down my brow got into my eyes, and I didn't even know where I was running anymore. The footsteps from behind got gradually closer. They were almost on top of me. Right around that corner. So close. And look, she's right there. I flailed my arms and legs out at my attacker, who screamed in a surprisingly cute voice.
Senpai, 無事だったんですね。
なんだよ、脅かすなよ。
驚いたのはこっちですよ。いきなり大声上げて。
だって僕はてっきりあの女だと。てかなんでここに。僕を置いて先に逃げていったくせに、なんでまだこんなところにいるんだよ。
それはこっちのセリフです。どうして私と同じ方向に逃げてきちゃうんですか？そんなことしたら追っかけてこられちゃうかもしれないじゃないですか。
ちょっと待て。もしかしてお前、僕をおとりにするつもりだったのか？
別に最初からそういうつもりってわけじゃないです。ただ結果的にそうなったってだけっす。
Why you?
怪しいもんだな。そんなこと言って本当は。
Yeah, it's pretty rude. Arimura suddenly put her hand across my mouth before I could say another word. I was about to complain, but when I saw the look on her face, I shut up and listened. There was no doubt about it. Oh, God. Dude, the scraping. The sound. This time, it really was that woman. Jeez. There was an explosion, and a shockwave in the air struck me in the face. I could smell something burning within the black smoke that covered my vision. And beyond it, the woman with the empty eyes. I knew that. I knew that, but what was I supposed to do?
こうなったら一か八かもう一度あの力を。
できるんですか？
わからない。でもやるしかないだろう。
I forced my shaking legs to turn toward the woman. Her eyes were still as empty as she stared at me. I can read, I swear. I couldn't sense anything in them at all. I couldn't tell what she was thinking or why she was doing this. But I could tell that her eyes were looking at me. She was after me. Please, just one more time. Just one more time. Focus. Focus. Give me power.
Senpai.
いや、
先輩。
やっぱり無理だ。できない。どうしよう有村。
今さらそんなこと言わないでくださいよ。
だって こういう時こそ火事場のなんとかでどうにかできるかもと思ったんだよ。
Maybe things weren't that easy after all.
ていうかお前の力でどうにかならないのか。
無理ですよ、
Yes.
そんなの。
Yeah, lie detect at her. Miss, do you really want to kill us? Yes. Shit, she's telling the truth. I could see the woman raising her hand slowly out of the corner of my eye. This was not good. At this distance, if I get hit with those flames, it was going to be really, really hot. No, hotter than hot. I could burn to death. Even if I didn't die, I'd be badly burned. There was no way I'd be okay. I needed to find some way to run. But how? A spiral of orange light was forming in the woman's hand. Oh. Did this mean I was going to die? So was I going to die now? Did dying always feel so unreal? The woman was right on top of us now. A massive whirlpool of flame had formed around her hands. And then she slowly turned her hands toward us. And then there was a sudden strange sound as the flames flowed backward and struck her in the face. She flailed back and fell to her knees. I looked behind me and saw that Arimura was holding a can of hairspray. Arimura might not have expected it to do much, but it worked better than she could have possibly imagined. Huh. Arimura was staring in shock at what just happened. There wasn't time for that. The woman was slowly starting to look up at us. Arimura's counterattack had made her angry. If she came after us again, we'd be dead. Before that happened,
逃げるぞ有村。
I picked up the spray can at my feet and flung it at our attacker, then grabbed Arimura by the hand and ran toward the strange woman. She must not have expected that, because fortunately, we didn't hear any footsteps right away. For now, we needed to lose her and get somewhere safe, so where we could hide. But the only place we could hide around here was there. But if she found that place, no, now wasn't the time to worry about that. I'd have to chance it.
先輩、どこへ？
こっちだ。
Good old science. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Hey, what happened to all that courage you had a moment ago?
何言ってるんだよ。もうちょっと頑張れよ。
そういう先輩こそ息上がってるじゃないですか。
Damn it, did she have to talk back at a time like this?
ここで諦めたら死んでしまうかもしれないんだぞ。分かってるのか。
分かってるけど。
But Arimura was right. My heart was pounding so loud I thought it might burst. In manga and anime, you always gained incredible stamina in situations like this. Evidently, that didn't really happen, though. It was impossible for a human being to surpass their limits. Maybe I should have exercised more. Obviously, it was too late for that. Still, that didn't mean I could give up.
とにかくもう少しだけ頑張れ。そうすれば。
そうすれば。
I didn't have the strength left to answer her question. We just had to keep going. Even a big city like Shibuya had lots of tiny, overlapping little alleyways off the main streets. And this area was my home, which meant I had the advantage. And it wouldn't be long before... I was right. I could hear sirens. Even in an alleyway, someone would have heard all that noise. If the police were here, that woman would have bigger problems than trying to track us down.
よし、今のうちに。
先輩。
こっちに。
ちょっと。
I lowered my body to the ground and headed further into the darkness.
先輩、ここって。
At this point, I'd be able to find my way there blindfolded.
ねえ、先輩、ここは。
し、今黙ってこの中へ。
でも。
いいから早く。
Oh! That's not what I was expecting. We listened carefully to the sounds around us as we caught our breaths. If we heard her footsteps, we'd recognize them instantly. We could hear the sound of police sirens in the distance. I hoped that the police would catch her and take her away. We just stood there, frozen in prayer, as we waited for time to pass. 5 minutes, then 10. It wasn't long at all, but it felt like an eternity.
さすがにこれだけ待っても来ないなら、もう大丈夫だろう。
I took a deep breath. All the tension drained from my body, and I slowly sat on the ground.
もう大丈夫でしょうか。
Arimura asked.
ああ、多分。
そうですか。
Anyway, that woman, was she the one behind the murders? Then what was her connection to the facility under the hospital? Or was she acting on her own? There still wasn't enough information to tell.
先輩。
何？
もうそろそろいいんじゃないかと。
だからもう大丈夫だってさっき言ったじゃないか。
いえ、そういうことではなくてですね。その手を。
手？
はい。ずっと握ったままなので。
I'd been so desperate to get away from that woman that I hadn't realized it, that it looked like I'd been holding Arimura's hand the whole time. And it wasn't just her hand. She and I were incredibly close. I quickly jumped back.
こんな暗いところに連れ込んで、もしかして先輩。
Oh my god, stop.
言っておくが、わざとじゃないからな。変な意味で握ってたわけじゃないからな。
わかってます。先輩って見るからにそういうの得意じゃなさそうだし。
なんだと。
なんていうのかな。ほら、女の子慣れしてないっていうか。
待て待て待て。僕を見くびってもらっちゃ困るな。言っとくけどこれでも僕はリア充だぞ。
リア充ですか？
Hilarious. The term didn't seem to mean anything to her.
そう、わかる？リア充。リアルが充実してるって意味。いいか、アリメルがどう思っているのか知らないけど、女の子の扱いについては僕はこれでも。
I feel like the type of person who needs to tell people that they're a normal. They're not. I feel like actual normals don't use the term normal in that circumstance. They're just, you know.
っていうか、なんなんですかここ。
人の話を聞けよ。
Arimura had stood up and started to look around the dark room. Hide the cool cat!
痛い。なんか蹴っちゃった。
おいおい、勝手に動き回って人の家の中のもの壊すんじゃない。
家？
そうだよ。
Dude, turn on the
僕は
lights.
僕の
Like,
家。わ
I
かる
mean, I
か？
guess they're still
つ
hiding.
まり今僕が住んでいるところという意味だ。
Never mind. I decided it was probably safe now and turned on the lights.
へえ。
Now that she could see, Arimura was looking around the room in surprise. She seemed a lot less on edge than usual, probably because she was pretty sure the woman wasn't going to come after us anymore.
喉乾いてるだろ。
I opened up the fridge and took out 2 plastic bottles. Then I handed one to her.
ありがとうございます。
She opened the bottle and took a big swig of it.
ようやく生きてるって実感が湧いてきたな。
なんですかこれ。
マウンテンビューだよ。知らないのか？マウンテンビューは日本で一番カフェインの含有量が多くて、頭脳の覚醒作用を促すことにおいては。
I'm more of a Dr. Pepper person myself. Arimura ignored me, even though I was in the middle of my lecture, and grimaced with her mouth still full of Mountain View. Evidently, she didn't like it, because it's gross.
ここって
It's not a good
トレー
soda.
ラーハウスですか？
いや、トレーラーハウスっていうのは、ある程度の期間一つの場所に定住するのを目的としたもので、どちらかというと車輪のついた家のことを言う。それに比べてこの家は移動することを目的とした宿泊施設のついた車と考えるべきで、そうした場合はキャンピングカーと言った方が正しい。ちなみに一言にキャンピングカーといっても、専用の車体を利用したフルコンとか、バンやボックスカーの内部を改装して居住空間を作ったバンコンなどいろいろあって、この家の場合は
She's unleashed the beast.
どうして先輩はこんな家に住んでるんですか？
Would you please let me finish?
宮代先輩ってクルス先輩と兄弟っていうか、確か弟さんでしたよね、施設の。
あれはクルスが勝手に弟だって言ってるだけだよ。まあ何年か同じ施設で育ったのは確かだけど。
I would have preferred that she didn't ask any more questions about that. If she asked, I'd have to tell her about what happened.
そうなんすね。
Huh?
そうなんすねって聞かないのか？
何をですか？
だから僕とクルスの関係とか、なんで僕だけここで暮らしてるのかとか。
聞きませんよ。だって先輩聞かれたくないでしょ？
どうしてそう思う？あ、もしかして。
Maybe it was her power?
残念ながら違います。私の能力はただその人の言葉が真実かどうかわかるだけで、相手が何を考えてるのかまではわかりませんから。
Then how did she know?
でもその代わりに人の気持ちっていうのに敏感になって、だからその人が何を考えてるかっていうのはなんとなくわかるようになっちゃったんですよね。もちろんそれも分かりやすい人と分かりにくい人とがいますけど。
つまり僕は分かりやすいってことか。
さあどうでしょう。
冗談を言ってもらっちゃ困るな。僕の思考は複雑で、ちょっとやそっとじゃ思考を読むなんてできないはずだ。
Yeah, you're real paradox, my guy.
へえ。
You have a truly labyrinthian
なん
mind.
だよ。
いえ、自分では本気でそう思ってるんだなって。
Busted.
自分ではってなんだよ。
それじゃあさっきの話聞いてもいいんですか？
それは
Maybe it was easy to tell what I was thinking.
じゃあその代わり別のこと聞いてもいいっすか？
別のこと？
先輩ってリア充なんでしたよね。
その話だよ。僕はリア充なんだ。だから女の子の扱いに関しては。
リア充ってこういう本読むものなんすか？
Ooh. Ooh. Ultra busted. Arimura picked up one of the magazines scattered at her feet.
クールキャットプレス。女の子との出会いからエッチまで。
It's all over. GG. I quickly reached out to grab it, but she dodged me easily.
なになに？南方健二先生、僕は彼女ができません。どうすればいいですか？女は部屋に呼んで押し倒せば言うことを聞く。
The fuck? This got a lot less funny. That's upsetting. I reached out my hand again to grab the magazine from her. But I'd run so far and was so exhausted that even that was enough to throw me off balance. And as a result... Oh, God damn it. Oh boy. Oh jeez. Why are we in the Phantom Zone? What's going on? Why are we in the chaos dimension? Why was she looking at me that way? Wait, this was just like...
まさか、先輩。
Oh my god, stop. No, wait. Did I really not? Minami Kata had said it after all. No! Stop this! If you pin a woman down, she'll do whatever you want. That's... She actually wanted you to. I didn't actually believe it good, but maybe it was true and I just didn't know it. I don't even have words for this. Then maybe. Oh my god, why? Why is this happening? Actually, there was a whole special on it, wasn't there? Is this the part where I have to put my morals to the side? Here, let me just put those in a box over here. I'll get them in a moment. It was in the July 1999 issue, I think. That bratty little girl a year or two younger than you is actually just waiting for you to make a forceful move. A forceful move. That meant...
そうだよ。実は全て僕が仕組んだことだ。
全部って。
全部と言ったら全部だよ。あの女のことも何もかも。
じゃあ私たちが襲われたことも先輩が？でもどうして？
This immediately doesn't make any sense because she'd immediately be like, no, you weren't. You're lying right now.
決まってるだろ。君をここに連れ込むためだ。
But it's a delusion. It's not supposed to make any sense. I get it. It's the whole point. Oh my god. I grabbed her by the wrists and pinned her to the bed. Morals are over there.
私をここに。
I don't need them right now.
それってつまり。
For some reason, Arimura didn't resist. She just stared back into my eyes.
わかるだろ。
そんな。まさか宮代先輩がそんなことする人だったなんて。
Despite what she said, her eyes were dewy and shining in the light of the fluorescent bulbs above. As proof.
でも、そういう強引な人、好き。
Cool Cat Press was right! All hail Cool Cat Press!
有村。
先輩。
Oh my god. Alright.
なんてあるわけないよな。
We're good. Wait, didn't I think about this once before? Yeah, once too many, my guy. Once too many. Man, I never learn, do I?
先輩、早くどいてくれないと大声出しますよ。
ごめん。
I leapt off her and started to grab the magazines off the floor.
その雑誌。
これは違うんだ。
I'd screwed up. I never imagined that a younger girl would see these.
違うって何がですか？
だから
Oh, right. No matter what kind of excuse I came up with, Arimura would realize it was a lie. Gigalomaniacs. What an obnoxious power. I mean, it's easy, just don't lie. Boom.
何笑ってるんだよ。
ほんと先輩って分かりやすいなと思って。
悪かったな、分かりやすくて。
別に悪くはないですって。私にとってはその方が付き合いやすいですし。あ、付き合うって言っても別に変な意味じゃないですからね。
念を押さなくったってそれくらい分かってるよ。
Even I wasn't dumb enough to misunderstand that.
だったらいいんですけど。
Arimura slowly stood up and looked out the window. You could still hear the faint noises of police and fire truck sirens in the distance. Come to think of it, I had already forgotten that I almost died out there. Why? No, there was no need to ask why. It was because of Arimura. If I was here alone, I'd probably still be shaking. I wasn't trying to say that after what happened, Arimura was now someone special to me, or anything like that. But in the past few hours, the thick wall between the two of us felt like it had gotten a little thinner.
さてと、それじゃあ私はそろそろ。
帰るのか？
いつまでもここにいるわけにもいられないですし、それとも泊まっていけとでも言います？
言わないよ。
Damn it, she was making fun of me.
大丈夫です。一応人気のありそうなところを通って帰りますから。さすがにこの騒ぎの中、ことを起こすとも思えないですし。
She was probably right, I thought. But
送っていこうか。
どうしてですか？
心配だからに決まってるだろ。
心配？私が？
一応それでも女の子だからな。送っていくのは男の役目だろ。
that's what Cool Cat Press had said. Ah, casual sexism.
もしかしてそれもあの雑誌の受け売りですか？
Called out.
違う。
先輩ってやっぱりわかりやすい。
Damn it, I give up.
それもあるけど、やっぱり危ないと思って。何？
それは本当なんだ。
はい
え、なんでもお気持ちだけいただいておきます。
Arimura cheerfully walked toward the exit and stopped and turned around before she got to the door.
今日はありがとうございました。先輩のおかげで助かりました。ということにしておきます。ではでは、アディオスグラッシャー。
Dude, she's funny. she's funny. She bowed her head slightly and left.
しておきますは余計だ。
Strangely, though, it didn't bother me. Anyway,
ギガロマニアックス。ねえ。
I'd used some kind of power to control that woman's flames. Arimura had said that it was my power, but that was the only time I'd been able to use it. Let's try this again. I took a deep breath to calm myself. My power. At first, it was so hazy I had to focus to see it at all. But gradually, it began to form a definite shape in the corner of my eye. It was twisted yet beautiful, disgusting yet pure. Its very presence was so overwhelming that it was impossible to believe it belonged to this world. I reached out my hand, fearfully. I couldn't even touch it. What had I done before? That's right, when she'd attacked me with her flames, I had... Was this my... It was just a message. That scared me. It was from Arimura. I made it home safe. I was surprised that she'd be thoughtful enough to let me know. Either way, I was glad nothing had happened. After I put down the phone, I tried a lot of different ways to strengthen my power, and then at some point I fell asleep. I wouldn't know until morning what had happened to the woman after that. 2005. Just in general. They say that every person has a single image somewhere in their mind that defines who they are. For Hinae Arimura, that image was of her family seated around a dinner table. Her mom and dad, and her brother, the four of them sitting around the table. That image, more than anything else, defined the kind of person that Hinae was. Her mom and dad both worked, and on weekdays they'd often come home late. Sometimes they didn't even come home at all. But Hinae never felt alone. She was never alone because she had an older brother. Her parents had told her that when she was born, he'd been the happiest boy in the world. But she didn't need to hear that to know how much she meant to her brother. This is really sweet, and I'm like preemptively sad for whatever's about to happen to this nice sweet little family. Hinae had always had a pretty face ever since she was a baby, and she'd always been popular. But her brother loved her more than anyone. Whenever Hinae cried, he'd always tried to make her feel better, and when it was time for her to sleep, he'd rock her in his arms. He was in one of the older classes at elementary school, and he'd probably wanted to play with his friends. He'd had a lot of friends, actually, and every day they'd invite him over. But he would always turn them down and come straight home to be with Hinae. With their parents working so much, he'd spent a lot of time alone in the house. He probably didn't want Hinae to go through the same thing. Normally, acting like that would cost him his friends, but that had never happened. He was just that good of a big brother. As Hinae got older, she became more and more like a young girl, and her brother loved her even more. Her parents decided that Hinae could safely be left in her brother's care, and started to come home even later. But every Sunday, they were always home. Sometimes they'd all go out somewhere for the day, then come back in the evening to eat at the dinner table. That was the rule at the Arimura household. There was always warm food, and her family was always smiling. That was what happiness meant to her. It was something so natural and so normal that she never doubted it. And it was the truth. Okay.
昨日あの後はそんなことがあったんだ。
That was really sweet and like happy and good and nice. And I'm like, oh, what traumatic nonsense. It's gonna ruin it for me. I gotta go to the bathroom again. I'll be right back. I don't know what is going on with my bladder lately, but whatever it is, it sucks and I hate it. Anyways.
ああ、ほんと大変だった。勘弁してほしいよ。
The first thing I did when I got to school the next morning was tell Serica what had happened. I had no way of knowing what had happened to the woman after that. I checked the news when I woke up, but not only did I not find a name, I couldn't even find anyone reporting on the attack. There were a lot of people on the social networks talking about the strange woman. After all that chaos, the police had to have known about her. Still, I didn't know what would happen next. I was a little hesitant to go to school, but I figured she wouldn't be willing to attack me in broad daylight. And since I'd made it here safely, I must have been right. No wonder things look weird today. I'm using the wrong. Oh my god. I'm so bad at this. I knew something felt weird. It's using the wrong lights.
どうって、有村と僕の部屋に逃げ込んだ。
部屋ってあのトレーラーハウスに？
それ以外にどこがある？
二人で？
そりゃそうだろ。僕たちを襲った女も一緒にいちゃおかしいじゃないか。
なるほどね。
It felt like she was implying something.
なんだよ。急にニヤニヤしちゃって。
だってさ、あのタクが女の子と二人で部屋にだよ。これってすごいことじゃない？
失礼な。いいか、いつも言ってるように僕はリア充なんだ。その程度のこと別に珍しくなんてない。
じゃああそこに移ってから女の子が部屋に来たことは？
しょっちゅう。
私とのんちゃんを除くと？ほらほら、初めてでしょ？でしょ？
うるさいな。
で何かあったりした？
Serica's voice dropped into a conspiratorial whisper as she grinned at me.
何かってなんだよ。
またとぼけちゃって、そんなの決まってるでしょ？
あるわけないだろ。そもそも僕たちは襲われたんだぞ。それどころじゃないって。
そんなこと言って本当はまんざらでもなかったり？
だから違うってば。
あらら、そこにいるのは。
I turned around and saw Arimura herself waving at us.
有村。
有村です。宮代先輩、チャオっす。
ああ。
Arimura was acting like nothing like the way she did last night in my room, and I wasn't sure how to deal with it. But I guess she was always like this at school.
セリもチャオっす。チャオっす、ひなちゃん。
At least she hadn't heard what we were talking about. Time to change the subject. Oh my god.
で、一体何が違うってんですか？
Vacuuming is happening, so that's fun.
もしかして聞いてたのか？
まんざらでもないとか違うとか何の話だったんです？ねえ、教えてくださいよ。いいでしょ？ね？それがね、実は。
違うんだ。別に大した話じゃなくて。
Her voice was chipper, but her eyes weren't laughing at all. That's right, there was no way I could lie to Arimura.
ただ昨日の話をしてただけだよ。
昨日の？昨日の ねえ、うん、そうですか。
I love this song, by the way. It's so great. Huh? That must have been good enough for her. I'd expected her to be more suspicious. Oh, that's right. Arimura could only tell if I was lying or telling the truth. In other words, I was safe as long as I didn't tell her everything. Maybe I could use that with Arimura in the future.
そうだ、そんなことより宮代先輩、これ見てくださいよ。
Arimura gently rubbed her hair, which she tied up to the side.
髪がどうかしたのか？
わかりません？ほら、ここ髪の毛のここんとこ、昨日のあれでチリチリボーンになっちゃって。
どこ？
I got closer to look, but I couldn't really tell.
ほら、ここっすよ、ここ。
ん？ああ、本当だ。でもこのくらい大したことないだろ。
ああ、なんすかその言い方。女子の髪の毛をなんだって思ってんですか？だいたい先輩がさっさとなんとかしてくんないからですよ。
何言ってんだ。そんなのただの言いがかりだろ。なあお前。
ふんふん。
お前？
What is that?
先輩、セリどうしちゃったんすか？
ああ、こいつ昔からこういうところがあるんだ。気にしないでくれ。
She was probably thinking about something stupid again. But if I asked her about it, I'd probably have a mess on my hands.
ふん。あ、そうだ。それより宮代先輩、例の能力のことですけど。
She was whispering, so I whispered too.
なあ、そのことなら僕の方からも話がある。
Whisper, whisper.
例の能力って、もしかしてあの剣が見えるとかいう？セリ、誰が聞いてるかわかんないんだから、そんな大きな声で話すなっつーの。
It's so weird having this interaction, knowing what we know. Like,
ごめん。
this is this extra dimension of knowledge, just sort of sitting up here like the sword of Damocles. Nothing, just gotta live with it.
それで先輩。
ああ、実は少しだけどコントロールできるようになってきたかも。
それってタクも不思議な力が使えるようになったってこと？セリ？
After what had happened yesterday, I'd been tired, but I'd done what I could to learn more about my power. It looked like I needed to use someone else's brain to make my delusions real, so I asked Gen to be my guinea pig. Knowing Gen, he'd be so drunk that he'd forget after a day or so. As a result,
ちょっとくらい軽いものなら動かせるようになった。
ちょっとくらいって、例えば石とかですか？
いや、もうちょっとかな。
じゃあノートとか
2、3ページくらいなら。
何それ、そんなんじゃスカートめくりくらいにしか使えないじゃん。
今はまだ大したことないかもしれないけど、そのうちもっと大きいものだって動かせるようになるって。
Serica, you jerk. I tried really hard. Dude, stop. But still, flipping up skirts, huh? I see. I hadn't thought of that. My ass, you didn't. Oh my god, no. God damn it. Alright, fine. I'd overlooked that. What a brilliant idea! But I couldn't do it here. No, but this might be a good chance to show off my powers. And what's more, Serica, this was your fault to begin with. Do you know how hard I worked just to move one tiny little object? I'd barely gotten a wink of sleep last night. It was the least she could do after all that effort. Oh my god. Stop.
僕
Arimura's face just like, oh god, no.
そうかいそうかい。そんなに言うなら見せてやろうじゃないか。この僕の力を。
宮代先輩
悪いけど、今さら後悔しても遅いからな。僕の心に火をつけた自分たちの愚かさを呪うがいい。
Who is this man? What have you become, Yashiro? No one could stop me now. He's gone like full-on mad scientist. This is not the music I was expecting. Alright. I concentrated. Well, that's badass. A terrible, beautiful Excalibur appeared in the corner of my vision. The power welled forth from deep within me. Come, my Excalibur. Give me power.
見るがいい。
This is...
これがギガロマニアックスとしての僕の僕の力だ。
Dude, that was so worth it. Oh, that's so funny. My power lifted up the skirt of every single girl in the school. Jesus, dude. Ultimate power. You can try to hold down your skirts, but it won't work. No one can stop my power.
どうだ見たか。これが僕の。
じゃあこれが宮代先輩のこれがタクの。
そう、これこそが僕の力だ。
The scene around me was something out of a nightmare. No, a most wonderful dream. Oh my god. Every girl in the school was walking around with their skirts blown up now.
どうだ、恐れ入ったか。
さすが宮代先輩です。
これからは僕の言うことは何でも聞くか。
タクの言う通りにするから。
わかった。だったら許してやる。
I slowly lowered my hands, and the chaos around me began to subside.
やだ、も
さあ約束通り、これからお前たちは僕の言いなりだ。わかったな。
う。タクル様。
Oh my lord.
なんてことが。
That was so funny.
ねえねえセリ、宮代先輩どうしちゃったん？気にしないで、いつものことだから。
であるからして、この場合は天秤よ。
Arimura and I had decided that it would be better to not to use my power for a while. No matter what that woman was after, it was very likely that it had something to do with our powers, which meant that I should avoid doing anything that would attract attention. And everybody knew that when you had a trump card like this, it was best to master it in secret and play it at the right moment.
これをこの式に代入すると。
Anyway, why was math always such a pain? I wanted information, not formulas. Formulas are how you get information, my guy. That's like one of the best ways to get information is for... Oh, Miyashiro, my guy. I'm disappointed. Numbers and formulas were just ideas and didn't provide any benefit at all as information. I'm disappointed. For shame, Miyashiro, for shame.
こういう時は
I took out my pocket comm and hid it under my desk, and then loaded Shibuya News.
おどうした宮代。
あ、いや、なんでも。
そうか。じゃあ次の問題解いてみろ。
Crap, that was a mistake. But this was big news.
おい大変だニュースだニュース
What happened? I heard the door to the club room fly open and Ito ran inside.
なんだよ、大声で。
何落ち着いてんだ宮代ニュースなんだよそれも大ニュースいいかよく聞けなんと例の事件ニュージェネの再来と呼ばれる一連の事件あの事件の
犯人が捕まったんだろ。
そうなんだよなんだお前知ってたのか
Why did he take the wind out of his
当たり前だろ。
sails?
僕を誰だと思ってるんだ。これでも伊達に学園一の状況を自負してるわけじゃない。お前が持ってくる情報くらいとっくの昔に知ってるよ。
Damn, you really couldn't just let him have that, huh?
それじゃあ捕まったやつの情報も
ハイダリコ18歳無職。昨夜渋谷で多発した放火騒動の中街中を歩いているところ警官によって確保だろ。
なんだ知ってたのかよつまんねえの今度こそ俺の方が早いと思ったのによ
To tell the truth, I just found out about it in math class. But that's how information worked. Knowing things first put you at an advantage. That said, I was overjoyed to know that the woman who'd attacked me had been arrested. Now I wouldn't have to be afraid of being attacked again.
でもうち的には捕まってよかったのかな。
なんだよ尾上それどういうことだよ
だってさ事件がもっと大きくなってればもっとでっかいスクープをゲットできるチャンスもあったかもしれないでしょ。
確かにそうだなそういう意味では惜しかったとも言えるか
タク的にはどう？もっと事件を追いたかった？
I wasn't sure. It was true that the bigger this got, the more people would be paying attention.
いや、よかったんじゃないか。
なんだお前にしては随分消極的な意見だなもっと起きてくれってんじゃないかと思ったが
なんだよ。それじゃあまるで僕が凶悪事件を望んでいるみたいじゃないか。いいか、言っておくが僕はサイコパスじゃない。別に事件が起きることを望んでいるわけではなく、起きてしまった事件の真相の究明こそを望んでいるんだ。
To tell the truth, I was a little disappointed that the case had ended this way. But half of me felt relieved too. Anybody who'd been the target of a murder attempt could understand how terrifying it was for me to have that woman with those strange powers try and kill me. There were ways to deal with a physical attack, but her power violated all the laws of physics. It was a miracle I'd made it away from her alive at all. So I was honestly glad that woman, Haida, had gotten caught.
まあ、あの女が警察に捕まってしまったことで、全てが警察の手に委ねられてしまうというのは、甚だ不本意ではあるが、尾上の言うようにもうちょっと事件が長引いていれば、世間の注目も集まっただろうし、そこでビシッと僕が事件を解決していたなら、それはそれでこの新聞部も有名になったんだろうけれど、それも今更言ったって仕方がないことだろう。
待てよこれってさ俺たちが追ってた事件は全て終焉を迎えたってことか
それは
Before I could give my opinion, the door opened.
ひなえちゃんの登場ですよ。
有村、何しに来たんだよ。
冷たい。共に生死を分ける戦いをくぐり抜けた仲なのに。
ああ、そういや宮代が襲われた時有村も一緒だったんだっけか。
そうっすよ。こう暗いお姉さんが現れたと思ったらドカーンボワードーンって、そりゃもう大変だったんですから。
She was waving her hands in an exaggerated manner as she spoke, but it was impossible to figure out what she was trying to see. What?
なるほどなるほど、ここが新聞部ですか。そういえばひなちゃんってここ来るの初めてだっけ？あの日、ほら文化祭の日に来てるけど、あの時はじっくり見たりいじったりできる感じじゃなかったじゃん。
Aryumura walked around the room, staring at everything, and stopped in front of the corkboard on the wall.
あ、これかっこいい。海外ドラマみたい
だろ。一応事件のことについてはそれで全部考察を。
ねえねえセリ、これは何？それはね。
She wasn't listening at all.
なあ宮代、さっきの話だけどさ。
ああ、さっきの悪い、何の話だっけ。
だから事件はこれで終わりかってこと。
ああ、そうか。それについては僕も考えてみたんだ。
何の話っす？
Until a moment ago, she was enjoying her conversation with Serika, but now Arimura happily butted into ours.
だから今回の一連の事件についての話だよ。ほら、僕たちを襲った女が捕まっただろ。だから。
捕まったんですか？あの怖い女の人？
なんだよ、知らなかったのか。
She had friends in a lot of places, and seemed like she'd be really quick to pick up on new information, so I was surprised to see she was actually a wrong sider.
なんだよもう、警察も捕まったなら捕まったって教えてくれればいいのに。
まったくだな。こっちは危うく丸焦げになるところだったんだから。
ですよね。利用する時だけ利用して、これだから市民の信用をなくしちゃうんですよ。
まあ警察への文句は置いといてだ。その宮代の考えってのは。
ああ、そうだった。いいか、これまでの事件とこれからのことを総合して考えるとだ。
First, there were the murders, and then there were the fires as well. I decided to think about the relationship between the two of them. The first thing I had to do was go over all the cases that had happened so far. All the cases that had happened so far formed what people were calling the return of the new generation madness. The first murder was Don't Look at Me, the death of Utani, the Nikoniya livestreamer. And the second, Leaky Noise, Momone Takayanagi, the anime song singer. The third was, that's right, Revolving Dead. That's where Arimura's acquaintance, Kita, had been killed. I remembered that one clearly as well. I'd been there, after all. And the next one, the fourth murder, was another one I'd never forget. Gotsuan Death, where Watabe, the internet reporter, had died at the school culture festival. Those were the 4 murders that had happened so far. The problem was what came next. The fires. The fires had happened at near the Don't Look at Me incident in Jinan, near the Leaky Noise incident in Shinsen, near the Revolving Dead incident around the Love Hotel, near the Gotsuan incident, in other words, near Hekiho Academy. That's right, the fires were happening regularly near the sites of the New Generation Madness.
以上のことからわかるのは、一連の事件と連続放火事件が非常に近いところで起こっているということだ。
It would be strange to think they weren't connected somehow. I concluded that the fires were all set by Riko Haida, the pyrokinetic gigalomaniac.
でもそれじゃあ手口が違うのはなんでだ？これまでの事件とは明らかにやり口が違うだろ
それは
Why?
そう、これまでの放火事件はあくまでも練習だったんだよ。練習したけどうまくいかなかった。だからこれまでは違う方法を選んでいた。
That doesn't make any sense.
なんだよ、納得できてないって顔だな。意見があるなら言えばいいだろう。
It's like, oh, I wanted to burn this person to death, but I can't quite get the flames under control. You know what? I'll just like make them eat their hand. That seems like a better idea. Yeah, we'll go with that. I was gonna burn them to death, but you know what? I'll have them eat their own hand. That was always my second option.
意見っていうかさ。
じゃああの施設はどうなるんです？
Arimura seemed annoyed at Ito's inability to finish his sentence and interrupted with a doubt of her own.
施設ってあの病院の地下にあった施設のことか？
そうです。あそこで行われてた研究、あれは事件と関係なかったって宮代先輩は思うんですか？
それは
It probably did. But the experiments that were performed down there ended with the earthquake. So it would be strange for her to just suddenly start killing people now. When I told Arimura that, she still didn't look satisfied.
柿田さんのことはご存知ですよね？
あの回転デッドの被害者だよな、確か。
はい。あの人が私の兄の友人だったって話はしましたよね。
I remembered that she had.
今だから正直に言いますけど、彼は私たちのような能力者について調べていたんです。そしてその後ろには何か巨大な組織が関わっているかもしれないって。
巨大な組織な。まるで陰謀論だな。で、その組織ってのは？
それを事件のあったあの日に教えてくれる予定でした。ですが。
He died. No, he was murdered.
じゃあ有村は犯人はあのハイダリコって女じゃないって言いたいのか？
そういうわけじゃないですよ。私には難しいことわかんないし、ただ仮にあの人が犯人だとしても裏にはまだ何かあるんじゃないかって、そんな風に思うだけです。
伊藤はどう思う？
まあ確かに組織とか機関とかってのは魅力的な言葉ではあるが、あんまリアリティはねえよな。結局どっちにしても今の状況じゃ判断材料が少なすぎるっつうかさ。
尾上は？
私はそうだな。タクはどう思う？
質問に質問で返すなよ。
そうだけどさ、私にはわかんないんだもん。
You don't know. At least try and think about it, okay?
しょうがないな。じゃあ僕の意見を言うが、僕はこれ以上襲われるのはごめんだ。だからあの女が犯人だったらいいなって思う。
To be honest, I still thought it was a miracle I'd made it out of that alive. If she'd attacked me when I was asleep, I wouldn't have lasted a minute.
あとは警察の取り調べ次第だろうな。あの女が犯人にしても違うにしても、念のためこれからしばらくの間は気をつけた方がいい。
私もそう思います。お昼も話をしましたけど、特に能力者である私と宮代先輩は用心した方がいいでしょうね。
I silently nodded. Normally, I'd want to practice and try to learn to better control my abilities, but it would be smarter to wait and see if the case had ended first.
よし、とりあえずしばらくは慎重に行動するってことで。
And just as we finished, we heard the sound of someone pounding the wall in the corner again.
たくまたか。
I freaking love
おい
Kazuki.
和樹。
She was so busy with ESO too, she couldn't hear us again.
尾上。
オッケー。
Sarika nodded and went over to Kazuki and took off her headphones.
おーい花ちゃん、壁殴っちゃダメだってタクが。先輩、その人は。
ああ、有村は面識なかったっけ？和樹花1年、うちの部員だよ。
へえ、さっきまでそこにいるって全然気づかなかった。
That's her power. Arimura walked over to her.
チャオス。
Kazuki bowed her head.
私、有村ひなえ。ひなちゃんとかひな先輩って呼んで。あなたは花でいいよね。
She bowed again.
ごめん、声に出してもらえる？
Nope.
ああ、ダメだよひなちゃん。花ちゃんは喋んないから。そうなの？なんで？宗教上の理由とか？理由は知らないけど喋らないんだよね。ねえ。
She bowed.
一言も？一言も。そうなんだ。ま、それはそれでいっか。楽だし。じゃあそういうことで。お近づきの印にシェイクハンド。
Kazuki was still hesitant, but Arimura grabbed her hand and swung it around. That was probably her version of a handshake. What surprised me was that Kazuki didn't seem upset. I thought that she'd resist Arimura's attempt to force them to be friends, but she seemed kind of embarrassed. But then something amazing happened.
これからもよろしくね、花。
As Arimura swung her arm around.
よろしくかも。
Oh! It happened. Yo!
おい、
Huh?
今のって。
和樹が喋った？
The whole room shouted in amazement. We'd known Hana for about 6 months, and this was the first time we'd heard her voice. But Hana, I think Hana herself seemed more surprised than anyone. It felt like she didn't intend to speak, but had just been caught up in Arimura's energy.
なんだ、可愛い声してるじゃん。もっと喋ればいいのに。ねえ、もう一回喋って。せーの、はい。いいじゃん、いいじゃん。ちょっとだけでいいからさ。
She wasn't going to say anything else, it seemed.
まさかあの和樹が。
本当に喋れたんだね。
何よりも恐ろしいのは有村のテンションだな。
Everything we'd talked about that day seemed pretty important, but it was all blown away by our shock at Kazuki actually speaking. Damn, dude. That was crazy.
なあ、帰りどっか寄ってこうぜ。
Three days had passed since the attack by Riko Haida. There had been no new events with the case. Police were probably still investigating Riko Haida. They hadn't announced anything else. There must have been some kind of censorship in effect, because the TV shows had mostly stopped talking about it. The only people who were still talking about it were online. The wrong-siders at school seemed to have forgotten that a murder occurred in this very building.
なーに、ため息なんかついて。
Kurusu was looking down over me. Her injury from the other day still hadn't fully healed, but Dad had told her that she'd be able to go back to school, and so today she had.
別に何でもないよ。
そんなこと言ってどうせまた何か事件が起こればいいって考えてるんでしょ。
別に考えてないって。そんなこと
いいタクル、あなた命を狙われたのよ。いくら犯人は捕まってるとはいえまだ安心はできないのよ。それにあの時うなずいてくれたわよね。別に特別な事件を追っていなくても楽しいことはあるって。そのことを忘れないで。
分かってるって。
本当に分かってるの？だったらもう。
うるさいな。さっきから分かってるって言ってるだろ。そう何度も何度も同じこと言わなくったって子供じゃないんだからさ。
Knowing Kurusu, I was always ready for her to be even more annoying, but...
そうね、ごめんなさい。
I wasn't sure how to react to that.
そうよね、タクルだってちゃんと考えて行動しているんだものね。私が言い過ぎたわ、ごめんなさい。でもくれぐれも危険なことはしないでほしいの、お願い。
分かったってば。
Kurusu smiled weakly, took her bag, and left the room. What was that? It was throwing me off. I ran into Serica when I left the classroom. Actually, she was probably waiting for me.
一緒に帰ろうかなって思って。
I didn't really say anything, but Serica started walking next to me anyway.
見てたよ、さっきの。
クルスのことか。
ダメじゃん、のんちゃん病み上がりなんだからさ、優しくしてあげなきゃ。
そんなつもりじゃ。
That's right, I hadn't meant to hurt her. But Kurusu always had to be right, no matter what. She'd been like that ever since we lived together at Aoba Dorm. Sometimes it was frustrating to deal with someone who was always right. After I'd made my promise with Kurusu, I was still watching the news and looking online, but I'd been trying my best to avoid doing anything else. The past few days, I'd been staying quiet. I'd even canceled the club meeting for today, and I was trying my best not to think about how bored I was. But the way she said it, it still made me out to be the bad guy.
どうしたの？
忘れ物。
I'd been thinking so much, I'd gotten distracted.
悪い、ちょっと取ってくるから先に帰っててくれ。
ああ、うん、オッケー。
I'd been spacing out lately. Maybe I was just too bored.
あったあった。
Even if I'd gotten in a fight with Kurusu, I still couldn't believe I'd forgot my pocket comm. Just as I grabbed my pocket comm and went to leave, I saw a familiar pair of blonde twin tails bobbing down the hallway.
有村。
She was cheerfully walking down the hall with a group of several other girls. Were they classmates or friends from her club? It was the same group of girls I'd seen before.
てかさ、この前はるかが井上と歩いてるとこ見たんだけど。
うっそ、何それマジ？はるかって白井くんと仲いいんじゃなかったの？
ちょっとひな、いつの話してんの？白井くんの後に森本くんといろいろあったじゃん。
嘘嘘、知らない知らない。何それ聞いてないんだけど。
まあひなはいろいろ忙しそうだったじゃん。
うわー、ショックだわ。
てかさ、私もそうやって男子にモテる方法教えてほしいわ。私は別に望んでやってるわけじゃないし。
知ってるって、あれは白井の方も悪かったって話じゃん。そうそう、はるかがいい子だってことはうちらがよーくわかってるから。よしよし。そっかー、世の中いろいろ動いてますな。
やめてよ、ババアじゃないんだから。
いやいや、私はもう若い人たちにはついていけませんよ。
何それウケる。
ところでさ、いいの時間。やばー、ほんとだ。てか、ひなは行かないの？私はほら年だから、あとは若い人に任せて。
だからそれやめてってじゃあまた。
オッケー、アディオスグラッシャー。
Evidently, Arimura wasn't going with the rest of the group. She watched them disappear down the hallway, laughing and chattering as they went. And then... she sighed loudly. And then, as if she really was an old woman, she lazily put her hand on her shoulder and stretched her neck out. And then... our eyes met.
チャオス、宮代先輩。
おう。
もしかして今の見てました？
今のってのはさっきの会話のことを言ってるのか、それともだるそうな態度のことか、どっちだ？
あっちゃー、まさか両方見られていたとは。失敗。
She slapped her hand to her forehead like a bad comedian and smiled.
どうして行かないんだよ。
やだな、先輩ならわかるでしょ。めんどくさいからですよ。
Her happy tone vanished, and she seemed genuinely annoyed.
みんな口先だけの上辺ばっかり。思ってもないこと言って楽しいふりして、ちょっとでも違うこと言えばそれだけで次からは仲間外れ。さっきのはるかって子は男子をとっかえひっかえ、特に人の彼氏が好きですぐちょっかい出しては別れさせて、そのくせ人のものじゃなくなった途端に飽きてすぐにポイ。
Ew. Gross.
他の子はみんなそれにムカついてるくせに調子合わせて笑ってる。リエにしてもマキにしてもそう。はるかのこといい子だとか言いながら、心の中ではそんなことこれっぽっちも思ってない。なのに顔では笑って適当に話し合わせて、薄っぺらい友情ごっこに興じてる。ほんとバカみたいだし気持ち悪い。あんな奴らと放課後まで一緒に過ごすなんて、考えただけで吐き気がする。
I'd heard Arimura talk like this several times before. Sometimes it had been directed at me. But it felt like she was more emotional now than she'd ever been before. Everybody told a lie or two. But if you didn't know when other people were lying, it was still possible to trust them. But once you knew when they were lying, once you knew what they were thinking about under their smiles, could you still trust them like you did before? I didn't think I could. Maybe knowing if what you were told was true or not was a lot more painful than we thought it was. Yeah, that would shatter my psyche, for sure. It'd be nice at first, and then eventually I would break. I remembered what Arimura had written for her wish during the school festival. That tiny wish was a cry from her soul.
でも
Her voice was a whisper.
でも一番嫌いなのは、そんな人たちの中で笑顔を浮かべてる自分。
有村。
なんてね。
She tried to go back to her usual self and give me mischievous wink, but she must have realized that it didn't work. She scratched her head, looking awkward.
やだな、もうそんな顔しないでくださいよ。こっちが困っちゃうじゃないっすか。
なあ、一つ聞いてもいいか？
なんです？
なんで僕にそんな話を？
え？
僕と君はまだ知り合ったばかりだろ。ついこの前まではまともに話したってできなかった。そんな僕にどうしてそんな話を聞かせるんだ？
なんででしょう。
僕が君と同じギガロマニアックスだからか。
そうっすね。
まあそれもあるかもしれないですけど。
けど
多分先輩が分かりやすいからじゃないっすかね。
わかりやすい？僕が？
宮代先輩って感情がすぐに表に出るでしょ。嘘ついたらすぐにテンパるし。
バカ言うな。僕は常にポーカーフェイスな男だぞ。そんなわけあるはずがないだろ。
ほらそうやって慌てる。
違う、今のはただ。
ほうほう、ただなんです？
It felt like the more I tried to respond, the more I was digging my own grave.
あ、いた。おーい、タク。
Serica came back. She must not have gone home after all.
尾上？なんだよ、お前も忘れ物か？
もう違うよ。タクが遅いから様子見に戻ってきたんじゃん。
Serica ran up to me and pouted.
先に帰ってろって言っただろ。
それはそうだけどさ。ほら、タク、今朝言ってたでしょ。そろそろスマホ買わないとって。もし行くなら一緒に行こうと思って。
Come to think of it, I never did find my phone. According to Shinjo, that Yamazoe girl had thrown it away. As for the photo, it was sad, but if it wasn't coming back, there was nothing I could do about it. I talked to Serica this morning about how I needed to get a new one, but...
あ、ひなちゃんだ。
You just noticed her?
チャオス、セリー。チャオス。ひなちゃんも行く？スマホ買いに。
おいおい、何勝手に今日行くことにしてるんだよ。
違うの？
Well, whatever.
私は遠慮しとく。友達に会っちゃったら気まずいし。
そう？よくわかんないけど残念。
そんじゃ私はこれでドローンします。アディオスグラッシャー。
This time she posed like a salaryman ninja from an old manga, then skipped off toward home. I can't even imagine. I don't know that reference, so I don't know what posing like a salaryman ninja.
なあ、
What?
尾上。
Fucking what? Not a clue.
僕ってわかりやすいか？
She didn't hesitate at all.
どうしたのタク？落ち込んじゃって。
なんでもないよ。
I'd always considered myself inscrutable and mysterious, so that was a bit of a shock.
それにしても
Inscrutable.
ひなちゃんって面白いね。
そうか？
タクだって楽しそうに話してたじゃん。
Fun? Me? Talking to Arimura? Sure, that whole "you're going to be killed" thing when we first met scared the hell out of me. But when I actually talked to her, I found out she wasn't that scary at all. I was never really good at dealing with normals, in the common sense of the word, mind you. Not the superior original sense, but Arimura felt different than the others. Part of it was that she was a gigalomaniac too. But the biggest reason was probably that she was always keeping her distance from other people. She kept a comfortable distance to avoid making anybody upset. She learned how to do it through long practice. And in that sense...
楽しいというか、まあ嫌じゃないのかもな。
そっかそっか。
なんだよ。だからなんで嬉しそうなんだ？
別になんでもない。それよりスマホを買いに行かないの？
やっぱ今日はやめておくことにする。
そうなの？なんだ、じゃあ先に帰ってればよかった。
だからそう言っただろ。
There still might be a lot of sumo stickers in town. I should stay put for a while.
つまんない。じゃあのんちゃんでも誘って会期祝いに甘いものでも食べに行こっかな。
そうしてやってくれ。クルスも喜ぶだろう。
オッケー。じゃあまたね、タク。
ああ。
Now then, maybe I should go home and read the latest edition of Cool Cat Press, which Gen brought me yesterday. Why would you do that? Why would you do that to yourself, Takuro? Why would you do that to yourself? Back to 2005. Smiles. There were always smiles in Arimura's family back then.
ほらひな、口の周りにクリームついてるぞ。
嘘、お兄ちゃん取って。
しょうがないな。ほら取れたぞ。
ありがとう、お兄ちゃん。
ひなえは本当にお兄ちゃん子だな。
そうね。でも慎吾ちゃんがひなちゃんの面倒を見てくれるから助かるわ。
これからもひなえのこと頼んだぞ、慎吾。
Mom and Dad were both busy with work. Sometimes they'd have to sleep at the company, and they didn't spend a lot of time at home. When they were with the family, they always smiled. And Hinae had a big brother too. Just having her brother by her side was enough for her to not feel lonely. She could, and did, believe that she was part of a happy family. Oh, I think I see where this is going. I think I see where this is going, and it's... For young Hinae, that was her whole family. That was what was true for her. One day, Hinae was bullied a little at school. It started with something small. Someone said that they lost the basketball game in gym class because of her. Hinae was a tiny little girl, and the big ball scared her. When they passed it to her, she ducked away. When her brother Shingo saw that she was down, he immediately asked her,
どうした？もしかしていじめられてるのか？
Hinae shook her head.
違うよ、いじめられてなんかない。
She was embarrassed. She didn't want her family to know that someone was mad at her for something. So she lied. But her brother had known immediately that she wasn't telling the truth.
ひなえ、嘘はダメだぞ。嘘だけはついちゃいけないんだ。そんな卑怯な人間になっちゃいけない。
It was the first time she'd seen her brother look so strict. Her brother hated lies more than anybody. She'd been so impressed by her beloved brother that she'd sworn to herself that she'd never tell a lie. She couldn't grow up to be a coward. She wasn't going to tell any lies.
本当はね、私。
Hinae told her brother everything. That she'd been bullied at school, that it was over something that happened in gym class.
だったら兄ちゃんと練習しようか。
いいの？
当たり前だろ。上手くなればきっとみんなも怒ったりしなくなる。
With her brother's help, Hinae got over her fear. And the bullying stopped, and her friends came back. She came to love her brother even more. But one day, Hinae realized that all her happiness was an illusion. It started when she witnessed her parents cheating. Four days had passed since we'd been attacked by Riko Haida, but there had been no developments in the case.
で、どうする？
おい、聞いてんのかよ、宮代。
聞いてるよ。これからの新聞部の方向性だろう。
ったく、分かってんならそう言えよ。ボケーっと窓の外なんか見て、気の抜けたあくびしやがって。
I was bored. It had been a month and a half since the Don't Look at Me case. So much had happened, and then everything had suddenly come to a halt. I wasn't sure how to handle all this peace and quiet. Part of me was hoping that there'd be some new development, and part of me was thinking that maybe this was just how it was going to come to an end.
まあ、女帝との約束もあんだろうし、しょうがないっちゃしょうがないんだろうけどさ。
別にそういうんじゃないよ。ただ何も起きなければ動きようがないってだけだ。
In fact, the whole madness with the sumo stickers was starting to recede as well. According to Serica, all the stickers that had been covering the city had been removed when she'd gone into town yesterday. The government must have taken them down or something. Since just seeing them was enough to make me sick, I was pretty glad, but...
あれは
I looked down out the window and saw an unusual pairing.
どうした？
いや、
ああ、なんだ、有村に和樹か。
珍しい組み合わせだなと思ってさ。
確かにな。でもこの前のことあっただろう。ほら、有村の勢いに思わず和樹がって。
And Kazuki had talked, huh?
そういや、あれはさすがの僕も驚いたな。なんだって初めてのことだったから。
だな。今まで笑い声は聞いたことあっても、喋ってるところなんて聞いたことなかったし。
Arimura and Kazuki were talking happily. But from here, I couldn't hear what they were saying. And from the look of it, Arimura was doing all the talking, and Kazuki was just shaking and nodding her head. But she didn't seem upset or bothered at all.
そういや最近仲いいじゃないか、有村と。
はあ？
What was he talking about?
とぼけんなって。この前も放課後に二人で楽しそうにしてたって聞いたぞ。
Serica must have told him. God, where did she get these ideas?
別に特別仲がいいってわけじゃない。ただ有村はほら、言ってみれば同類みたいなもんだろ。だからそれなりに話したってする。その程度だ。
なんだよそれ、もったいねえな。
もったいないって何がだよ。
知らねえの？有村ってあいつ結構人気あんだぜ。
人気？人気って要するに男子の間でってことか。
だってほら見ろよ。見てくれだってまあそこそこレベル高えし、誰とでも明るく接するタイプじゃん。
それはあいつの能力が。
そんなのはどうだっていいんだって。みんな知らねえんだからさ。要は受け取る方がどう受け取るかってことだろ。
That made sense, maybe. Arimura was just trying to avoid making enemies, but on the other hand, that meant making friends.
にしてもお前ほんとそういうの疎いよな。それでよく人のこと情弱だなんだ言うぜ。まったく。
あのな伊藤、勘違いしているようだから一石ぶってやろうか。言っておくけど、誰かが人気だとか誰と誰が付き合ってるとか、そうした情報なんてこの壁標学園というほんの小さなコミュニティ内での些細でどうでもいい情報でしかない。そんなこと知っていたところで真の状況とは言えないし、ましてや物事の真実を見極めるような大舞台は待っていないぞ。せいぜいがギャルゲーの中での親友ポジション止まりだ。
So I'm just taking notes. This is important information.
誰がギャルゲーの親友キャラだ。誰が。
Should we tell him? Should I tell him? Who's gonna tell him?
さっきのお前の発言なんてそのものじゃないか。
This is getting
言わ
weird.
れてみりゃ確かにそんな発言だったような気がしてきた。
ほら、どうでもいいことで落ち込むな。授業始まるぞ。
This is the moment where Ito has an existential crisis. Ito looked really depressed for some reason. I tried to cheer him up and then looked back out the window. Arimura and Kazuki were Arimura and Kazuki were gone.
タク、今日は部活あるの？
Serica came by as soon as school was over.
特に何をするってのもないけど、一応部室には行こうと思ってる。それにしてもお前早いな。
お？うん。今日はなんか授業が早く終わったから。
まあいいや。それじゃあ部室に。
チャオース。
Now it was Arimura's turn to barge in. She opened the door as energetic as ever. At the same time, the whole class started to stir.
おい、あれ有村ひなえだろ、2年の。
本当だ。俺ああいう裏表なさそうな元気な子って好みなんだけど。
つうかうちのクラスに何の用だ？
宮代先輩は、あ、いたいた。
Everyone was surprised to see her walk straight over to me.
嘘、マジで。
つうかなんで宮代みたいなやつのとこに。
Oh boy.
宮代先輩、チャオス。
What in God's name awaits us now?
おう。
What Ito had been saying was evidently true. I could feel all the boys in the class glaring at me. It kind of made me feel superior.
あ、セリも来てたんだ。チャオス。
チャオース。
At some point, Serica had started copying Arimura's greeting.
ところで有村までどうしたんだよ、わざわざ。
やだな。私がここに来る理由なんて一つしかないじゃないですか。
One reason?
タクル王子、お迎えに上がりました。
ファ王子。
What? What was she talking about?
やはり記憶をなくされてしまっているのですね。では仕方ありません。説明を。
Oh my goodness
説明
gracious.
なら私がするよ、タク。
おのえ。
実は今まで黙っていたけど、私たちは地球より360万光年離れた惑星ギガローマからやってきた宇宙人なんだよ。そしてタク、あなたも。
僕が宇宙人？
そう惑星ギガローマは6つの王国に分かれています。そのうち5つの国は女系国家、そして唯一男性がいる国がタクル王子、あなたの国なのです。
クルスまで何言ってるんだ。大丈夫か？気は確かか？
Oh my lord.
信じられないのも無理ないよね。
Where did you come from?
でもこれは事実なんだよ。
Even Kunosato? Wait, that's not what Kunosato's personality is like. What's going on here?
私たちはね、それぞれの国のお姫様で、あなたの妃の座を射止めるために留学先であるこの国へとやってきたの。けれどタクル王子、あなたはこの星へやってきた時にこの町で起きた地震に巻き込まれ記憶をなくしちゃってたんだよ。
ちょっと待て、唐突すぎてついていけないんだけど。
私たちはみんなあなたの記憶が戻るまで待っていたわ。けどそれももう限界。そろそろ相手を決めてもらわなきゃ。私たちの国がギガローマの星そのものが消滅してしまうかもしれないの。
タクル王子、私と結婚してほしいかも。
Oh my god.
カズキ、お前もか？
私だって結婚したいです。
Wait,
山添まで。
what the? Oh my
分か
god.
っていただけました
Oh
か？
yeah, I guess that
タクル
is
王子。
5.
分
Alright.
かったのなら私を
No, that's
あなた
6.
の将来のパートナーに、そしてその証に熱い口づけを。
That's too many. Your story doesn't add up, ladies. He said there were 5. I count
ちょっと
6.
待ってよ。のんちゃんだけ抜け駆けしてずるい。タクと一番仲いいのは私だもん。ねえタク、タクは私のこと選んでくれるよね。
いやちょっと待って、選ぶも何も急すぎて何が何だか。
そんな、宮代先輩は私のことが好きなはずですね。宮代先輩。
いや
待って、その人は私のものなの。
そのキャラ違和感ひどすぎるんですけど。
He can't even suspend his disbelief in his own delusion. He's like, no, that's you shouldn't be here. Go away. That's not right.
私のかも。
いいえ、私のものです。私のタクだもん。私のです。
違うわ、私のよ。
私の
Madness.
私のだもん。
Utter madness.
私の
待って、みんなもっと落ち着いて。
Everyone was looking at me.
誰を選ぶの？
Oh, what do I do? You turn it off is what you do. You flip the switch. Get the hell out of there. How stupid. A prince? What the hell was wrong with me?
先輩、聞いてます？
ここに来た理由だよな。
例の件、なんか進展あったかなって。
いや、特に進展といったものはないよ。
ありゃりゃ、そうっすか。残念。
あれ？でもタク、今から部室に行くんじゃないの？
まあ一応そのつもりだけど。
じゃあひなちゃんも一緒に行けばいいじゃん。だってタク一人じゃつまんないでしょ？
一人って尾上は来ないのか？
私は休養があったのを思い出しちゃった。
そっか。
ちなみにのんちゃんは生徒会の仕事で、しんちゃんも今日は用事があるって言ってたよ。
Come to think of it, the two of them had disappeared.
そういうわけだから、ひなちゃん、今日はタクのことお願いね。バイバイ。
セリー？
You've been foisted with Taku duty. Serika left the room before anyone could stop her. What was she doing here? Just me and Arimura were left.
別に尾上の言うことは気にしなくていいぞ。なんだよ。
先輩、忘れてません？私の能力のこと。
What was she talking about?
まあ先輩も一人で部活ってのも寂しいでしょうし、しょうがない、付き合ってあげましょう。
おい、別に僕は寂しくなんてないし、付き合ってくれとも言っていない。
Or did I actually think I'd be lonely there by myself? No, but that's...
はいはい、わかりましたわかりました。それじゃレッツゴー。
Arimura wrapped her arm around mine and dragged me out of the classroom before I could protest any further. Seeing the jealousy in the other boy's eyes made me feel kind of good.
あれ？
When I got to the club room, I was surprised to see that someone was already there.
あれ、花、なんだ来てたんだ。
Kazuki was playing her game like always. When she saw us, she nodded slightly.
何やってるの？また演出？演出ってそんなに面白いの？そっか。だったら私も今度やってみよっかな。
Kazuki smiled? I'd seen her laugh when she found something funny on the night we stayed over for the school festival, but I'd never seen her smile so happily. Actually, she'd been talking to Arimura yesterday too.
なあ、二人ともいつの間にそんなに仲良くなったんだ。
いつって先輩も知ってるでしょ。つい最近ですよ。話してみたら意外と馬があったっていうかねえ。
Maybe since Kazuki didn't talk, it was easier for them to get along? Maybe they made a pretty good pair.
それにしても普段どんな話をしてるんだ。
別に普通ですよ。普通学校であったこととかプライベートのこととか昔の話とか。
It looked like Arimura's expression clouded for a second.
まあいいじゃないですか。それより先輩、事件のこと。一応昨日の夜例の刑事さんから連絡があったんですけど。
何か新しいことでも分かったのか。
なんにも進んでないっぽいです。ほんと警察って肝心な時に役に立たないですよね。
そっか。
From what Shinjo had told Arimura, the underground facility at AH Tokyo General had totally disappeared. That in and of itself was a big development, but it also meant that all our clues were gone. And then there was that Uki Yamazoe girl. They were looking after her at the Frisia place, but all that she did was cry. They couldn't get any information out of her, or even get her to explain who she was. Since Arimura had brought it up, I was hoping there'd be some new development. I felt a little let down. Left down.
言っときますけど先輩、だからってまたいろいろと探り回ったりはしない方がいいですよ。それと例の能力ですけど、まさか使ったりしてませんよね。
言われなくても大丈夫だって。
Things were calming down, and we hadn't been attacked since then. But that didn't mean the case was over.
ふむふむ、どうやら本当みたいですね。じゃあいい子いい子してあげます。
I knocked Arimura's hand away.
やめろって、こんなことで嘘ついたってしょうがないだろ。
でも一応念を押しとかないと、これ以上知り合いがあんな目に遭うのは嫌ですからね。
By that, she was probably referring to Kakita. Kakita was investigating the Gigalomaniacs, she'd said. He'd suspected that some huge organization was involved, but whether they were responsible for the crimes or if it was all that Riko Haida person, I didn't know. Either way, it was probably a good idea not to do anything until I knew.
それより先輩、いい加減連絡手段なんとかした方がいいんじゃないすか。今みたいな状態じゃ何かあった時に困るんですけど、ほら今の私たちって一連卓勝みたいなもんじゃないっすか。
In this together, huh?
どうかしました？
別に。でもそうだな。確かにそのうち買わなきゃなとは思ってるよ。
I couldn't stay without a phone forever. Without one, I couldn't call for help if I needed it.
よし、じゃあ買いに行きましょう。日曜日に決まり。
は？何勝手に決めてるんだよ。そもそもなんで日曜なんだ。
その方がいろいろ息抜きもできるし楽しいでしょ。
楽しいでしょって、もしかして一緒に来るつもりか。
だって私もたまには息抜きに遊びたいし。
それなら友達と遊びに行けばいいじゃないか。
先輩が言ってる友達というのが私がよく一緒にいるクラスの子たちって意味ならまっぴらごめんです。
なんで？
楽しくないんだもん。
Yeah, it probably wasn't a lot of fun if you knew when the people you were talking to were lying to you. Wait.
それって裏を返せば僕とだったら楽しいってほ
ら、先輩は私の能力のこと分かってるじゃないっすか。それだけでこっちも気分的に楽なんですよ。
She was right. I couldn't lie if I knew she could tell when I was doing it, and even if I did, I wouldn't be able to keep it up. That was exactly how I was acting around her right now. But didn't that mean she could have fun with anybody who knew about her power?
だったらせっかくだし尾上も誘って。
Suddenly, I felt a light impact on the back of my head. I turned around to see that Kazuki had given me a chop to the back of the head. That's great.
おい、いきなり何するの?
Oh, so that's it.
分かったよ。和樹も連れてけって言うんだろ。
God, he's dumb. What was going on?
尾上は誘うなってことか。
Huh?
じゃあ、クールスカー伊藤。
Oh my god. He's so dumb. Kazuki's raised fist landed straight on the top of my head. Evidently, she didn't want me to invite anyone.
じゃあそういうことで日曜の正午にハチ公前でアディオスグラッシャー。
有村?
Both Arimura and Kazuki had vanished before I had the chance to stop them. Sunday, in front of the Hachi statue. I didn't really have any plans. I wanted to see if the sumo stickers were gone too, so I didn't mind going. But shopping? Just the two of us? That sounded like a date.
デート?
Maybe. For the love of all that is holy and sacred, Miyashiro, do not take any advice from Cool Cat Press on this. I beg of you, man. I beg of you, do not. Don't do your homework. And, like, please. Okay. Even after coming home, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I'd been practically forced into meeting with her on Sunday. I was going out shopping with a girl. Seen from the outside, would that be considered a date? But if going shopping with a girl made it a date, then I'd been on plenty of dates with Sarika and Kurusu. But... a date was oh my god, no! As soon as I heard the flipping of pages, I knew it was gonna be this. Oh no! Takaru, why? A date was supposed to be the kind of thing that Cool Cat Press wrote about. I was a little different than what I'd done with Sarika and Kurusu. When I went out with Kurusu, we were always going grocery shopping and stuff. I was just there to hold the bags. You couldn't call that a date. And Sarika would just tag along whenever I wanted to go somewhere. You couldn't call that a date either. What was the exact definition of a date anyway? Two members of the opposite sex meeting at a designated time, the dictionary said. What an incredibly... I don't think I agree with that definition, but alright. Which meant that maybe all the things I'd done so far weren't dates, and what I was doing Sunday was? But wait, I couldn't get too far ahead of myself. Even if I thought it was a date, if she didn't, I'd end up looking like a fool. But still, if Arimura did think it was a date, I couldn't escort her properly, I'd still look stupid. Minami Kana's column in Cool Cat Press always said that a man who couldn't make a woman happy was scum. Scum.
大丈夫。僕はリア充だ。
If it was a date, it would be good to be prepared. If it turned out not to be, I could just change my plans. If I could just get all the how-to knowledge crammed into my head. Son of a bitch.
こういう時、女の子は誘っている。
I hate this magazine so much. I hate it so much. God damn it. No.
女が喜ぶテクニックのすべて。
No.
モテボディの作り方。
No. No, no. Save that one for later. Where was he? He always showed up when I didn't want him, but now that I needed him, he was nowhere to be seen. This is so... He's like... It's like he's looking for a fix. You know, I gotta get my cool cat. I gotta... Oh, I need it. I need it.
いた、ケンさん。
Damn it.
おお、タクか。なんだ、血相変えて。もしかしてお前も一杯やりたくなったかい？
そうじゃなくて、あれの新しいのない？
あれってなんだ？
だからほら、いつものクールキャット。
ああ、あれな。どうだろうな。
あるなら欲しいんだよ、明日までに。
明日まで？それは無理だな。
そう言わないでさ、頼むよ、俺なら弾むから。
October 18th, Sunday. Oh shit. Happy birthday to me. The clock read 3 minutes to noon. I checked the time, took out a bottle of Mountain View, and took a big gulp. If I hurried, I could make it to the station in 3 minutes. So there was no need to panic. I cleared my head and opened up the March 1999 issue of Cool Cat Press that Gen had rushed out to find for me. Your first date, a real man's choices. Oh, Christ. This was the article I'd been looking for. It had all the know-how I needed for my first date. Over the last 2 days, I'd gone through this and every other issue of Cool Cat Press to prepare myself. Oh no. Oh no. I was now the most normal of normals. The ultimate normal, you could say. That is an oxymoron. This is what my normal database was telling me. Arrive late. Not only would being late keep her in suspense, it would also heighten her excitement for the events that were about to occur. Or it would just make you look like an inconsiderate tool. I checked the time again, and it was noon exactly.
よし、そろそろ行くか。
I took the long way around Shibuya Station and headed for the statue of Hachi. And there she was. Why is she annoyed? I can't imagine why she would be annoyed. Maybe she's not annoyed, I don't know. I remembered the phrases I've read 1,000 times last night as I got close to her. Oh my god. You run up to her, out of breath, and say, "I'm sorry, did you wait long?" And then she'll say, "No, I just got here." Cool Cat Press, March 1999 edition.
よし、行くぞ。
あ、
ごめん、待った。
遅い。
え？
何やってんすか先輩。女の子待たせるとか超ありえないんですけど。
え？あ、いや、その。
This cannot
こんな
be!
ところで待たせてナンパでもされちゃったりしたらどうしてくれるんですか。さっきだってもうちょっとで声かけられるところだったんですからね。
This didn't make sense. Cool Cat, what's going on?
振り返って睨みつけたらどっか行っちゃったからいいけど、あのままだとすっごく嫌な思いするところだったじゃないですか。
ごめん。
まあいいです。次からは気をつけてくださいよ。
はい、わかりました。
That one just didn't happen to work out. Next time, it would work for sure. That is... Your reasoning is terrible, my guy. Right side or my ass.
その服なかなかいいな。
Cool Cat dating tip number 2. Praise her outfit. Every girl loves compliments. Her clothes, her hairstyle, it doesn't matter what. Just tell her it looks good.
あれ、この服前も着てましたけど。
そうだっけ？
まったく、それって全然私に興味ないってことじゃないすか。ちょっとショック。
そんなことは。あ、そういえば髪型前髪切った？
切ってません。
This hurts. This like actually hurts right now. It failed again. What is going on, cool cat?
そんじゃ行きましょっか。
そうだな。それじゃあまずはあれ。
It's almost like writing a script with the assumption that all women will respond the same way is somehow flawed. I don't understand. Arimura had started walking before I could say a word.
おい、どこ行くんだ？
どこってスマホ買いにでしょ？
え？
That is why we're here. That is correct.
先輩のってどこのでしたっけ？それとも DU？ ハドバン？どっちにしてもこっちですよね。あ、ひょっとして格安の SIM フリー端末ですか？だったら。
あ、いや、こっちで大丈夫だ。
そうですか。じゃあ行きましょう。
Arimura nodded and started walking again. That's right. I'd been so focused on the word date that I'd forgotten why I'd originally come here. It didn't take too long at all to get a new smartphone. Once I picked out the phone and re-registered my number, I was able to pull out most of my old data off the cloud. My photo was gone, but unfortunately there was nothing I could do about that.
オッケー、ちゃんと登録しました。これで何かあった時も連絡取れますね。
The first thing I did once I got my new phone was to add Arimura's number. The problem was what to do now. I'd accomplished my goal for the day, but I couldn't just let all the know-how I'd built up on how to be a normal go to waste. First, I needed to confirm that she didn't have any other plans.
あのさ、有村、この後だけど。
で、どうします？これから。
あ、
だって時間はまだまだたっぷりありますよ。せっかく出てきたんだし、このまま帰っちゃうのももったいないじゃないすか。
そうだな。有村さえ良ければ、この後どこかに行くってのもありかも。
Arimura spoke up before I could finish.
じゃあどうしましょう。ちょうど時間的にお腹も空いてきたし、なんか食べにでも行きます？
Oh boy.
そうだな。
This was perfect. I'd had my eyes on a couple of restaurants just in case this happened. I don't know why this is the tone I'm taking now. At times like this, it was important to pick a place that a girl would like. That was what a normal boy had to be able to do. The problem was that there were too many good options to choose from. There was the time to consider the location and the weather and temperature. Cool Cat had insisted that I take all of these into account. At this hour, every place would be pretty crowded. We should go someplace pretty light then. For example, something we could buy and then walk around and eat. Which meant...
ここですか？
ああ、ここで売ってるキャラメルポップコーンが美味しいらしいんだ。
へえ、宮代先輩って思ったより流行りとか詳しいんですね。
ま、僕はリア充だからな。
I'm gonna be honest, for a split second, I forgot that this was, you know, I was like, oh wow, this one actually worked out. It did not. I literally forgot
待っててくれ。
the entire function.
お待たせ。
But you know, we can pretend for a little bit.
わあ、甘い匂い、美味しそう。
さあ、食べたまえ。
いただきます。はっ。 れ超美味しいです。
だろ。
I hadn't spent the last 2 days looking it up for nothing.
先輩もどうぞ。はい、どう？美味しい？
美味しいです。
I was stammering.
じゃあ今度は先輩から。
え？
Why was this so exciting? This was totally different than going shopping with Sarika and Kurusu. Was this what a date was like?
先輩の手、ポップコーンの粉がいっぱいついちゃってますよ。
Oh no.
本当だ。
Oh no.
ほら、貸してください。
Oh no. Before I could even think about what she meant, she grabbed my hand and stuck my fingers in her mouth.
これで綺麗になりました。
Who was I'm trying to remember. There was a character. I can't remember if it was Kaito, right? Who kept trying to, whose like main move when trying to get people to be quiet was to just stick his hand in their mouth. Who does that? That was a while ago. Did the normals do this sort of thing all the time?
ねえ先輩、ひなえ、この後買い物に付き合ってほしいな。
買い物？いいけど。
やったー！実はね、買おうと思ってたものがあったの。
Something she was thinking about buying? What could it be?
こっちでーす。
She wouldn't tell me what it was that she wanted to buy. But we kept going further into an area meant for girls, and I was starting to feel more and more awkward.
ランチが重かったらやめよっかなーって思ってたんですけど、よかった軽いもので。あったここです。
ここって。
先輩、まだ目を開けちゃダメですよ。
うん。
よいしょ。
Why am I worried?
はい、じゃあお願いします。
Fair enough. You gonna fix the strap is...
先輩、どうしました？
God, but the zoom in, stop it.
安いんじゃないのか。
バレなきゃ大丈夫ですって。
Still, was it really okay for us to be in the same changing room in the swimsuit area together? I know this. There's a word for this situation. I think it's sneg. Fucking what? Pardon? Short for Sore Nante Eroge. Or what kind of H game is that? Internet slang used to refer to situations commonly seen in hentai games. Got it. I wouldn't know anything about that. This is crazy.
それよりほら先輩、後ろ早く結んでくださいよ。じゃないと水着ずり落ちちゃう。
いいのか。
いいも何も早くしてくれないと。
No, that's not going to happen. But it might be something close. No.
とりあえず何系がいい？
Cease this
この辺ならいく
tomfoolery.
つか候補が。
じゃあお任せします。
そうか。
I called up the map I had in my hand.
じゃ
Head.
あ、あそこに行ってみようか。
ここですか？
あれ、確かここだと思ったんだけど。
Where I thought I'd find an Italian restaurant with a delicious lunch menu, I found a ramen place. And there was a big line, too.
ラーメンですか。まあ嫌いじゃないですけど、さすがにこの列は。
だよな。
This didn't make sense.
そうだ、この近くにもう一軒あったと思うんだけど。
Right up this way.
現在改装中。
Ugh, it didn't say that online. I started to get a bad feeling. My reputation as a right-sider was in danger.
待って、確かまだ他にも。
私あそこがいいな。ほらいつも行くあのって、ラックスか。あそこって月替わりのランチやってるでしょ。私今月のまだ食べてなくて。
There she is again.
か。
I'm telling
今日
you,
は二人か。いつもの席が空いておるぞ。
there's something up with this chick. There's something. I'm telling you. The waitress led us inside. Also, she seems like she's having an off day. She seems like she's not feeling it today.
マウンテンビューとオレンジジュース、マンスリーランチ2つじゃの。しばし待つがよい。
We ended up coming here, huh?
やっぱり生き慣れたところの方が安心しますよね。
そうだな。
もしかして落ち込んでます？
落ち込む？なんで僕が落ち込まなきゃならないんだよ。
マニュアル通りに行かなかったから？とりあえず褒めてみたり、道路歩くときに車道側歩いたり、人気のお店をリサーチしたり。
Oh, this is great.
違うぞ、それはリア充である僕にとって自然と備わっていることであって、別に特別リサーチしたなんてことは。
Dude, this self-report on this man.
やっぱしてたんですね。
Busted. That's right. I was talking to Arimura. There was no point in trying to lie.
まあそんなことだと思いましたよ。だっていつもの宮代先輩と違うんだもん。
Come to think of it, Arimura had said something similar before.
僕ってそんなに分かりやすいのか。
すっげすけです。でもそれって悪くないですよ。
気休めはいいよ。分かりやすいとか言われて喜ぶやつなんていないだろう。
気休めじゃないですよ。少なくとも私にとっては一緒にいて安心できるってのは大きいです。
それって。
ほら来ましたよご飯。ほれ注文の品じゃ。心して食うがよい。おいしそう。いただきます。先輩食べないんですか？
いや食べるよ。
How was I supposed to interpret what she just said? I kept thinking throughout the rest of my lunch, but I never came up with an answer.
先輩まだ時間ありますよね。もうちょっと付き合ってもらってもいいですか？
ああ。
そんな身構えなくてもいいですって。別にどこに行くとか考えず自然で行きましょう。自然で。
And so I ended up walking around the city of Shibuya with Arimura, without doing a single item on my date plan.
あれ可愛くないですか？
Was there any point in just wandering around with no plans or goals? It's called fun, you lunatic. It's just, yeah. Alright. I wasn't sure, but...
先輩はどういう服が好みです？
そうだな。僕は
やっぱ露出多めのとか？
違う、そういうの
Ooh, there it is.
ふーん。
まあ嫌いじゃないけど。
素直でよろしい。
I was surprised to find that part of me was enjoying it. Maybe that was just because there was no point in trying to pretend to be someone I wasn't around Arimura. That is kind of sweet, yeah.
次はどこ行きましょうか。
But it wasn't just that.
そういえば先輩、知ってます？この裏に。
おい
Suddenly, Arimura fell forward and almost tripped. I quickly grabbed her hand.
間一髪。危ない危ない。
こんな何もないところで転ぶとか年なんじゃないのか？
しっけえな。先輩より若いですよ。まあでも一応お礼言っときます。ありがとうございます。
うん。
I felt a little awkward somehow, and went to let go of her hand.
もうちょっとこのままでもいいかななんて。
Fortunately, I still didn't have the courage to let go of her hand. Things started to feel awkward and embarrassing.
ね、あの二人見て、仲いいよね。私たちもあの二人みたいになりたいね。
I could hear people whispering as we passed them. Normally, I would have quickly moved away. But today, for some reason, it didn't bother me.
なんか不思議。
何か？
私って普段はね、いつも自分を装ってるんです。だからそのせいで本当の自分っていうのがわからなくなっちゃうんですよね。普段友達とおどけている時の自分、それとも思ってもないことを言われてムカついてる時の自分、それでも笑顔で笑ってる時の自分、どれが本当の私なのって。でもなんか先輩といると自然な自分でいられる気がします。これが本当の自分だったのかなって。
Suddenly realized that Arimura hadn't been overly energetic today, or cold like she was when we first met. If this was who she really was, then maybe I could feel relaxed when I was around her too. It was a different kind of peace than I felt with Serika and Kurusu. Maybe it was just a kind of sympathy because we were both psychics. A part of me didn't think that was so bad.
それじゃあ今日はここで。ありがとうございました。楽しかったです。
こっちこそ。
Arimura and I had both seemed to forget that the whole point of this was to get me a new smartphone.
それじゃあまた。
うん。また。
Arimura smiled a little and disappeared into the Shibuya streets. She didn't say her usual goodbye, but that was probably because this was who she really was. I could still feel her warmth in my hand when I closed my fist. Hinae Arimura said her goodbye and walked a while before turning back. She could see Takaru Miyashiro standing in the crowd. What she just told Takaru was how she really felt. Until now, whenever she'd been talking to a friend or to a boy, she'd always pretended to be someone she wasn't. It was the same with her uncle's family, who she was staying with. Her uncle and his wife were basically good people, but she knew that at times they felt sick of her. Sometimes other people's feelings could be like a knife in your heart. And when they were good people, that only made it worse when you found out they didn't really mean what they said. He and I had been dealing with that for years. And now, for some reason, when she was with Takaru, she felt better. Of course, she hadn't felt that way when she'd met him at first. She hadn't liked him at all, in fact. He was a coward and a smart aleck. That first impression was probably right, but she could feel something delicate within him that went beyond all that. She might have seen a piece of herself in him. The way he panicked or tried to force himself to pretend that he was calm. She found herself laughing when she remembered that, and she laughed when she saw herself laughing. To Arimura, these were all new experiences. She should have been exhausted from all the walking she'd done today, but strangely, her steps were light and quick. So, that's why she was sure that someone else had done it. Just as she went to go down the stairs, she felt a small impact on her back. 2 hands. By the time she realized she was in danger, she'd already missed a step. The fuck? The world spun. She could see the sky. There was a dull pain in her arms and legs. And she could hear someone running away. It took a while for her to realize that someone had pushed her. It wasn't a prank. Someone had tried to kill her. 2008. So 3 years after all the
ひなえ、
other
どうした
stuff.
食べないのか
あらあら、今日はひなちゃんの好きなものばかりなのに。
どうしたんだよひな。調子でも悪いのか？
大丈夫。いただきます。
わかった。さては好きな男の子でもできたのね。
何それは本当か？
ほら、そういう時って食べ物も喉を通らなくなったりするじゃない？
ひなえ、そいつはどんなやつなんだ？ちゃんとした男か？家は父親の仕事は？
もうあなたったら、それじゃあまるで結婚相手みたいじゃないの。そういうんじゃないわよ。
そうか。すまん。お父さん思わず慌ててしまって。
やだわ。でもひなちゃんもいつか素敵な人と出会えるといいわね。私があなたに出会ったみたいに。
ああ、そうだな。
Mom and Dad were smiling gently, like always. Nothing had changed. But Hinae knew now that it was all a lie. It was only by chance that she'd found out. On her way back from a school trip, the bus had been stopped at a light. She'd looked out the window and seen someone who looked like her mom. At first, she thought she must be mistaken. So she had to be wrong, because the woman that looked like her mom was walking down the street, arm in arm with a young man. She looked again and again to make sure that she was wrong. But the more she looked, the more certain she became that she was right. Hinae wasn't young enough anymore to not know what that meant. She wasn't sure if she should tell her dad. If Mom was lying to Dad, if Dad was smiling while she lied to him, then that was just horrible for him. But she was wrong. Dad was cheating too.
お兄ちゃん、話したいことがあるの。
ひな、どうした？
Hinae was still too young to keep her parents' problems to herself. The only person she could rely on was her big brother Shingo. She told her brother everything. About Mom, about Dad. Of course, he'd be shocked. At least that's what she thought. So she was totally surprised by his next words.
そうか。お前も知っちゃったのか。
Her brother knew. Brother was the one who taught her not to lie, but he'd been lying to her too. It felt like a terrible betrayal to her. Everyone was lying. Everything around her was built on a lie. Hinae wanted the truth. But what was the truth? She was too young to know. But there was one thing she did know. Her brother had been hurt too. He'd been suffering alone, keeping the secret that he couldn't share with anyone. From that day on, the only truth that she had was her bond with her brother. They were siblings, sharing the same pain. That bond was what kept her going. Hinae became even more dependent on her brother, and her brother responded by coming to love her even more. When Hinae was just a year or two from graduating elementary school, her brother said to her, From that day on, those words were what kept Hinae going. Her bond with her brother and her hopes of escaping her parents' lies. And that became her future, her new future, and her truth. But 6 years ago, on that day, that dream was destroyed. There was a dazzling light and a great shaking, and she found herself buried in the rubble. By the time the week was over, the return of the new generation madness was forgotten, and everyone was talking about some counterfeit food labeling that had happened last week. The criminals had taken advantage of the computer problems caused by the crash of 15, which had made it a hot topic. Of course, @Channel was still talking about it, but it had started to die down. In fact, since the media hadn't reported anything about her, the message board had a new set of theories about Riko Haida, and that was mostly what they were talking about now. Time passed whether we wanted it to or not, and we students still had to go to school.
Oh, Miyashiro!
なんだ、人か。
なんだとは朝から随分とご挨拶じゃねえか。つうかさっきから何やってんだこんなところで。
何って、学校に来たらここを取るのは当然だろ。当たり前のこと言うなよ。
Nothing unusual at all. Why do you ask?
そうか？それにしてはさっきからここでキョロキョロしてたじゃんか。誰か待ってでもいんのかと思ってさ。
I hadn't even been thinking about Ito, so I didn't notice him until he'd spoken to me. If I'd have seen him, I would have gone into the school building.
で、誰を待ってんだ？
それは、ほら、お前を待ってたんだよ。
俺を？もしかして例の事件で何か進展があったのか？
いや、そういうわけじゃないけど。
じゃあなんで？有村だ。え？
I turned around and saw Orimura right behind me.
よう、有村。
伊藤先輩。
有村、チャオス。
どうも、宮代先輩。
I'd raised my hand like an idiot. The morning autumn wind felt cold against it. Huh? I'd forced myself to match her greeting. Why was she being so cold?
お前、どうしたんだその手。
I looked at her hand and saw that there was a bandage wrapped around it just under her sleeve.
これはちょっと階段でつまずいちゃって。
I looked closer and saw that she was concealing some purple bruises with foundation.
それじゃあ私はこれで。
Orimura seemed a little out of it as she said goodbye and headed into the school building.
なんだよ。相変わらず愛想ねえな。
Really, dude?
それより話ってなんだ？
は？
だから、なんか話があって待ってたんだろ？
僕がこんなところでわざわざ伊藤を待つわけないだろ。
Damn.
は？なんだそれ。
Heartbroken.
ほら、それより早く行かないとチャイム鳴るぞ。
なんなんだよ、一体。
That was my question. She'd been smiling when I said goodbye yesterday, and now she was acting like this. In my head.
遅いな、有村。 なんだ？
誰だ？
この声は有村だな。
The legendary.
なんでわかっちゃうんですか？つまんない。
そりゃわかるだろ。
そっか、わかっちゃうのか。
有村。
あ、そうだ先輩、チャオッス。
チャオス。
That's how it was supposed to go. Nothing negative was supposed to happen. And instead, she'd acted like that.
女子ってわからないな。
Surely the injuries are completely unrelated. My god, you're dumb. I almost leapt up when I heard a sudden yell.
どうしたのタクル？
なんだクールスか。驚かすなよ。
驚いたのはこっちよ。あなた今なんて言ったの？
Oh no. I must have been talking to myself.
いや、今のは何でも。
あ、いたいた、タク。
I felt a bad premonition. Serica's timing was a little too perfect.
おっと、そうだ。ちょっと用事が。
ねえねえ、昨日ひなちゃんとデートしたんだって？
デート？ひなちゃんってもしかして有村さんのこと？タクル、あなた有村さんとデートしたの？
Crap. Now I had a real problem. No, forget that.
なんでそのことをお前が知ってるんだ？
それはだって見たんだもん。
見たって一緒にいるところか？
待ちなさいタクル。ということは本当に有村さんとデートしたのね。
デートっていうか一緒に出かけただけだよ。
だからそれってデートでしょ？
This was awkward. Even if we weren't related by blood, who knew that having your family find out about your dating life would feel so awkward?
それでどうだったの？どんな服で行ったの？どこへ行ったの？何をしたの？うまくいったの？
どうのんちゃん、落ち着いて落ち着いて。
だってあのタクルが女の子とデートよ。姉としては気になるじゃない。第一それってあんな陰惨なニュースを追っているよりも全然いいことよ。セリカもそう思わない？
私はタクがそれでいいなら。
What was going on here? I knew that girls like to talk about romance, but I didn't think they'd like to talk about it this much.
それでタクルどうなの？
どうって別にちょっと遊びに行っただけだし。
ちょっとってダメよ、そんな適当な態度じゃ有村さんにも失礼じゃない。
Neither Serica nor I were sure how to handle Kurusu's excitement. And then suddenly she spun around.
ああそうだ、こうしちゃいられないわ。
クルス、どこ行くつもりだ？
決まってるでしょ、有村さんのところよ。弟をよろしくってきちんと挨拶しておかなきゃ。
Oh my god.
ちょっと待って。
Don't do this.
早まりすぎだ。
Not now.
そうだよ、のんちゃん。そういうのはちゃんと日取りを選んでやんなきゃ。
It's not right either.
とにかく有村とはスマホを買いに行くついでにちょっと一緒にブラブラしただけなんだよ。
本当に？
本当だって。だから変な気を回したりとか頼むからやめてくれ。
そう。
Why did she look so disappointed?
っていうか、のんちゃん、なんでそんなに必死なの？
だってそういう楽しいことがあればタクルだってもう変な事件を追いかけたりしなくなるかもしれないでしょ。
なんだ、そんな理由か。
もちろんそれだけじゃないわ。もっとちゃんとした理由があるわよ。
ちゃんとした理由って？
それはほら、有村さんも私たちと似たような境遇だから。
似たようなってどういうことだ？
知らないの？彼女ご両親はご健在らしいんだけどね、住んでいたお部屋が渋谷地震で倒壊して それでお兄さんが
Her brother, the one that was friends with Kakita?
今はご両親とも東京から少し離れてしまって、彼女自身は近くの親戚のお家から通っているらしいんだけどね。でも有村さんと同じ小学校だったって子に聞いたんだけど、彼女すごくお兄さん子だったらしくて、それで亡くなった後はずっと塞ぎ込んでいたそうだから。
I had no idea that Arimura had a past like that.
別に同情とかじゃないの。ただ彼女にも頑張ってほしいなって。だから。
She suddenly grabbed me by the hands and looked straight into my eyes.
もしも何か相談があったらいつでも言うのよ。わかった？
うん。
Her demeanor was so overwhelming that I took a step back.
それからくれぐれもまたあの事件を追いかけたりなんてしようと思わないこと。いいわね。
You know, for someone who really doesn't want him going after the case, she talks about it a lot. She mentions it pretty much every chance she gets.
わかったよ。
When I nodded, she smiled, satisfied, and finally left to go to class.
のんちゃんびっくりだね。
そもそもはお前が余計なこと言うからだろ。
あれ？そうだっけ？
そうだよ。
でもタク、本当にひなちゃんとは何にもないの？
ないよそんなの。
タク？
At least, not from what I'd seen this morning. That's right. It was stupid to get so excited just because I'd gone to hang out with a girl. We could just gone shopping together. If I got excited and started obsessing over dating and girlfriends, I'd be no different than half the idiots in this school. I wasn't like those wrong-siders who spent every minute of the day thinking about girls. I spent most of my day gathering information. And I felt bad for Kurusu, but I was starting to get a little bored with the situation. Everybody seemed to think that the arrest of Riko Haida meant the case was winding down, but I couldn't be sure that it was over. If Haida was responsible for all the murders, then why did she have to kill all those people? Was it just because they were psychics? Or was she working for some organization? And how had she killed them? Why didn't she just use her pyrokinesis? There were still tons of questions. I didn't have time to obsess over every little thing some girl did. Which meant that I had work to do. I had to go over the case again. If I was the head of a journalism club, I needed to act like a journalist. Right. I opened the door to the club room, ready to get started.
あ、チャオス先
I
輩。
knew it.
有村、どうしてここに？
決まってるじゃないですか。先輩を待ってたんですよ。ここに来れば会えるかなって。
僕に会いに？
はい。
そう。
No, no. I just told myself that I didn't have time to waste on girls.
今朝はごめんなさい。ちょっと考え事してたせいでそっけなかったですよね。
そんなこと。
No, there's no point in lying to Arimura.
まあ少しな。
そうですよね。でもちょっと理由があって。
理由？
言いましたよね。怪我したって。
Arimura rubbed the skin just above her knees and winced a little. I could still see a bandage under her sleeve. It didn't look that bad, but maybe she was worse off than she looked.
階段でつまずいたんだっけ？大丈夫なんだよな？
はい。怪我自体はそんなに大したことはないんですけど、ただ誰かに押されたような気がしてて。
押されたって、突き落とされたってことか？誰に？
あ、いや、あくまでも気がしたって感じで、だからはっきりそうとは言えないんですけど、でもちょっと気になってて、それで朝は上の空になってたんです。だからごめんなさい。
それで突き落とされた後は特に襲われたりとかしてないのか？
はい、転んで階段から落ちて見上げたら誰もいなくて。
そっか。
If someone did push her, then who? Could it have something to do with the case? But compared to the other cases, that would be pretty sloppy. Was it just chance then? Or maybe she'd been mistaken.
それじゃあ私はこれで。
Arimura picked up her bag and started to walk to the door.
もう帰るのか？
はい、とにかく朝のこと一言謝りたかっただけですから。
そっか。
先輩がいいって言うならもう少しいてもいいかななんて。
え？
ダメですか？
別にダメなことないけど。
本当ですか？よかった。
It's situations like this where I have to look at the corners and make sure, like, nope, this is really happening. Okay. Like, yeah, we're good. Oh, speaking of. I started to feel awkward. But it wasn't a bad awkward. It wasn't that bad at all. It was kind of nice.
そうだ、怪我大したことないって言ってたけど、本当か？
はい、大丈夫ですよ。ほら、この通り。
Arimura lifted up her skirt to show me. I saw eternity.
本当は前から言おうと思ってたんですけど、私実は男の子なんです。
Oh my god. Jesus Christ. What is this? What am I looking at right now? I was stunned. Didn't expect to see a bulge beneath Arimura's skirt. This is unhinged. This is fucking unhinged.
でも心は女の子なんです。信じてくださ
い。いやー、まあこんなもの見せられたら信じるしか。
やっぱり思った通りだ。宮代先輩って優しい。
そうか。
はい。
Oh my god.
宮代先輩。
Arimura looks straight into my eyes. I can't with this like fucking conveyor belt of I can't, dude. I can't. She was a girl, no matter how you looked at her. But her body.
何？
こんな僕でよければ恋人にしてください。
I looked closely and saw that her shoulders were shaking. It had probably taken all her courage to say that. And I said...
先輩。
むしろ望むところだ。
Oh my lord.
まさにドンピシャ。君こそ僕の求めていた理想の恋人だ、有村。
本当ですか？
本当だ。
Arimura leapt forward and grabbed me. Her body was a little more muscled than I'd expected, but it felt great. And...
有村。
はい。
当たってる。
当ててるんです。
I have to go drink bleach now. No, I'm kidding. No. What was I thinking? I'm not into that. Oh my lord. When I came back to my senses, I was looking straight at Arimura's healthy thighs.
もう先輩ったら あんまり見ちゃダメですよ。
My poor brain. I knew that I should probably look away, but my instincts overcame my reason.
そんなこと言ったって。
Suddenly, the door opened without warning. Please tell me it's Kazuki.
Huh?
Yes. Everything froze for a moment. I want her to just come in, flip a 180, and just leave. Like, nope. Kazuki appeared for just a moment before she vanished. A moment later, I heard a furious pounding on the walls.
違う違うんだカズキ。
そうなの花、今のは違うの。だから違うんだってば。
October 22nd. 4 days had passed since someone had pushed Arimura down the stairs. Nothing else had changed for her since then. How are things between she and I? Well, maybe not too bad. Probably. Tomorrow was the 23rd, the day of the brain-dead incident 6 years ago. I'd spent the whole day online looking for new information, and found something interesting. It was the news that the burnt, headless body of a man had been found.
本当に行くんですか？
Huh.
嫌なら無理に付き合ってくれとは言わないけど。
Arimura's expression was clouded, but she shook her head. I'm gonna be honest, that conveyor belt image is still playing in my brain on loop. I can't get it out of my head. After school that day, we'd gone to visit none other than Kunosato. I wasn't very happy about the idea, but it was the best way to find out about the news I'd seen this morning. Of course, Detective Shinjo probably knew more about the case, but he worked for the police. Even if we'd been attacked by Haida earlier, he probably wouldn't be willing to give us the latest information. But Kunosato had built up a relationship of trust with the police, and it looked to me that between the two, she had the upper hand in her relationship with Shinjo, which meant that she might know something.
じゃあ行くけど、本当にいいのか?
I asked Arimura one last time before we went
だ
inside.
ってここ女の人の部屋ですよ。宮代先輩、そんなところに一人で行くつもりですか？
確かに女子が一緒の方が話は聞いてくれるだろうけどさ。
I didn't really like her either, and honestly, I didn't want to rely on her help. I had no choice if I wanted that information. I wasn't really relying on her help. I was using her.
私が言ってるのはそういうことじゃなくて。
じゃあどういうことだ?
だからいいです。なんでもないです。
あ、おい、部屋の場所知らないんじゃないのか?
Arimura stormed ahead of me angrily. I followed her out into the apartment building.
誰だ?
僕です。宮代拓。
入れ。
Kunosato let us in much easier than I thought she would. I'd been worried she'd turn us away at the door, but I guess I was wrong.
散らかっているが気にするな。
Her room was still in terrible shape. I could see the Shibuya news screen on her PC. She looked like she was editing something.
例の焼死体のことだな。
I'm gonna be honest, it is weird to see her without the lab coat. It is a bit jarring. Kunosato spoke before we even had a chance.
どうしてそれを?
ギガロマニアックスのお二人がわざわざこんな手狭なところにいらっしゃってくださったんだ。他に考えられる心当たりはない。
相変わらず嫌味な人。
ご想像の通り、昨夜の焼死体について何か情報はないかと思って来たんです。
There was no point in pissing her off if it meant we didn't get the information we needed. I quickly moved between them. This wasn't really something I was good at, but I didn't have a choice.
どこまで知っている？
その一通り情報として出ていることは。
The location was a multi-purpose building in Hatsudai. The victim was a man between his mid-30s and late 50s. He'd been burnt so badly his body had been turned to ash, and the police had no idea who he was. They were working on IDing him. That much had been announced this morning. I looked back over it just in case before I came here, and nothing new had come out.
ならば、それが全てだ。それ以上のことは一切分かっていない。
それは箝口令が敷かれているってことですか？
いや、警察の方でもまだつかめていないようだ。どうやら先月の太陽嵐の影響でまたシステムが不安定になっているのだそうだ。被害者が渋谷以外の人間の場合、紹介も一苦労らしい。システムにばかり頼りすぎるとこういうことになるという見本のようなものだな。
Since Arimura hadn't spoken up, what Kunosato had said was probably true.
それで久野里さんはこの事件どう見ます？
それはニュージェネの再来と関係があるかどうか聞いているのか？
まあそういうことです。
私にはその質問に答える義務はない。
I figured. I thought she might say that, so I didn't really feel surprised or disappointed. But surprisingly, she asked me something instead.
お前はどう思っている？
僕ですか？
お前もこれまでの事件を追ってきたのだろう。それならば一応の考えはあるはずだ。そいつを聞かせてみろ。
I hated to tell her just because she asked me, but there was no point in arguing. I decided to just tell her what I thought.
この事件にはこれまでのものと比べていくつかの相違点があります。まずは場所。
All the other incidents had taken place in Shibuya proper. Hatsudai was part of the Shibuya ward, but most people considered it a part of Shinjuku.
それから年齢の問題。
All the previous victims had been in their teens or early 20s. This time the victim was middle-aged. He was closer to Dad's generation than ours.
つまりこれまでの事件とは無関係だということか？
そう考えていいんじゃないかと。
The fact that the body had been burnt to death made me think of Riko Haida. But Haida was in police custody right now. She couldn't be responsible. And today was the 22nd. It was one day too early for the brain dead case.
そこまで結論が出ているのならわざわざ私に聞く必要もないだろう。
じゃあ
そもそも今のところ30代以上でのギガロマニアックス発症例はない。ということは少なくとも被害者はギガロマニアックスではないということだ。
In other words,
偶然か便乗か。いずれにしてもこれまでの事件とは無関係だろうな。
とりあえず関係ないってのは一安心だな。
嘘。
え？
先輩、本当はもう少し事件が続いてくれてもよかったのにって思ってるじゃないですか。
I hadn't realized it, but if Arimura said so, then maybe I did. Maybe I wanted something to happen to break the boredom.
私はまだ安心できません。だって。
Arimura squirmed uneasily. It made sense. Just the other day, someone might have pushed her down the stairs.
ごめん、そんなつもりじゃなかった。
いえ、私の方こそちょっと過敏になってるのかも。
送るよ。
ありがとうございます。
Arimura held my hand the whole way back. Her hand felt tiny and very frail. The next day was the 23rd. That was the day of the brain dead incident 6 years ago. Nothing interesting happened on in Shibuya that day. November 6, 2009, Friday. Okay. Hinae Arimura was in downtown Shibuya when it happened. Her brother's birthday was in a week. What should she get him for a present? She'd taken the allowance she'd saved up over the past several months and gone into the city alone. Every year, she and her brother would both celebrate each other's birthdays, just the two of them. Hinae would give her brother a present, and he'd say thank you and give her something back, even though it wasn't her birthday. It always made her so happy. What should she get him this year? She wanted to get him something that he would keep forever. Something he could wear would be best. Clothes were outside her budget, and gloves or a muffler would only be useful in winter. What about a wallet? Just when she decided to go into a slightly grown-up department store, a huge earthquake struck Shibuya. It was the disaster they called the Shibuya earthquake, and I didn't really remember the moment it happened. 1 second, there was a bright light that flooded her field of vision, and the next second, everything changed. The walls of the buildings had collapsed. The asphalt had split open, and here and there she could hear people moaning in pain. It was like something out of a dream or a nightmare. She didn't know what had happened. She quickly dialed her brother, but not only did he not pick up, she couldn't even hear it ring. Since she had nothing else to do, she decided to head for home. Only when she stood up did she realize that she'd been hurt all over. Her knees were cut open, she'd hit her back, she'd scraped her cheeks against the ground. And all of Shibuya was in a panic. The buildings looked like they could fall down at any moment. A car had smashed into a store and was giving off a black smoke. Everyone in Shibuya was running to the station in search of a way out. It was hard for tiny little Hina to go against the crowd, and she was almost pushed down many times as she headed for home. She didn't honestly remember how long it took to get back to the condo where she lived. She just remembered that she felt so tired. But when she saw her condo building, all that exhaustion vanished. The building hadn't collapsed, but it was tilting and looked like it could fall over at any time. The people who'd escaped from inside were standing a good ways away and looking up at it. Some people tried to go inside to get their valuables, others tried to stop them. She saw her parents there.
Hinae, 無事だったのか?
Maybe they'd happened to come home early, or maybe they'd raced over here after the earthquake. Either way, they were injured, but all right. But there was someone missing. She looked around and didn't see him. Her parents didn't answer, but she could tell where her brother was from where her mom was looking. The condo building was tilted and could fall over at any time. Who knew what was going on inside?
Hinae.
The father slowly shook his head. She dodged past her father's outstretched hands and ran into the building. Of course, the elevator didn't work. She ran up the stairs, which were only barely still functional, and headed for her condo. All the exhaustion she'd felt was totally gone. All she was thinking about was her brother. All she wanted for him was to be safe. Their condo was a disaster. There was no sign left of the life they'd lived. That didn't matter to her. She screamed, again and again. She heard a small moan from under the rubble. She ran over and saw her brother. Oh my god! Jesus Christ. He was alive.
ひな、よかった。無事だったのか。
Her brother was alive.
お兄ちゃん、何してるの？早くここ出ないと。
She swallowed her words. Her brother's body was half buried under rubble, and he couldn't move.
待ってて、今どかせるから。
She tried to lift it off, but she was far too weak to even budge it.
無理だ、ひな。それよりお前は逃げろ。ここももう。
何言ってるの？そんなことできるわけない。
She tried so hard to move the rubble that her nails broke and blood began to drip from her fingers. But she still kept trying.
私には、ひなにはお兄ちゃんしかいないんだもん。血を分けたお兄ちゃんしか、私には。
Her mom and dad had betrayed her. The one bond she had, the one truth she had, was her brother. It was the one thing that had kept her going. But
ごめん、ひな。違うんだ。
she didn't know why her brother was suddenly apologizing.
僕たちは兄弟なんかじゃない。お前と僕は本当は純粋な兄弟なんかじゃないんだ。
It was a sudden confession. What was he talking about? They weren't brother and sister? What did he mean? He kept talking, even though Hina didn't understand what he was saying.
ひな、お前は母さんと父さんの子じゃない。別の男との間の子だ。
嘘。
Suddenly, the whole world went black.
ずっと言うべきじゃないって思ってた。隠しておくべきだって。お前が大きくなるまでは。でももう俺はだから。
Oh geez, my computer is starting to melt. Why? Why is my computer doing this? Please. Behave, I beg of you.
ごめん、ひな。ずっと隠していて。
It was a shock. She wasn't her mom and dad's daughter. Her brother wasn't her real brother. But the biggest shock to Hinae was that her brother had been lying to her. After all the times he'd told her not to lie. He'd said he wouldn't lie to her anymore, but he'd been concealing something so important. She couldn't believe it. It was a cry from her heart. And then she saw something in the corner of her eye. It was twisted and beautiful. It was like some kind of enchanting creature, but cold, like something inorganic. Something like a sword.
ごめん、ひな。でもこれは本当のことなんだ。
Suddenly, she knew he was telling the truth. It wasn't just intuition. She knew. She knew somehow. For some reason, she knew that his words were true. As she stood there in shock, suddenly she was knocked backwards and almost fell to her feet.
ここは危ない。行け、ひな。お兄ちゃん。頼む。お前は お前だけは生きてくれ。
There was a truth in his cry. She staggered back just as the roof in front of her fell in. The dust rose up so thick she couldn't see her brother anymore. Those were the last words she ever heard him say. October 26, 2015, Monday.
ねえ、聞いた？聞いた。あれって B 組の子でしょ？
私1年の時同じクラスだったんだけど。
The whole school was talking about a new incident that had taken place.
もうみんな知ってると思うが、新たな事件が起きた。しかも被害者は碧峰学園の2年生女子、つまりこの学校の生徒だ。
Because of that, we'd had an emergency assembly this morning. The school staff was busy dealing with the second big incident after the Watabe case, and most classes were study halls. They should have just made it a half day, but since the media were outside, they kept us until the full day was over. It was only after school that we were able to have our meeting. Here's what we knew about the case. According to the police announcement, the murder took place sometime after 11 p.m. last night. Shibuya was always pretty busy, even at that hour, but the area where the murder took place was isolated, and at times could be almost empty. The cause of death was blood loss. The victim had been stabbed multiple times with a sharp blade, and the area around her was said to be a sea of blood.
この事件、どう思う？
Like always, Ito was the first to answer.
どうってのは、これまで起きたニュージェネの再来と同じかどうかってことか？
もちろんそれも含めていろいろだよ。
関連があるかどうかって言われたら明らかに違うだろ
どうしてそう思うの？
どうしても何も、そもそも起きた日が違う。それに明らかに手口も普通だ。猟奇性の面から見ても関連性があるとは思えん。
Kazuki was actually involved in the conversation for once. She nodded in agreement, but Kurusu shook her head.
何言ってるの？刃物でめった刺しなんてそれだけで十分猟奇的じゃない。
いや、そりゃそうだけど、俺が言いたいのはつまりこう方向性みたいな、犯罪の醸し出す色っつうか雰囲気っつうか、要するに不可解なところがないってこと。
確かに手を切って食べたとか、お腹の中にスピーカーがとか、そういうのとは違うよね。
だろ？だからやっぱ関係ないんじゃねえの？
Evidently, everyone agreed with Ito's opinion.
宮代、お前はどうなんだよ？
僕も伊藤と同じ意見だ。残念ながらこれまでの事件とは無関係だと思う。
ちょっとタクル、残念ながらってどういうこと？
Crap, I'd accidentally said what I was thinking.
いい？あなたは狙われたのよ。下手をしたらあなたが面白がっているその被害者の人たちと同じようになっていたかもしれないのよ。わかってる？
わかってるよ。
Here we go again.
そもそも今回の被害者はこの学校の生徒なのよ。同じ学校で過ごしている女の子が亡くなったの。面白がっている場合じゃないでしょう。
だから何度も言わなくったって大丈夫だってそう言ってるだろ。
Why was Kurusu here at the newspaper club when a student from our school was dead anyway?
今私たちがするべきことは全校生徒に注意を促すための記事を書くこと。これは先生方からも頼まれた新聞部としての役目なの。これはそのための会議なんだからそこを忘れないで。
分かってるってば。
それから
生徒会会長のクルスさん、至急生徒会室まで来てください。繰り返します。生徒会会長のクルスさん。
ほら呼んでるぞ。
それじゃあ言ってくるけど、くれぐれも今言ったこと忘れちゃダメだからね。
Kurusu nagged me one more time before she ran out of the room.
のんちゃん、忙しいのにわざわざ来てくれたんだね。
それだけ宮代が信頼されてないってことだな。いや、逆に信頼されてるってことか？どっちだ？
どっちだっていいよ。それより話に戻るぞ。
Thanks to Kurusu's interruptions, I'd forgotten how much we'd covered. Right.
今回の被害者はうちの2年ってことだが、有村や尾上はこの被害者の子のことは知らなかったのか？
私は1年の時何度か言葉を交わした程度なら、学校休みがちな子だったみたいだし。
私もよくは知らない。クラスの子の話だと学校サボって遊び回ってるって話だったけど。
Since the murder had taken place past 11 p.m., it wasn't hard to imagine.
でもちょっと怖いかも。事件のあったところって私も学校の行き帰りに通る道だし。
そうなのか？
うん、ほら言ったでしょ、この前の階段で。あの近くだからちょっと気味悪いかも。
Somebody had tried to push Arimura down the stairs. Given that it was near the scene of the murder, maybe it was just some sicko trying to kill little girls.
まあ、やっぱ今回のは今までのとは関係ないってやつだよ。言い方は悪いが、遊び歩いてた女がたまたま変質者にやられたか、あるいは地上のもつれってところか。
いくらなんでもそれはないよ。だって高校生だよ。地上のもつれって言ったら、その男子と女子がそのゴニョゴニョなことでしょ。
小学生かよ。高
高
校生にもなりゃ地上でもつれることだってあるだろう。
そうなの？世の中の高校生はそうなの？もつれちゃうの？ねえ、タク。
そりゃ子供じゃないんだし、そういうことだってあるんじゃないか。
そうなんだ。じゃあ花ちゃんももつれちゃったりするの
She frantically denied it. Yeah, that wasn't going to happen with Kazuki. Anyway, we were getting off track.
しかしまあ、同じ学校のやつが殺されたってのは気持ちいいもんじゃねえよな。
A student from my school. In that sense, this victim was the one who'd been the closest to us. What did that mean?
すっかり遅くなっちゃいましたね。
うん。
考えてみればもう11月ですもんね。そういえば復興祭って来週でしたっけ？
うん。
Even if this case, and the last one, had nothing to do with the other murders, I was starting to think that maybe they didn't mean that the return of the new generation madness was over. At first, I thought that Riko Haida was responsible for all of them. No, I'd only been convinced of that because of the terror I'd felt after being attacked. But after I'd calmed down, it felt like there were things I couldn't explain if she was doing this on her own. And there was that underground lab, too. If an organization big enough to make something like that lab was involved, Riko Haida might have just been the tip of the iceberg. Unfortunately, the police hadn't gotten any useful information out of her, so there was no way of knowing if she was connected to something bigger or not. Even if she was responsible, we didn't know why she'd committed the murders on the same days as the new generation madness. Was it some kind of message? Was it to make it more sensational? Either way, if there was something bigger behind her, we'd already been target once. Maybe we couldn't relax just yet.
もう。
Suddenly, someone grabbed both my cheeks, bringing me back to my senses.
さっきから話してるのに全然聞いてない。
ごめん。なんだっけ。
He was just doing his best Kazuki impression.
だから復興祭一緒に行こうねって話です。
そっか。
もう約束ですよ。
She let go of my cheeks and then gently rubbed them. I felt kind of embarrassed.
それじゃあ私はあっちなんで。
送っていこうか。
There was that murder yesterday. And then the thing with the stairs before it. Of course, I was a little worried too. But as a man, it was time to show off.
大丈夫です。ちゃんと人通りの多いところ通っていくから。
Just kidding.
でも
No showing off. Suddenly, Arimura leaned up, and I felt something soft on my cheek. By the time I realized it was her lips, she'd already pulled away.
アディオスグラッシャー。
Before I could say something, she'd smiled, said her goodbye, and vanished into the crowd. I was suddenly overcome by the idea that she was going to vanish forever. It drove the unpleasant thought from my head and headed up for home, feeling just a little excited. I could still feel a soft warmth on my cheek. Oh. Cheek smooches. October 26, 2015, Monday. Just like she'd promised Takaru, Hinae Arimura stuck to the busy roads on her way back. She remembered Takaru's face when they'd said goodbye. He was probably scared himself, but he was holding it in and pretending to be brave. I like how his hand is in a perpetual state of, like, summoning, like, the ultimate power or something. He's, like, channeling something into his hands at all time. Anybody could see how he was just putting on an act. He was easy to figure out. And that made Hinae feel at peace. His face. He's such a goober. Everyone was hiding their true feelings, their truth, deep within their heart. There was nothing true in this world at all. That's what she'd thought that day. Never tell a lie. Her brother had been the one who taught her that, but he still didn't tell her what was really important. He didn't tell her the truth. So where was the truth? That was the question she'd been grappling with for the past 6 years.
お兄ちゃん。
A friend she just made recently had asked if she wanted to see her brother. Hinae almost never talked about herself, but she'd been talking about her family. And then her friend had asked her. She didn't know why, but the question had surprised her, and she'd nodded yes. She didn't hate her brother for lying to her, and even if she did, he was gone. Because on that day, she'd left him to die. So instead, she felt guilty toward him. If she could meet him, she wanted to apologize. The crosswalk sign turned red, and Hinae stopped walking. Even at night, Shibuya was crawling with people. With this many people around, she thought, it wouldn't be easy for someone to attack her. As soon as the traffic light turned green, the car started to move. And then, oh god, someone gonna push her into traffic. God damn it. Someone pushed her hard, and she staggered out into the street. The headlights were bearing down on her before she even had time to think. Dude, what is up with this? She finally opened her eyes. The car bumper was just a few centimeters from her face.
大丈夫か？何やってんだよ。危ねえな。
The people waiting for the light started to make a fuss. The sound of a dozen car horns echoed off the sides of the buildings. But Hinae didn't hear any of that. She was only looking at one thing. It was the place she'd been standing a moment ago. Just before she'd almost been hit, she looked up and seen them. Uh...
お兄ちゃん。
It was her dead brother Shingo. Alright, I have to use the bathroom again. What is up with this? All right, normally 5 hours is like my limit, but I know if I end it here, it's gonna be like, turns out you were like 10 minutes away from the end. So I'm just gonna go until I hit like a chapter end, or I don't know, maybe this is the end of this ending. I don't know. Also, Kat, she's here now, so behave yourself. I looked at the clock and it was past 3 p.m. a.m. What? It's literally a different letter. I'd started looking around to see if there was any new information on the case, and the next thing I knew, it was really late. But I didn't end up finding anything new, and as I read, I ended up focusing on something else. It was an article about how a company called Koshin that was involved with the Restoration Festival had put up security cameras all over town, and been subject to a lawsuit. The situation had gotten pretty complicated, and by the time I'd finished reading, it was really late.
さすがに寝るか。
It was true that caffeine stopped you from getting sleepy. I always drank caffeine before bed, and I was always able to sleep. But when I opened my fridge to get my late night mountain view, I realized I had a big problem. I'd forgotten that I drank my last bottle yesterday.
しょうがない。我慢するか。
Or so I thought, but... Once you found out that you couldn't drink something you wanted to drink, it became an obsession. That's just human nature. Caffeine was addictive. Maybe I was undergoing withdrawal. But the convenience store I'd have to go to in order to get the mountain view was a bit of a walk from here. In the end, however, I couldn't defeat my own desires. I went out into the city at night to get my mountain view. After I'd succeeded in purchasing several bottles of Mountain View, I took one and opened it as I stood outside on the sidewalk. body felt like it had been purified in the sweet, piss-colored light of Mountain View. Just as I thought that now I'd be able to sleep, I suddenly remembered all the murders that had happened so far. Come up here, dingus. Come on up. Join me, won't you? I suddenly felt afraid of the situation I was in. You're making me look crazy. Stop it. I was in Shibuya in the middle of the night, in a place that was almost empty at this hour. Sudden fear gripped me, and I started to run, only to trip on something. Evidently, I'd run into a trash can. There usually wasn't a trash can here. I felt a dull pain where my body had hit the ground. I hadn't been holding the bottle tightly, so the cap on my Mountain View had fallen off, and the bottle was leaking. No! My elixir of life! I sat up and stretched out my hand to grab the bottle, only to touch something else. Alright, this is concerning. It wasn't a plastic bottle. I don't like the music! This is the scary music. It was softer. Like clay. I slowly looked up. What I saw made me gasp. It wasn't a trash can. It was a laundry basket with wheels. At first, I thought the thing that fell out from the inside was a mannequin or something. It was strangely cold and a little black. A body? It looks like a body. The soft feeling against my skin and the way its eyes were open told me that it was no mannequin. It was... Huh? A dead body. Well, that went from 0 to 10. Jesus Christ. More math.
今何時だと? ああ、宮代か。座れ。
な、宮代ってさ。
知ってる知ってる。またでしょ。ちょっとすごくない？いくら空前だからって。
静かにしなさい。授業を続けるぞ。
タク、聞いたよ。
な、昨日の話早く聞かせろよ。
After I found the body in the alleyway this morning, I called the police. By the time they were done questioning me, it was almost lunchtime. I hadn't slept a wink last night, but I was feeling so tense that it didn't matter. The whole school had heard about how I'd found a body, and I could hear people talking about it as I passed them by. I could understand why. This was the third body I'd been the first to discover. I might have been the only person in the whole wide world to discover 3 bodies in just over a month. At this point, the police were less surprised than they were annoyed.
言っとくけど、あれは僕が自分で探したわけじゃないからな。
Kurusu had come to see me too, along with Ito and Sarika. I made sure she understood the real story.
わかってるわよ。でも、どうしてあなたばっかりそんな現場に。
ほんと持ってるとしか思えないよな。
伊藤くん、前にも言ったわよね。人が亡くなってるのよ。不謹慎でしょ。
と、こりゃ失言。
でも、タクもすっかり有名人だね。
別に僕が何かやったわけじゃないけどな。
そうよ。それにこんなことで有名になったって仕方ないでしょ。
それはそうだけど。
で、被害者は？
それはまだわからないらしい。
The police had said there was nothing on the body that could help them ID it. All they knew was that it was a man in his mid-40s.
なるほどな。ってことは、やっぱあれとは無関係か。
かもな。
This case was the one most similar to the return of the new generation madness. But given the victim's age and the date of the murder, it was hard to say if it was related. It was too early to say for sure, though.
それで、 どんなだった？
どんなって？
だから死体だよ。ネットで見る限りはめった刺しだったって話だけど。
Jesus Christ, Ito, you're a fucking weirdo.
暗かったせい
Stop
で
that.
はっきりしたことは僕もわからない。ただ触った感じからして死んでからそこそこ経ってるような感じではあった。
タク、触ったの？
Oh, hey, I just noticed your error. Yeah. Yeah, this one's been going on for a while. I normally stop around 5 hours, but I know the second I am like, all right, I'm gonna call it there, I'm gonna be like 10 minutes away from the end. So I'm just going for as long as my body can take. Alright.
転んだ時にたまたまな。
マジか。でどんな感触だった？
ゴムみたいな感じだな。なんかグニュッとしてて意外と硬くて。
もう2人ともいい加減にしなさい。そんな話聞きたくないわ。
聞きたくないならどこか行けばいいだろう。
それは。
それとも本当は気になるんじゃないのか？
そんなわけないでしょ。
Kept talking with Kurusu for a moment before someone came over from the door.
有村。
宮代先輩。
Arimura looked really tired.
どうしたわざわざ。もしかしてお前も事件のことを聞きに来たのか？
事件のこと？あれ？ひなちゃん知らないの？タク、また見つけちゃったんだって。殺人現場。え？
From the look of things, she really didn't know. Given how many friends she had, that was a little surprising. From the way the rest of the school had been talking about it, she should have at least heard something.
有村さん、どうしたの？なんだかいつもと違って元気がないみたいだけど。もしかして私たちがいると言いにくいこと？
いえ、そういうわけじゃ。
じゃあどうしたんだ？
Arimura still seemed like she didn't want to talk, but eventually she slowly began to speak.
実は私、昨日襲われて。
襲われた？
マジかよ。
襲われたってことは命を狙われたってこと？
それで大丈夫だったの？
Everyone started to ask questions.
昨日って僕と別れたあの後か？
はい。あの後すぐスクランブル交差点で。
そんな人気の多いところで？
信号が赤に変わって待ってたらいきなり背中から突き飛ばされて。
Pushed from behind. That was the same as what happened before. Which meant that it wasn't her imagination. Someone really pushed her.
それで怪我は？
もう少しで引かれるところでしたけど、なんとか。怪我もすりむいたくらいで。警察には行ったの？まだ。
どうして言わないの？
それは。
She fell silent, as if it was hard to say. Someone had pushed her out into the street, and in a busy intersection. She was lucky to survive. She could have easily been killed. And since it had happened twice now, it was obviously an attempt on her life. But she hadn't gone to the police. Was there something she couldn't tell them about?
とにかく警察に言うべきよ。なんなら私が一緒に。
あ、いえ。
有村さん？
実は。
Before she could say something, the door to the classroom opened. It was Detective Shinjo. The The whole classroom started to murmur at the sight of a strange man.
ああ、落ち着いてくれ。怪しいもんじゃない。
He looked around the classroom until he found us, then walked straight over.
ここだったか。
まだ何か。
いや、今用があるのは宮代くんじゃなく、君だ。ちょっと来てもらえるか？
Shinjo was looking in the direction of...
私ですか？
Arimura.
君まで来る必要はなかったんだがな、宮代くん。
Shinjo said as soon as we entered the room. That was what Arimura had wanted. She'd wanted me to be with her when she went with the police.
もしかして君たちは、いや、今は関係のない話だ。
Shinjo seemed like he wanted to say something when he saw the two of us, but now wasn't the time.
まあいい。同席を認めよう。どうせ遅かれ早かれ第一発見者である君の耳にも入るだろうからな。担当直入に言おう。有村ひなえさん。君には今からすぐに警察へ来てもらいたい。
警察にですか？
そうだ。
どうして？
落ち着いて聞いてもらいたい。
I had a bad premonition.
今朝方、渋谷の路地裏で発見された他殺体は当然知ってるな。
はい。宮代先輩が。
そう、彼が発見した遺体だ。その被害者の身元が特定された。
It couldn't be.
被害者は有村光一郎、君のお父さんだ。
Shinjo took Arimura to the police station. She didn't come back. I waited for her to get in touch with me, but not only did I not get a call, I didn't even get a text message. Of course, her father was dead, and he'd been horribly murdered. I could understand why. And I had no idea that the body was Arimura's father. Of course, I had no way of knowing. So even if I couldn't help it, I still felt ashamed of having been so excited.
ごめん、有村。許してくれ。でも、知らなかったんだ。
Arimura's dad was dead. I never met him, but he was the closest I'd been to any of the murder victims. And yesterday was the same day Arimura had said she'd been attacked. What was going on? Was she the next target? But then who? I remembered what Arimura had said this afternoon as she left the room with Shinjo.
とにかくそういうことだ。今は混乱しているかもしれんが、一応いろいろと話を聞かなければならない。それからできれば遺体の確認もお願いしたいんだが、頼めるか？
はい。
それじゃあ玄関に車を止めてやる。悪いがついてきてくれ。
有村。
兄ちゃんだわ。
え？
やったのはお兄ちゃんよ。
有村。お兄ちゃん。
I'd heard her say it clearly. Her brother was the killer. What did she mean? I'd heard that her brother died during the Shibuya earthquake. Or did she mean another brother? Or maybe he was actually alive the whole time. The more I thought, the more confused I got. Eventually, I just fell into a restless sleep. 4 days had passed since her father had been murdered. There had been no new developments in the case. All we learned was that he'd been killed somewhere else and then his body had been dumped there. Shinjo wouldn't tell me any more than that, and neither would Kunosato. Arimura hadn't been back to school since then. I tried to contact her several times, but she never responded. Her father was dead. It was easy to assume that she must be depressed, but still, the words she'd said...
やったのはお兄ちゃんよ。
Couldn't get them out of my mind. What did she mean? For the last 4 days, I'd been feeling kind of weird. Arimura had said that she was attacked by someone at Scramble Crossing, and that was the same night I'd found her father's murdered body. Several other things had happened too. Arimura had almost been pushed down the stairs, and a second-year student at Hekiho had been killed. The student's name was Moe Ishida. She hadn't come to school often and was something of a problem child. From the photo I'd seen, she was a young girl with huge twin tails. Why had she been killed? And what did it have to do with the return of the New Generation madness? There was also that headless body that was burned to death. They still didn't know who it belonged to. I didn't know if it had anything to do with the other murders, but it still felt something awful was creeping up on us. I looked at my phone. Still no word from Arimura. Just as I started to pull out her number out of my call history, there was a loud knock at the door. It was almost 11 o'clock at night. Who could be coming here at this hour? Was it my turn next? There had to be some way. Is there some way to fight back? My power. I had my power. It was no good. Damn it. She told me not to use it, and so I hadn't. But if I'd known this was going to happen, I would have practiced. The knocking at the door grew even louder. You need a peephole, my guy. Now I heard a voice. Huh? That voice. Arimura. I quickly went to the door and looked outside, and saw Arimura frantically pounding on the door with tears in her eyes. I quickly opened it and let her in. Something was wrong with her. She grabbed me, shaking. Dude, what the fuck is going on? She nodded again and again. After I'd given her something to drink to calm her down, and heard what she had to say, she told me that it was him for sure. Her family's condo had been destroyed in the Shibuya earthquake, so now they lived in Kanagawa. Her father's autopsy had only been completed yesterday, and then she'd gone back there. The funeral was today, and afterwards she'd come back to Shibuya with her aunt and uncle. The police had asked her to come back to the station one more time, where they'd questioned her about her father's relationships. On the way back home, she'd felt someone watching her. And when she'd gotten near a construction site, some of the building's materials had gotten loose and fallen down on top of her. Jesus Christ. She'd been watching her surroundings carefully after all that happened, and just barely seen them in time to duck out of the way. When she looked up, she'd seen him. It was her brother, Shingo Arimura.
だから父を殺したのもきっと。
でもお兄さんは亡くなってるんじゃないのか、あの地震で。
That's what she'd said.
でも生きてたんです。生きて私に復讐しようとしてるんです。
復讐？どうしてお兄さんが有村に復讐するんだよ。
それは兄は私のせいで命を落としたから。
Arimura had been out during the earthquake, she'd said. Her brother hadn't realized she was gone, and he'd entered the condo building to save her, only to die when it collapsed. I could tell that Arimura blamed herself for that.
でもそれっておかしいだろ。
どうしてですか？
だって、じゃあどうして有村の父さんをお兄さんが殺す必要がある？
それは父が家族を裏切っていたから。
Arimura didn't tell me how he'd betrayed his family, so I didn't know what had happened. That didn't change the fact that what she was saying didn't make sense.
仮にお兄さんが生きていたとしてだ。そもそも生きてるなら復讐するっていうのは妙な話じゃないか。
それは。
だろ？助かってたなら復讐なんてすることはないはずだ。第一、お兄さんは有村のこと大事にしてたんだろ。だったら恨んだりってのも変じゃないか。
でも私は見たんです。あれは確かに兄でした。お兄ちゃん、どうして。
No matter how much I tried to persuade her otherwise, Arimura kept insisting that what she'd seen was her brother. Was it really him that she saw? Even if it was just someone who looked like her brother, that didn't explain why they were attacking her. Let alone why they'd kill her father.
そうだ。有村、僕は君に謝らなきゃいけない。
謝る？何をですか？
知らなかったんだ。あれが君の父さんだったなんて。それなのに僕はあんな風に。
ああ。
だから悪かったって。
いいです。別に気にしてませんから。
It felt like she wasn't just trying to make me feel better. She really meant it.
それに私自身よく分かってないんです。父が死んで悲しいのかどうか。
有村。
不思議なくらいに分からないんですよ、自分でも。父は私にずっと嘘をついていました。そんな父を私は多分ずっと許せないでいた。だから心のどこかで当然の報いだって思っている私がいるんです。もちろんだからってあんなむごい死に方をする必要はなかったって思いますけど。
Since she didn't tell me, I had no way of knowing what lie her dad had told. But I could imagine that whatever it was, it left a big impression on her. If nothing else, it was enough to affect her power as a gigalomaniac. I went outside and stretched, and I could feel all the bones in my body popping. It was still just past 8. Your bones don't pop, your joints do? I think a right-sider like you would know that. Sorry. Even at this hour, I could hear people playing basketball at the nearby court. Arimura had ended up sleeping in my bed. For all that had happened, she was mentally exhausted. Even for me, it didn't feel right to wake her up and send her home. And she'd just been through such a scare. I decided to let her sleep. And so I ended up trying to sleep on the tiny, hard floor, and mostly failing. What a gentleman. I decided to go wash my face at the nearby fountain when the phone in my pocket began to vibrate.
電話？
It was from Kunosato.
どうしたんですか、こんな時間に。
That's never good.
もしかして何かあったんですか？
なんだ。朝から随分とご挨拶だな。
I would have reacted the same way to anybody else calling at this hour.
例の事件について、新庄刑事から入ってきた警察の見解を教えておいてやろうと思ったんだが、必要ないならいい。
ちょっといいなんて言ってないじゃないですか。
I could tell that she wasn't joking. She really was about to hang up the phone. I quickly tried to stop her.
その情報とやら教えてください。ぜひ。
まあいいだろう。まず、ニュージェネ事件になぞらえた一連の事件についてだが、
She meant the first 4 murders, up until Watabe's death.
ハイダリコと呼ばれる女による単独の犯行では説明がつかない部分が多々あると考えているようだ。
つまり他に誰か共犯がいるってことですか？
あるいはハイダリコ自身は放火事件だけで他に関しては一切関わっていないという可能性もある。
If that was true, it would mean that there were multiple people involved, and the real killer hadn't been caught. Or maybe whatever organization had built that lab in the basement was responsible. Which meant that Arimura and I couldn't feel safe. No, Arimura had already said she'd been attacked. But...
それからお前たち2人も疑われているぞ。
え？まさか僕と有村がですか？
聞いていなかったのか？お前たちと言ったんだ。他に誰がいる？
どうして僕たちが疑われなきゃいけないんですか？
柿田の事件、渡部の事件に続き、これで3つ目だ。いくらなんでも偶然が続きすぎているというのが警察の考えらしい。
でもこれまでの件については僕たちは容疑から外れてるはずじゃないんですか？
これまでの事件はな。だがそれ以降の事件となると話はまた別だ。先日の被害者は知っているな。碧峰の2年の
石田萌ですか？あんまり学校にも来てない生徒だったってのは聞きましたけど。
そうだ。どうもその娘は有村ひなえに憧れていたらしい。
有村に？
According to Kunosato, who was getting information from Shinjo, of course, Moe Ishida had been a very quiet student in middle school who didn't really stand out. At school, she would mostly sit in the corner and read books. Arimura's name had shown up in her diary. Arimura was always cheerful and friends with everybody. Arimura had spoken to Moe too, and that evidently had made her very happy. After that, Moe had decided that she wanted to be like Arimura. She copied Arimura's hairstyle and started going downtown, where eventually she fell in with a bad crowd and stopped coming to school.
だからってそんなの有村には関係ないじゃないですか。
どんな些細なものでも関連がありそうとなると結びつけて考えるのが刑事という人種だ。それに原因は有村ひなえの言動にもある。
有村の？
先日の聴取で有村ひなえは言っていたらしい。死んだ兄が生きていて自分を襲っていると。
それは僕にも言ってました。
そういうところが情緒不安定と考えられているらしい。それが事件に関与しているせいだとも。
そんなあんな事件に何度も出くわせば不安定にもなりますよ。
Several of the victims had already been related to her. Of course, the police had noticed that too.
それでお前の目から見てどうなんだ、有村ひなえは。
ちょっと参ってるみたいです。
そうか。まあ注意して見ておいてやれ。どうした？
あなた本当に久野里さんですか？
どういう意味だ？
だって久野里さんが僕たちの心配をしてくれるなんて。
お前命拾いをしたな。これが電話でなければ今すぐ叩きのめしているところだ。
It really was Kunosato.
とにかく有村ひなえの動向には注意していろ。パニックを起こした人間は何をやらかすかわからんからな。
That was all Kunosato said before she hung up. Hironori Kakita, Moe Ishida, and Arimura's dad. In the sense that she was the first to find the body, there was also Watabe. It was true that too many of the victims were related to Arimura. Maybe it was natural for the police to suspect her.
Senpai.
She must have woken up. Arimura smiled in relief and ran over to me.
起きたらいないからどこか行ったのかと思っちゃいました。
Arimura still didn't look great, but she seemed to have calmed down since yesterday.
ごめんなさい。私いつの間にか寝ちゃってて。
いや、それはいいよ。ただ、どうするこの後。
帰ります。おじさんやおばさんも心配してるだろうし。
そう。じゃあ途中まででよければ送ってくよ。
Even if she's calmed down, I didn't feel safe sending her back alone. She must have felt the same way because she just nodded.
それにしても日曜は人が多くて嫌になるな。
ですよね。
あ、そういえば知ってるか、この前伊藤のやつが。
I tried to keep up as much meaningless small talk as I could while we headed toward Arimura's home. Even with all the murders, it was still the weekend, and there was only a week to go until the festival. The whole town was in a state of excitement. It was a good thing for us. Arimura was gradually starting to smile again, in fact.
伊藤先輩、そんなことしたんですか？
あいつにも困ったもんだよな。
あ、先輩、そろそろこの辺りで大丈夫。
Suddenly, Arimura froze.
お兄ちゃん。
え？
I quickly spun around, but I didn't see anyone.
有村。
いや、お兄ちゃん。
落ち着け有村。お兄さんなんていない。
I grabbed her by the shoulders, and I could feel that she was shaking.
でも今そこに。
She was pointing at a mannequin in a store window. There was nothing else there.
とにかく帰ろう。家まで送っていくよ。
November 2nd, 2015, Monday. The next day, Arimura came to school and...
ちょーっす、セリ、それに先輩方。
she was back to normal.
おはよう。
あら、おはよ
う。チーッセ。
おう。
いやー、皆さんいつも仲良しさんで羨ましいっすね。私も文芸部やめて新聞部入っちゃおっかな。何言ってんの。もううちの部員みたいなもんじゃん。ねえ、たくん。
おう、そうだな。
ほんとっすか？じゃあ新聞部員ってことにしちゃおっかな。あれ、でも掛け持ちってできたんですっけ？
もちろん申請さえ出せば認められるわよ。
なるほどなるほど。
ま、部活入っちまえば宮代と一緒にいる口実だってできるしな。
なんだよそれ。別に僕たちは。
まあまあ、照れない照れない照れない照れない
ってお前が言うな。
I hadn't seen Arimura this chipper in a while. It felt a little forced, sure, but it was still a good sign.
あ、そうだね。え、ヒカリオにチョコレートバーができるのって知ってます？チョコレートバーって、当たりが出たらもう一本ってやつ？違う、それはチョコバッツでしょうが。
チョコレートバーってあれよね。イートインなんかもある。
そうそう、それです。オープンしたらみんなで。
And then she stopped. Oh boy. I had a bad feeling.
ひなちゃん？いや。
She froze.
有村。
I quickly grabbed her before she could fall over.
おい、どうした？
気を失ってるわ。タクル、すぐに保健室へ連れて行きなさい。
ああ。
As I picked her up, I glanced in the direction she'd been looking.
おい、何があったんだ？
Kawahara was standing there. He'd happened to be passing by and was looking at us in surprise. There was no one else around.
タク、ひなちゃんどうだった？
ちょっと疲れてるんだろうって話。ひとまず保健室で休ませろって。
そっか。
I knew what had happened. She'd seen him again. Maybe she'd mistaken Kawahara for her brother.
タクル、有村さん、何かあったの？
何かって？
ちょっと様子がおかしかったような気がするんだけど。
ああ、それ私も思った。普段よりも無理してる感大きいっていうか。
マジで？俺全然気づかなかったけど。
Was it okay to tell them? Even Kazuki had stopped playing ESO2 and come over to me with a look of concern on her face.
なんだよ、カズキ。お前も気になるのか？わかったよ。
I told them all everything that had happened to Arimura over the past few days. That she'd said her brother was still alive. That he was trying to get revenge on her.
ね
え。It was Serika who spoke first.
ひなちゃんのお兄さんって本当に生きてるの？
いえ、亡くなっていると聞いてるけど。
でも本人は生きてると思っちまってるんだろ？
僕にもわからない。ただ確かなのは有村の周りで実際に事件が頻発しているということだ。
If there were dead bodies, that means somebody had killed them.
思うんだけど、まずはそのお兄さんのことについてちゃんと調べてみた方がいいんじゃないかしら。
でも調べるったってどうやって？
お兄さんは地震で亡くなったんでしょ？だったら。
I went with Kurusu's suggestion and visited the earthquake memorial with Serika. The memorial bore the names of everyone who died in the quake. I was worried about Arimura, but Kurusu said she'd take her home. It was probably safe to let her handle it.
どう？タク。
待ってくれ。確か。
His name was supposedly Shingo Arimura. Looking at the memorial, I was reminded of how many people had died during the earthquake. My parents, Serika's parents, and Kurusu and Yui's parents all had their names here too.
有村、有村。あ！
見つけたか？
ほら、ここ。
Shingo Arimura. From the age when he died, it was safe to assume that this was him. This didn't mean anything for sure. The damage from the Shibuya earthquake had been incredible. Some people had been declared dead without their bodies ever being found. And in some cases, those people had later been found committing crimes. So to be sure, I...
ああ、もう来てたのか。待たせたな。すまない。
すみません、急に。
I contacted Shinjo and had him meet me here.
いや、例の事件のことなら、こっちもできるだけ情報を知っておいた方がいい。いかに些細なことであろうとね。
Lately, I'd been starting to think that Detective Shinjo might be a lot better at his job than he looked. Of course, maybe people like him never really fit in an organization and couldn't grow to their full potential.
で、聞きたいのは、有村ひなえの兄についてだったな。
はい。
担当直入に言おう。有村ひなえの兄、有村慎吾は亡くなっている。
それは確かですか？
間違いない。彼女の兄は渋谷地震の際、住んでいたマンションの倒壊に巻き込まれ死亡した。遺体発見の際は遺族の確認も行われたとのことだ。
ひなちゃんはそのお兄さんの遺体を。
有村ひなえ本人が見たかどうかまでは俺の方でもちょっとな。だが死んでいるのは間違いない。
そうですか。
So he wasn't just declared dead when they couldn't find his body then.
一応写真も借りてきたが、見るか？
I looked at it just in case, but I was surprised to find that he didn't really look like Arimura. I'd never seen him before.
じゃあひなちゃんのお兄さんが生きてるっていうのは
やっぱり有村の思い込みか。
Or perhaps...
まあ身の回りであれだけ事件が起きた挙句父親があんな姿になったとなれば憔悴するのも無理のないことだ。現に彼女の母親もかなり参っているしな。
そうですか。
今は友人である君たちがしっかりと様子を見てやってくれ。
Shinjo seemed to think that he might gain some clue by hearing what we had to say about Arimura, but he ended up going back to the station with barely anything to show for it. He didn't tell us anything about the police considering her as a suspect. By the time I got home that day, the sun had set. I'd stopped to buy some Mountain View at the convenience store like always. When I opened the door, bag in hand, I realized that something was wrong.
誰かいる?
I could sense someone in the back of the dark room. Is she here right now? Could it be that I was next?
誰だ?
I was sure of it. Someone was there.
いるのは分かってるんだぞ。出てこい!
I tried to yell loudly to make myself feel stronger, but it didn't work. A figure slowly stood up in the darkness. In the next moment, it charged at me. It was so sudden I couldn't move. No, there was no time to get away. Oh.
Arimura.
Arimura leapt into my arms.
どうして?
Kurusu had said she'd taken her home.
私ここにいちゃいけませんか他のところは怖くて。
怖くてって。でも下宿先のおじさんやおばさんが心配するんじゃん。
平気です。どうせあの人たちだって私を疎ましく思ってるんですから。
Was that something she knew?
だからお願いです。ここに。
Dude, that's
ここにいさせてください。
depressing.
でも。
ダメですか?
There were tears in her eyes. For the old Arimura, that might have been an act. But now...
わかったよ。
本当ですか?
This wasn't an act.
そうだ先輩、早く中に入ってください。ほら早く。
いや、そんなせかさなくても。
そうだ、ここに来るまでに誰かにつけられたりしませんでした？
それはないと思うけど。
そうですか。でも注意してくださいね。あと何か貼るものないですか？ガムテープとか。
ガムテープ？何に使うんだ？
窓とか隙間とかに貼るんです。お兄ちゃんが入ってこないように。
何言ってるんだよ。そんなところから入って。
At first I thought she was joking and laughed. Then I saw that she was serious.
ほら、あそこ隙間空いてますよ。それからあっちも。ね、ちゃんと隙間を埋めておかないと、きっとどこからでも入ってきちゃうから。
有村。
She told me before that her brother was alive and bent on revenge. But now I realized that it didn't matter whether he was alive or not. Her brother was after her. That was all that mattered.
わかった。それはまた明日にでもやろう。今日はもう遅いから。
She was still scared, but I managed to calm her down enough that she dropped the subject. But even as it got later, all she did was look outside and shiver. Morning came without either of us getting much sleep. November 3rd, 2015, Tuesday. I met the morning with the sound of chirping sparrows and the quiet snoring of a girl. I'd always thought that if this ever happened to me, it would be wonderful. Who could have imagined that it would feel like this? She had only just fallen asleep, and it was already 10 a.m. I was worried about leaving her here by herself, but there was something I wanted to check.
連れの女なら先に来て待っておるぞ。
なんですか？
I swear, something is up with this chick.
この前とは違う女とはたわけた顔をしてなかなかやるもんよな。
Wow.
別にそんなんじゃ。
No, that didn't matter. There was no harm in letting her have the wrong idea. I needed to do what I come here for first. Again, it's so weird to see her without the lab coat. Like, it just feels wrong. Just like the waitress had said, the person I was here to meet had already arrived. She was reading something and frowning like always.
人を呼び出しておいて遅いご登場だな。
She looked up from her book and spoke to me curtly.
すみません。
で、聞きたいことというのは何だ？
I sat down and ordered, and she got straight to the point. It was clear she didn't want to waste any time on small talk.
その久野里さんは一応脳とか精神について詳しいんですよね。
一応とは失礼だな。これでも脳科学専門でやっている。
じゃあ専門家としての意見を聞きたいんですけど。
Arimura's actions over the past few days had gone well beyond what anyone would consider normal. No matter how much I tried to convince her that her brother was dead, she refused to believe. No, it felt like she didn't even want to believe. Arimura was the only one who'd seen her brother to begin with. None of us had seen him, which meant that maybe it was all in her head after all. But then what was the cause? I could have looked it up on the internet, but not with Arimura in the room. And it was better to ask a specialist than just trying to figure out based off of some web pages.
一番大きいのは精神的なストレスだろうな。
Kunosato furrowed her brow when I finished talking to her.
でもそれだけであんなにも怯えたりするものですか？
今、君が語った状態の有村ひなえと直接話したわけではないから、これはあくまでも可能性の問題でしかないが、一種の強迫性障害、俗に言う強迫観念が原因とも考えられる。
強迫観念ですか？
犯罪心理学は私の専門ではないのだが。
She warned me before she continued.
殺人事件を起こした人物が自ら殺めた人間の影、つまり霊的な存在に怯えるというのは稀にあることらしい。
Ghost? That would be Arimura's brother in this case. Arimura felt so guilty over her brother's death that she was hallucinating that she was seeing him. That was fine. Well, no, it wasn't fine, but it was fixable. But there was another possibility that I was afraid of. The idea that had suddenly come to me last night. If I said it aloud, if I gave it shape, something might change. And in a bad way.
じゃあ例えば。
Despite my premonition, I couldn't keep myself from saying it.
自分では気づいていないのに死んでしまった誰かになり変わって復讐をする、そういうことは。
Kunosato must have understood exactly what I meant. She put down her coffee cup and looked at me.
まさかお前、有村ひなえが兄になり変わり父親を殺したと、そう言いたいのか？
あくまでも可能性としてそういうことはあるのかと聞きたいだけです。
ありえないことじゃない。
そうですか。
I'd been feeling that way ever since I'd seen her last night. She'd said that her brother had died because of her. But she also said that it was her mom and dad's fault. Perhaps Arimura blamed herself for her brother's death so much that she started hallucinating visions of him. And maybe that started to escalate until unconsciously, She thought she was her brother, and then she killed her father. Of course, she said that she had been attacked too. In that case, she would be lying, but... When the thought had first come to me, it had seemed impossible. I tried to tell myself that I was overthinking things. But once a thought came to you, it was impossible to be rid of it. The more you told yourself not to think about it, the more you started to think that maybe it was true. What was the truth, and what was a lie?
教えてほしいのは僕の方だ。
Arimura leapt into my arms as soon as I opened the door.
ひどいです。私を置いて出かけるなんてどこへ行ってたんですか？
悪い。ちょっと買い物とかさ、いろいろ必要だと思って。ほら、お腹空いただろ。
Took out the sandwiches and rice balls I'd bought at the convenience store.
急にいなくなると心配するじゃないですか。
I was worried for a second because I was like, wait, you're lying, but then nah, he got it. Technically true.
大丈夫だよ。
The best kind of true. Technically true.
いや、なんでもない。
Don't think about it. It's impossible. It's...
ちゃんと気をつけましたか？
気をつけるって何に？
決まってるじゃないですか。この場所が兄にバレないようにです。
だから大丈夫だって。誰も追いかけてきたりなんてしないよ。
でも兄は私を探してます。だから。
I looked away. I couldn't do it. Couldn't bear to see her like this. Yeah, this is really rough. I grabbed Arimura by the shoulders and looked straight into her eyes.
先輩。
いいか、有村。お兄さんは死んだんだよ。警察にも確認した。君のお兄さんは確かに死んでいる。死んだ人間は生き返ったりしないんだ。
でも私は確かに兄に襲われたんです。それは本当なんです。
有村。
先輩は信じてくれないんですか？私の言うこと嘘だってそう思ってるんですか？
そんなことない。信じるけど。
There it is. God damn it. Arimura looked at me with her eyes wide. It was only then that I realized that I had made a terrible mistake.
嘘。
有村。
先輩は私の言ってること信じてくれてないんですね。
Arimura shook off my hands, and tears began to pour down from her big eyes.
違うんだ、有村。今のは。
Your timing is impeccable as always. I tried to calm her down, but she smacked my hand away.
先輩まで私に嘘をつくんですね。
有村。
先輩までパパやママやお兄ちゃんみたいに私に嘘をつくんですね。
聞いてくれ、有村。
嫌です。聞きたくなんてありません。私はもう
Hello.
有村!
She slipped past my hands and ran out of the RV. And then she ran out of the park without looking back. I probably should have chased after her, but I hesitated. It was Arimura who killed her dad. When I thought about that, I couldn't follow her.
Oh, Taku!
Speaking of bad timing.
ケンさん。
ところで例のものまた持ってきてやったぞ。
ケンさん、悪いけど今はいらない。
なんだよ、せっかく持ってきてやったんだぞ。金は後でもいいから。
今はいいって言ってるだろ。帰ってくれ。
タク。
What was I doing? Was... Hinae Arimura was in a hospital room. It took her a while to figure out what she was doing lying in a hospital bed. But when she did, she remembered everything that had happened. She wanted to believe it was a dream, but the bandages around her body and the pain from her injuries told her that it wasn't.
パパとママは
She looked around for her parents. She staggered out of bed and finally saw them in the hallway. They were each talking to someone on the phone and trying to hide from the other as they did. Hinae could tell that they were talking to their lovers. How could they be doing that now when her brother was dead?
こんな時に何してるのママ。
The next thing she knew, she was taking her anger out on her mom.
ひなちゃん、目が覚めたのね。よかった。
That was a lie.
お兄ちゃんが死んだんだよ。それなのになんでそんなことできるの？
落ち着いたひなちゃん。ママは今大事な電話をしてたのよ。だから。
That was a lie.
ねえ、どうしてあの時お兄ちゃんを助けに来てくれなかったの？お兄ちゃんまだ生きてた。パパとママが来てさえくれてたら助け出せたかもしれないのに、どうして来てくれなかったのよ。もちろん私たちだって助けようとしたわ。あなたが来る前に。でも無理だったの。
That was a lie.
じゃあなんであの時もうダメだって。
あなたまで巻き込みたくなかったのよ。ああでも言わないとあなたが中に入っていくと思ったから。
嘘。
ひなちゃん。
Hinae had grabbed her mom before she even knew it.
嘘ばっかり。ママが言ってるのは全部嘘。
ひなちゃん、やめなさい。
なんでそんな嘘ばっかり言うの？なんで本当のこと言ってくれないの？そんな嘘なんて私聞きたくない。嘘ばっかりついてないで言ってよ。本当のこと言いなさいよ。どうしてお兄ちゃんを見捨てたの？なんで殺したの？言ってよ。言えよ。言え。
あなたのせいでしょ。
It was the first time she'd seen her mother's face like that. It was a scary face, with all the false kindness wiped away. It was a woman's face.
あんたのせいでしょうが。あんたがまだ中にいると思って、それで信号は。あんたがいないって分かってたら、あの子は死ななかった。それをどうして助けなかったって。冗談じゃない。全部あんたのせいじゃないのよ。
That was the truth. It was the first true thing her mother had told her. And that truth destroyed her.
私のせい。
Shingo had gone out to buy a present for Hinae, just like she'd done. And then the earthquake had happened. He'd run back home, found the building half collapsed, and then ignored his parents' warnings and gone inside. He believed that she was there. And that's how he'd been killed.
私のせい。私のせいでお兄ちゃんは。
The whole world shook. Everything she knew fell apart. And then Hinae lost everything.
うちのクラスに何か？
いや、 有村は。
今日は来てませんけど。
そうですか。どうも。
The next day, just like I thought, Arimura hadn't come to school. It was after school, and the club room was still empty. Was it really Arimura who'd killed her parents? Maybe I needed to go back over everything that had happened, just to get it clear in my head. First, the data and locations of the New Generation Madness murders. There were 4 murders. Don't Look at Me in Jinan, Leaky Noise in Shinsen, and then Revolving Dead at Fairy's Dance, a place I would never forget. And then there was Gotsuan Death Case, which also had... Jesus. Right. I don't usually go for this. That explains that. That scared the shit out of me. Alright. I'll be right back. Fuck it. I'm going... It's gonna be 12 hours. I don't know. 1 moment, please. It has been 6 hours. This is madness. And yet, like, I hate the idea of, like, being like, all right, I will call it no, and then come back and, like, it's like 30 minutes and then it's over, and I would feel so dumb. That happened multiple times in the last one, and I hate that feeling. So, like, I'd rather just, you know what? Going for 8 hours, I guess. I don't know. Or however long it takes. Alright. Then there was the Gotsuan death case, which had occurred right in front of us. Yeah, good so far. The problem was what came next. All the murders after Gotsuan death There were 3 victims. The first victim was, that's right, a headless body that was burnt to death. The next victim was Moe Ishida, a student at Hekio Academy. And finally, Koichiro Arimura, Hinae Arimura's father. That was the order.
やっぱりだ。
Looking back at the cases, it was clear there was no relationship between the first murders and the last 3. The first 4 cases had been extremely bizarre. The latter ones were brutal, but fairly ordinary. And more than anything, there were the sumo stickers. I'd been so relieved that they were gone that I'd been slow to pick up on it, but there were no sumo stickers anywhere to be found near the sites of the last 3 murders. In other words, they were 2 completely separate groups. And Moe Ishida had been a huge fan of Hinae Arimura. Koichiro was her father. In a broad sense, those 2 were both related to Arimura. Then there was the headless, burnt body. They hadn't identified the body yet, but maybe...
となると、やっぱり。
I turned around at the sound of the door opening and saw Kazuki standing there.
なんだ、和樹か。
I thought about getting a second opinion, but with Kazuki, that wouldn't be possible. I went to turn back to the board, and I realized that Kazuki was staring at me.
どうかしたのか?
Surprisingly, Arimura had taken a liking to the silent Kazuki, and Kazuki didn't seem to mind her either. The 2 of them had built up a unique friendship. Maybe Kazuki was worried about Arimura too? What was that? Did Kazuki talk?
おい、和樹、今。
Come to think of it, she'd talked once before. Last time, it felt like she'd been so caught up in Arimura's energy that she'd spoken without thinking. No, that didn't matter.
和樹、今、なんて。
私のせいかも。
This time I could hear her clearly.
私のせいって何がだ?
前にひなさんがお兄さんの話をして、その時に私が聞いたからかも。
聞いたって何を?
お兄さんに会いたいって。
I had no idea what Kazuki was talking about. Why would it be her fault for asking if Arimura wanted to see her brother?
和樹、ちゃんと説明してくれなきゃわからない。どういうことだ?
だって私も
What?
能力者だから。
What?
能力者?
Wait.
能力者っていうのはもしかしてギガロマニアックスだっていうのか? 和樹か?
うん。私がお兄さんに会いたいって聞いちゃったから。だからひなさん、お兄さんの姿を。
Is that why she doesn't talk? Is that why she doesn't talk?
ひなさん、優しいから。だから私もお話ししたい。
Dude.
でも私また取り返しのつかないことしちゃったかも。
Not only was Kazuki not used to talking, but she was sobbing too. It was hard to get anything out of her. But I understood what she was trying to say. Arimura was seeing her brother because Kazuki had asked if she wanted to see him. And that this was because of her power as a Gigalomaniac. Of course, it was possible that Kazuki was joking or mistaken. But from the look of things, it didn't seem that way. Which meant I didn't know if the brother she'd seen had really killed her father. But some power of Kazuki's had caused Arimura to see her brother. It wasn't a hallucination or a mistake. But then who had killed her father? Suddenly, the door burst open and Ito rushed inside.
なんだよ。今考え事してるんだ。話なら後にしてくれ。
ほう。その様子じゃ、やっぱ知らねえみてえだな。そっかそっか。状況様ともあろうものが。ほう、そうですか。
He finally got that scoop.
知らないって。何がだよ。
いや、いいって。今考え事してんだろ。だったら後にするよ。
なんだよその言い方。気になるだろ。教えろよ。
教えてください。だろ。
Oh my god. Ito, this is not the time for this shit.
わかったよ。悪かったよ。何があったのか教えてください。
なんか気持ちがこもってねえな。
Dude. Asshole. Just before I started to get really mad, though, the door opened once more and Sarika ran in.
聞いたタク。新しい事件が起きたって。
あ、おのえ。おま、それ。
Dude. Sniped.
新しい事件。もしかしてまた。
殺人事件。
It couldn't be.
それ俺が今から言おうとしたやつ。
I ignored that idiot Ito and ran up to Sarika.
それで殺されたのは
I ended up almost grabbing her. Sarika looked a little scared.
いいから教えてくれ。殺されたのは誰だ。
確か40代の女の人だって。
A woman in her 40s.
ひょっとして有村のお母さんじゃないだろうな。
ひなちゃんのってどうして？
違うよ。それだったらいくら俺だってもっと早くに言ってる。
It wasn't? Then it wasn't someone who was related to Arimura? Did it have nothing to do with the others? Or... Could it be...
Arimura?
I want to get back to the whole Kazuki... Like, what? I need more information on that. I grabbed the phone out of my pocket and looked at the name on the screen. But it wasn't who I hoped it was. I could hear tension in his voice, and it scared me.
急に電話なんて何かあったんですか。
つい数時間前に渋谷界隈で新たな事件があったのは知っているか。三上ひな子という40代の女性が殺された事件だ。
はい。ちょうど今その話をしていたところで。
その事件の容疑者が判明した。
A suspect?
一体誰なんです？
いいか、よく聞け。10月25日に石田萌を殺害し、続く26日に有村光一郎を殺害。さらに昨夜、三上ひな子を殺害したと思われる一連の事件の容疑者は有村ひなえの母親だ。
タクル、どう？
ダメだ、繋がらない。
Pretty soon the others had arrived in the club room afterward, and I filled them in on the situation. We tried to call her, but with no luck. Maybe she didn't want to answer my calls?
僕のせいだ。僕が有村を疑ってしまったから。
今はそんなこと言ってる場合じゃないでしょ。
そうだよ、早くひなちゃんの居場所を突き止めなきゃ。
そうは言っても電話したって出てくれないし、どこにいるのかもわからないんだ。このままじゃ。
でもどうにかするしかないじゃない。何かいい方法を考えましょう。
A way. There was no way. And then someone handed me a phone.
カズキ？
つながったかも、ひなさんに。
I grabbed the phone and put it up to my ear.
もしもし。もしもし。
有村か？僕だ、宮代だ。
先輩。
待て、切るな。切らないで聞いてくれ。疑って悪かった。有村は間違っていなかった。間違っていたのは僕だ。だから謝る。この通りだ。
先輩。
今すぐ会えないか？
Oh, she on a train?
話したいことがあるんだ。
I hear train sounds.
今は無理です。
どうして？
今からお母さんと会う約束をしてるんです。
Oh, no, 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 no. Don't do that.
だからその後なら。
ダメだ有村、行くな。その約束は。
Son of a bitch.
タク、ひなちゃんは？
切れた。
I called back, but she didn't answer. She either wasn't getting a signal or she turned off her phone. Either way, we had no way of contacting her.
有村のやつ、今から母親に会うって。
おい、それってまずいんじゃねえか？
どこで会うかわからないの？
今の時間でそこまで聞き出せるわけないだろ。
何か手がかりはないの？二人で一緒に行ったところとか、思い出の場所とか。
バカ言うなよ。母親と会うのにそんなところ。
Wait. I thought I heard train things. I heard a sound on the other side of the phone. That was probably... I remembered my conversation with Shinjo as I ran.
有村の母親？有村のお母さんが犯人だって言うんですか？
石田萌殺し以降の事件についてはほぼ間違いないと見ていい。それからその前の焼死体についてもおそらくは。
Sarika and the others had insisted I put the phone on speaker mode. I did that before I continued.
でも有村のお母さんがどうして？
有村家が家庭として破綻していたのは知っているか？
まあ、なんとなくは。
It was easy to imagine after what Arimura had told me.
有村ひなえの父親と母親はそれぞれ別の相手、いわゆる愛人がいて、事実上生活の基盤はほぼそっちにあったらしい。ところが20年近く続いていた有村めぐみと愛人との仲は先月の頭に突如破綻。どうやらその頃から彼女の様子は少しおかしくなっていたようだ。当初自分を捨てた愛人へ向けられていた憎悪は次第に自らの家庭と夫に向けられるようになった。そもそも家庭が幸せであれば、夫がしっかりしてさえいれば自分が外で浮気することもなかったと。
そんな。
Rusu raised her voice in anger at Arimura's mother's selfish actions.
やがてその考えはエスカレートし、最終的には娘である有村ひなえに向けられるようになったらしい。
どうして有村に？
有村ひなえこそが有村家がバラバラになる決定的な要因であり、また有村めぐみが愛人と別れることになった原因でもあったからだそうだ。
Arimura's real father was her mother's lover. Of course, her dad knew this. Her birth had caused a rift in the Arimura family. It had essentially ceased to be a family at all. What was worse was the strange power that Arimura had. She seemed to have it under control now, but at first she hadn't known how to handle it. As a result, her mother had come to fear and loathe her.
精神的に不安定になった有村めぐみは自分を捨てた愛人を殺害し首を切断した上で遺体を焼却
So that was the first murder.
さらには自らの不幸の原因となった娘有村ひなえと夫有村光一郎の殺害を目論んだ第二の被害者である石田萌は有村ひなえと間違われ誤って殺されたと警察では見ているそして彼女は現在警察の手を逃れ娘である有村ひなえの殺害を企てていると考えられる
It was her mother, Megumi Arimura, who'd killed her father. And now her mother was trying to kill her too. And then there were the phantoms of her dead brother. I may have done something terrible. All I could do now was find Arimura as fast as possible. Stop her from meeting with her mom. My lungs were already at their limit. My lack of exercise has caught up with me, and my legs weren't doing what I told them to. But I had to keep going. Because I was sure. I think what I heard was... Arimura was probably around here somewhere.
どうして
I heard her. That voice was definitely Arimura's.
どうしてなのママ
Where? Where was she?
決まってるでしょあんたのせいだからよ
不幸だ
Mama?
I looked for my mom where she said she'd be. I was so surprised when she'd suddenly texted me. I never thought that she'd actually want to see me. I have that, short breath, nerves. It's not good. I couldn't believe what she said, either. I was so sad to lose your father that way. But maybe she really meant it. I hadn't talked to my mom in a long time. Mom had started avoiding me when she realized I had the power to tell when she was lying. But not through text, unfortunately. So I didn't know what happened to her and Dad since then, and I didn't care. I figured out that after my brother's death, they hadn't tried to get back together. They both split off to do their own thing. But maybe she'd changed. Maybe Dad's death had made her rethink things. So I decided to do what she hoped I would. It was the last wish I had left. So I'd come to meet my mom. I had immediately regretted it.
来てくれて嬉しいわ
Oh boy. She really meant it.
ずっと会いたかったのよ
She meant that too.
パパが亡くなってママにとって大切なのはあなただけ
A lie.
これからはママと二人ずっと一緒よ
A lie.
さあもっとこっちに来てその可愛い顔をよく見せて
Lie, lie, lie. All lies.
ねえママ
I said.
どうしてそんな嘘つくの
嘘じゃないわママは本当にあなたのこと
嘘よ私にはわかるもんママが本当のこと言ってないって
ひなちゃんこそどうしてそんなこと言うのママはこんなにあなたのこと愛しているのに
それも嘘
Mom looked surprised for a second, but then she looked down at her feet and didn't say anything. Maybe I'd said too much?
ママ。
There it is.
だったら本当のことを言ってあげる。
ママ。
Was this her real voice?
あんたのせいよ。
This was her real voice.
だいたい最初から慎吾さえいなければパパと結婚しなくてもよかったのに。
Mom's words.
だけどあんたはあの人との子だから大切にしてあげたのに、それなのに。あんたみたいな子が生まれたせいで私の人生はめちゃくちゃよ。
Totally true.
産まなきゃよかった。慎吾もあんたみたいな気持ちの悪い子もみんな生まれてこなきゃよかったのよ。
Dude, this is shit. I hate this so much. She was telling the truth.
だから消えてちょうだい。ママの前から、私の前から消えて。
The words I wanted to hear. The words I didn't want to hear.
ほら、ね。慎吾もそう望んでるわ。
お兄ちゃん。
そうよ。お兄ちゃんがね、毎日ママのところに来て言うのよ。痛い、死にたくなかったって。
お兄ちゃん。
全部あんたたちのせいよ。したくもない結婚をしたのも、家庭がめちゃくちゃになったのも、私の幸せを奪ったのも、全部あんたたちのせい。あんたたちが生まれたから、あんたみたいな化け物が生まれたから。だからあの人も。
She was telling the truth. This was the truth that I wanted to hear. But if this was the truth, then I...
私の気持ち分かってくれるでしょ。だったらね。
Mom took something out of her bag. The towel it was wrapped in fell off, and I could see a little bit of sunlight glinting off the exposed metal. Even if I knew what it was, I couldn't move. The truths that I just heard had shocked me so much that I couldn't move.
あなたさえいなければ私は幸せになれるの。
Yo, Miyashiro, where you at, buddy? Come on. Mom smiled. It was the first time I'd seen her real smile.
ママ。バイバイ。ひなちゃん。
She came closer. She looked so happy. There was nothing I could do but wait for her embrace. No, come on! Oh! Too late? No! Oh. This is earlier. Come on, Miyashiro! That voice.
全部あんたたちのせい。あんたみたいな化け物が生まれたから。
It was Arimura's. I ran toward the voice, and under the dimly lit bridge, in an empty space with nothing but the sound of trains, Arimura was there.
あなたさえいなければ私は幸せになれるの。
There was a woman standing in front of her. She was so tired she looked very aged, but she was probably in her early 40s. The woman took something out of her bag.
ママ。バイバイ。ひなちゃん。
When the woman started walking towards Arimura, I knew everything. At this rate, Arimura would be killed. But from where I was standing, I couldn't reach her. Go, psychic powers! Come on! Damn it. She was right in front of me. Was I supposed to just let her die? Damn it. I screamed as loud as I could, but... The woman didn't hear my voice. She held the blade in front of her and began to run. Yeah! then I saw something in the corner of my eye. It was a D-sword. There was a loud noise, and the woman suddenly recoiled backwards. Then she grabbed her ears and fell to her knees. Red drops fell from between her fingers. Was that my power? My power had caused her earrings to move, ripping them out of her ears. But it only held her back for a moment. She glared at Arimura and charged her with the blade once more.
Arimura! Senpai!
I flung myself between them. Sound of a train. The warning bells as the crossing bars lowered. Light and shadow intersecting. And a burning pain.
Senpai! Miyashiro senpai!
I heard footsteps somewhere deep in my head. Arimura's mother had probably come back to her senses after stabbing me and then run off somewhere. But the pain was so strong that I couldn't look to see.
Arimura.
I must have passed out without realizing it, because the next thing I knew, Arimura was cradling my head in her lap.
Senpai! じっとしててください! 今、救急車を!
ごめん、Arimura.
I softly rubbed her cheek. Her pretty pale skin was stained dark red with my blood.
どうして謝るんですか?
あの時、信じてやれなくて。だから。
先輩!
もしも、許してくれるなら、もう、一度。Arimura.
Was she crying?
私こそごめんなさい。あんな風に飛び出していったりして。先輩は最後まで私のことを。それなのに。
Arimura.
だからお願い。先輩、死なないで。
Arimura's wet tears wet my cheeks. The tears fell in great numbers, rolling off my cheeks and hitting the ground.
Arimura.
But I was already...
Arimura. 僕は。
Hey! When I woke up, see, I don't even know if it's, like, I don't even know what's real anymore. Are we good? I don't know. When I woke up from my sleep, I saw the face of the person I'd been dreaming of and panicked.
あれ、私眠って。宮代先輩。
なんだ、起きたのか？
ごめんなさい。先輩を待ってる間にうとうとしちゃってました。
別にそれくらい気にしなくていいって。
He was always so nice to me. So sometimes I wanted to let him spoil me.
何？
宮代先輩って優しいですよね。
何言ってんだよ急に。僕は別に。
優しいですよ。だってあの時私を助けに来てくれたんですもん。
それは有村が心配だったから。
Yeah, how's your knife wound, by the way? Like,
ねえ、
Jesus.
先輩。
なん だよ。
痛みます？傷。
まあ時々は。でもこれくらい大したことないし。
Man, my timing is impeccable.
ごめんなさい。私のせいで。
だからあれは有村のせいじゃないって何度も言ってるだろ。
やっぱり私のせいです。私の心が弱かったから。だから
有村。
でもね、私気づいたんです。世界は本当か嘘、どちらかで割り切れるものじゃないって。世界には嘘と本当が半分ずつあって、私たちはそれを承知で受け入れていかなきゃいけないんだって。そうじゃなきゃきっと誰も立ち行かなくなってしまうから。もっと早くにそう気づいてれば、私は。
My mom had been arrested shortly after that. An officer at a police box had seen her staggering down the street covered in blood and taken her in. She'd lost her mind to the point where they weren't even sure if she could stand trial. But she'd have to go to some hospital, Shinjo had said. It was her own fault this had happened to her. But part of it was my fault too. I would have to carry the burden of that truth for the rest of my life.
でも有村は気づいたんだろ。世界は嘘と本当の半分半分でできてるって。
はい。
だったらもう大丈夫だろ。それさえ分かっていれば前に進んでいけるはずだ。
はい。
Miyashiro would always tell me that the path that I needed to follow. So I...
宮代先輩、一つお願いがあるんですけど。
お願い？なんだよ。
キスしてもらってもいいですか？嫌ですか？
嫌じゃない。
That face is so funny.
お前今
その言葉が本当ならいいですよね。キス。
だからそれは。
I was wondering if anyone else was here. You just...
花いたの？
Get your ass up. You were such a goober. Not that.
チェ、だったらもう少しの間だけ見ないふりしててくれればよかったのにな。
だから壁を叩くなって壊れるだろ。
It was so close too.
もうタクったらこんなところにいた。今日は復興祭、みんなで行く予定でしょ？
なんだ、有村も一緒か。さては二人して乳くり合ってやがったな。
乳くりって伊藤君、もうちょっと言い方に気をつけなさい。
Sheesh. It might be a while before I get that kiss at this rate.
先輩。行きましょうか、復興祭。
ああ。うん。
That face kills me.
その代わり、二人で。
I grabbed his hand and started to run.
だって約束でしょ？ほら、行きましょう、先輩。
あ、おい、ちょっと。
二人で抜け駆け、ずるい。
こら、廊下は走っちゃダメよ。
そこかよ。
He was right. As long as I was with him, I could keep going forward, even in a world of truth and lies. Because when he'd come to save me, I knew that his feelings were true. So
ありがとう先輩。
okay, but the whole thing with Kazuki being a maniac, and the reason she doesn't talk is because her power affects people in a way that she doesn't want them to do, and like, can we talk about that? Can we that kind of came out of left. Like, I know this is the Arimura ending, the Hinae ending, but like, that's the biggest takeaway for me is Kazuki. So Kazuki is a gigalomaniac. She's got them psychic powers. We don't know exactly what it is. It makes people see things, I guess, when she talks. I don't know if it has to do with the specific question. She asked if Arimura wanted to see her brother. She said yes, and then she did. So that her power is like some kind of manifestation of something she says, I guess. I'm sure there will be more detailed information about that later in other routes, but what the fuck though? Like, that's the thing I'm most focused on right now is Kazuki. What? They really just like were like, I think she's seeing her brother because I said something. And then we never talked about it again. And then it never came up again. Granted, there wasn't much left at that point. But I mean though, you know, that's all I got. So that, I'm gonna be honest, that's what I'm most invested in as far as like future routes and new information happening, and like what's up with that, you know? Kurusu also, like, you know, we knew that from the first one, but like, what is her power? We don't know her power. We just know she has a sword. But if she has a sword, that means she's got a power. Unless she's also a true gigalomaniac, which I don't think would be the case. That seems a little far-fetched. But that would also be pretty interesting. Hand. So let's see, we got Miyashiro, Arimura, Yamazoe. As far as, she's so cool. She's so cool. It caught me off. It took me off track. Yamazoe. I think Kurusu and Hinae they're like confirmed, and Kazuki now. I think it like ones we've seen their swords. So I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. Those are the ones we've seen of their swords. We've seen 5 swords so far. Yamazoe, Miyashiro, Arimura. God, she's so fucking cool. She's so cool. Kurusu and Hinae. Those are the 5 swords we've seen so far. potential Gigalomaniacs that may or may not have swords, but we know that they have psychic powers of some kind, are not counting the victims. Or I guess most of the victims, because I guess Yui was a victim, sad. Yui, my heart still breaks when I think about that. And Kazuki now. My brain is running a mile a minute right now. It's like, it might have to do with the 7 hours I've been streaming. This is too many hours. This is too many. But honestly, like if for the sake of, you know, finishing up a route fully as opposed to like finishing it 80% of the way and then being like, all right, 10 minutes later, we're done. I hate that. So honestly, it was worth it. Also, there's more. November 21st, 2015, Saturday. Trustworthiness Investigation Company, Frisia.
全員揃っているかな?
Shinjo looked around at the assembled group before he spoke. Is this Avengers? What's going on? It was a Saturday morning and early, but there were still quite a few people here. Katsuko Momose, the CEO of Frisia. Mio Kunosato, a student at Hekio Academy and the famous K of Shibuya News. Shinji Ito, part of the Hekio newspaper club. Did I say Shinjo? Shinjo's the detective. Shinji Ito. Nono Kurusu, Hana Kazuki, and Sarika Onoe. None of them looked happy to be here. They all had a vague idea of why they'd been brought here, but they still seemed to be afraid of what they were about to hear. This is an interesting gathering. Specifically the fact that Miyashiro and Arimura are missing. Like, why? Shinjo didn't feel much different. Shinjo slowly began to speak with the same expression of tension on his face as the rest of them.
Arimura Hinae to Miyashiro Takuru ga mitsukatta.
Oh, they went missing. Shinjo began to tell them what the police had learned about what had happened between me, Arimura, and her mother on November 4th. Or wait, was this before? I don't understand what's happening. I'm bad at timing. Okay, this was before. Never mind. They go out of their way to put the dates on, and I still get confused. I'm the reason they have to say it's the same day, by the way. 'Cause I'm dumb. After her mom had stabbed me, I was lying on the ground with my head in her lap. Even now, I still remembered how hot her tears had felt.
Arimura.
My consciousness gradually began to fade.
Arimura. 僕は
And then in the corner of my eye, I saw her. It was Arimura's mother. I thought she'd left, but she hadn't. All sanity was gone from her eyes. I saw a sharp flash as she raised her hand high above Arimura's head.
Arimura!
With all the strength I had, I pushed Arimura down and covered her with my body. A burning pain ran down my back. Again and again. Jesus, dude. Again and again and again. Pain. Screams. Mad laughter. A horn. The sound of a train. Light and shadow. By that time, I didn't even know what was going on. All I knew was that the sound of something hitting the ground. Sound of dragging feet. And Arimura's sobs. Tried to speak, but I felt unbelievably weak. When I finally did, my voice was barely a whisper. But I still used all the strength I had. I had to tell her. I had to tell Arimura.
宮代拓郎を刺した後、有村めぐみは血まみれでふらふらと歩いているところを警ら中の警官に確保された。ただ残念ながら彼女は現在でも心神喪失状態で話を聞ける状態ではないようだ。
それで二人は
有村ひなえがその後宮代拓と共に現場から姿を消していたことは知っているな。
Oh, they did disappear. Dude, I'm my brain. All this jumping about, I can't follow this shit. It's so dumb. Shinjo took their silence as a yes and continued. I thought this interaction was happening like while they were missing, or while they couldn't find Arimura and Miyashiro had ran off. But no, this is after that. My fucking brain.
どうしたものか。これまで警察がいくら探しても二人を見つけることはできなかった。それが昨日になってようやく発見に至った。二人は例の封鎖されている AH 総合病院の地下室に潜り込んでいたらしい。
The place had been locked up tight. There was no way anyone could find us there. In fact, we'd stayed down there for almost 3 weeks. This is after the credits, by the way.
そんなことより二人は無事なんですよね。
それは
He got stabbed like 20 times. How is he not dead? Kunosato picked up where Shinjo hesitated. She had already heard, it seemed.
現在有村ひなえは病院に保護されている。発見された当時彼女の腕の中には宮代拓がいたそうだ。ただ死後2週間以上経過した彼の体はすでにほとんどが腐敗し、一部は白骨化。
God.
また遺体の一部は欠損していたらしい。
Could see them all gasp.
そして有村ひなえは腐敗した宮代拓の体を大事そうに抱きかかえ、ずっと話しかけていた。
That's right. I died right after that. What a sentence. It was understandable given how many times I'd been stabbed. And the next thing I knew, I was in that hospital, My body was there, unmoving, and Arimura was holding me. I didn't know Arimura had gotten it down there. I didn't know how Arimura had gotten... What? I didn't know Arimura had gotten it down there, but she'd probably helped her. I don't understand that sentence. I don't understand that sentence. Oh my god, that's an upsetting thing to say. Arimura was talking to me happily.
Senpai, お願いがあるんですけど。
She seemed to think that she was at school. She kept saying the same thing over and over. This is what I get for thinking it was a fucking happy ending. God damn it. No such thing, I'm afraid. I was sure she was hearing my voice as well. No, not just me. Serika was there, and Kurusu, and Ito and Kazuki. What she was seeing was...
ひなちゃんには見えてるんだよ。本当の世界が。
That's Serika for you. She knew exactly what I wanted to say. Yeah, that was the real world. Then what the fuck is this? It was the real world that she wanted. And she could hear them. Voices without lies. And I knew, now that I was part of her. Serika softly touched Kurusu's hand.
そんな顔しちゃダメだよ。だってきっとタクも楽しかったから。ね、タク。そうだよね。
Everyone looked out the window and up at the sky. Strange, I'm right here. But what Serika said was right. This was for the best. My voice couldn't reach her anymore. But she had the world she wanted. She had attained a world of truth. She was still whispering in that empty room.
ありがとう、先輩。
So remember that thing I said about Kazuki's power being the most interesting thing about that situation? That changed pretty damn quick, huh? So okay. I think I just don't have enough information. I think I'm like twisting my brain right now, trying to find the train of logic that makes what the fuck just happened make sense, right? And certain pieces of it make sense, but I think I'm missing key information that I have not gotten to yet. And I think that if I continue to try and piece things together without all the pieces, I'm going to go insane. So I'm gonna stop doing that. Holy shit. That, I'm doing it again. I need to just accept what just happened at face value. So oh, yep, those are the events that happened. That was the time. Yep, yep. And just put that in the back of my brain and keep going, because because otherwise it's going to haunt me. Oh my god. Okay. I'm leaving now. Goodbye.